Oke, halo teman-teman semua. Hari ini gue bakal melihat reaction ya. Reaction yaitu FIM Moto3 Juniorgp di Circuito Jerez Spanyol ya. Bentar lagi kita bakal mulai di balapan ya. Mungkin ini gua guys ya. Bentar ya. Dan saya coba buka itu resmi dari FIM. pembalap sudah bersiap-siap.
And currently they do lead the World Championship with Pugliese, who starts from P4.
Oke, di belakang gua adalah race simulasinya ya. Race simulasi.
Dan to his name so far this year, just one win at that. Still though, P4, a good starting point for himself.
Yeah, double podium in Barcelona to start the season. 4 for Estoril. Second row start, apologies, for Pugliese this time out. Obviously, still has a good chance of getting back on the rostrum for the first time since Barcelona.
Yeah, exactly. We'll want to return to the podium places. Not quite on it in Estoril, but let's not forget as well, it was only one race in store for us. Kiandra Ramadipa, though, meanwhile, he has been one of the standout performers, I think it's fair to say, in this class so far in 2026. 2 podiums to his name, not to forget the race win. I mean, Ramadipa, his confidence has to be sky high.
It absolutely has to be sky high. Front row starts in Barcelona, off the front row at Estoril and Jerez, but that didn't stop him taking victory in Estoril. So again, you would think the Indonesian rider is with a good shot of taking a podium or a victory.
Stunning surroundings here in Jerez, and well, there is Singapore. Well, Singapore involved in a little incident yesterday in qualifying, Jack, but still P6 on the grid, second row for himself, and not to forget a pole sitter this year.
A pole sitter, as you say, last time out at Estoril. You mentioned it, a sort of strange incident at the end of Q2, so it didn't really impact his starting position. But yeah, we'll go from the second row and we'll look for his best result, which is currently P6 from Barcelona race 1.
Loads of fans as well watching on today already at the circuit. They've already enjoyed a pit walk this morning, getting their eye in and hopefully getting a few extra signatures to their collection, because let's not forget, a lot of these riders do end up in the Grand Prix World Championship. I mean, it's the class to be in if you want to make it, as we have a look at Yaroslav Karpushin. He goes from P7, heads in the third row of the grid for himself, and well, just reinforcing yet again the strong lineup for CF Moto Aspar this year.
Yeah, 3 of their riders in the top 7. Karpushin, say the last of them, but P7 is still a very impressive performance. And best result so far this season of P9, will look to beat that.
As we have a look at Fernando Bajosa, he was also involved in that qualifying crash just at the end of the session.
Oke, semoga aman dari copyright sih.
But well, it was pretty bewildered.
Kalian bisa lihat di atas.
It looked like afterwards. Nonetheless, we'll be going full attack mode here today, looking for a podium anyway.
Yeah, looking for a podium. Was on the rostrum in Barcelona, crashed from the podium in race 1, so still really needs to make amends for that. He was 8th last time out at Estoril.
The 3-minute board now.
Oke, 3 menit lagi kita menuju start ya.
Teams will slowly start making their way off the grid. As Tina just has a few little handshakes with his mechanics, obviously starting from P9 on the grid as well for himself. Solid qualifying, let's not forget, and well, he's looking pretty calm, he's looking pretty confident as well, cool, calm and collected on the grid.
Very difficult to be cool in these conditions as well, to be fair. Consistent performer in qualifying, actually, 8th, 8th, 9th and 9th in the first 4 races on the grid. Obviously, penalties impact when you have multiple races, but race results haven't quite gone his way. 10th in Barcelona race 1, followed by 2 retirements.
Solid qualifying as well. Evan Belford, obviously he missed the opening round of the season. Luckily he did come back into action.
Buat teman-teman yang nonton, jangan lupa subscribe ya teman-teman. Kita di sini bakal 15 lap melihat race Moto3 Junior FIM, di mana Kiandra Ramadipa bakal start dari posisi pertama.
After missing the opening round of the season in Barcelona, didn't score points or finish the race in Estoril. P10 on the grid for this one, so a good chance to get on the board for the season.
Yeah, good chance to get some solid points. And, well, trying to get a solid place in the championship as well. I mean, missing 1 round, especially when it's got 2 races in that. So just had the 25 points up for grabs. Barcelona, roundly missed, it was 50 points. They potentially could have got that. Well, suddenly he had no chance of getting because he had to watch from home.
Exactly, very costly to miss Barcelona because, as you say, the 50 points that are available to him, obviously now just needs to start racking up the points, especially after the non-score in Estoril.
Yeah, no points so far, but obviously today he can change that. Zani, meanwhile, starts from pole position on this one, and well, he looks ready to race in race 1 of the Moto3 Junior World Championship. So the opening race of the day, the first of 2 is Leonardo Zani.
Oke, balapan bakal segera dimulai ya teman-teman ya.
Pugliese, your championship leader, goes from P4 with Ramadipa and Singapore.
Dimulai. Jangan lupa untuk pollingnya, jangan lupa untuk polling.
Great qualifying for them in P4.
Oke, ada Sun nih yang start dari posisi pertama, pole position. Davis posisi kedua. Sementara Kiara Ramadipa akan start dari posisi kelima. Di sini juga ada David da Costa, pembalap asal Prancis, posisi ke-12. Ada pembalap Jepang yaitu Ryota Ogiwara. Dia salah satu pembalap yang cukup cepat juga. Di sini dia bakal start dari posisi 14. Ada Seru Ikagami dari posisi 19, pembalap Jepang. Dan di sini cuma Kiara Ramadipa ya yang bersaing di kelas Moto3 FM Junior. Dan yang terakhir ada Henry Mignaud dari Prancis.
Plenty of names to watch for back down the order. Out of position, you would say, but that was for some issues on Saturday. The green flag does wave in the warm-up lap, does.
Oke, udah mulai start.
Now we have 15 laps in store after this one. This is the final chance, Jack, for the riders to get dialed in for today and get their heads up to speed and get the bikes, tires, everything up to temperature.
Absolutely, the last chance just to feel how the track is at the moment. Obviously, they had the sighting now around 10-15 minutes ago, so that would give you some indication. But now this is the last chance before racing gets underway. Just to mention with Leonardo Abruzzo, he does have the back of the grid start penalty and a long lap to go with him because of extreme slow riding in 3 or more sectors.
Yeah, exactly. Some slow riding in qual.
Ini adalah race 1 ya. Untuk race 2 nanti bakal start di jam 7 malam. Jam 7 malam.
Late at the end of Saturday as well, just as we're wrapping up the PR for the day.
Jam 7 malam waktu Indonesia Tengah.
Well, they have been
Kita
penalised and now
berarti
they've
jam
got a lot of work to
6
do here today. Obviously, if they do receive
waktu Indonesia bagian barat.
that only applies in race 1. In race 2, they'll be able to go back to the position that they should qualify in.
Yeah, exactly. It only impacts race 1. So for the likes of Abruzzo, who we know can fight in the top 10, get a good start, gain as many positions as you can. He has the long lap as the additional penalty, so take that when he feels it's appropriate. Obviously, you have to wait for the notification to come up, and then you get 3 laps to take it, and then start building again from there.
Yeah, start building momentum into Sunday as well. The riders just coming into the final sector now. They're making their way through turn 10. And then obviously we have fast turn 11, a quick turn 12 as well, before then heavy braking zone over at turn 13, of course, where many races, some championships as well, has been decided. Obviously Jorge Lorenzo Corner delivering the goods, and what you would expect to see from today as well.
You would, absolutely. It's a vital corner, particularly on the last lap, if you do want to make a move for victory or the podium places. It's heavy braking, slow speed.
Bakal menuju start kali ini. Mewajak Kiara Ramadipa berhasil meraih podium di sini atau bahkan meraih kemenangan ya. Harapan kita Kiara Ramadipa menang sih. Seperti yang terjadi di sirkuit Estoril Portugal yang pasti teman-teman.
Off the screens of the motorcycles as well. Zani pulls into possession. Final couple riders well to make their way onto the grid. But Jack, who's your eye on here? Who do you expect to come out on top?
That's a difficult question to answer, Lewis. That is very tough indeed. Anyone from the top 8 you could make a case for, even the top 9 or 10 you can make a case for fighting for victory.
Nonetheless, throw the names into the hat and pick it out. Race 1 nearly ready to get underway. You'll see the red lights come on in just a few moments time. The reds do rise, and now we can go racing. We start Sunday's action of round 3 of the season. So solid start from Zani for pole position, as well as Carlos Cano. He's going to slot into second position. And then Travis Borg is very brave, nearly making contact with Pugliese at turn 1. Now they filed themselves through, everyone through nice and clean so far. Into turn 2 now. It slows down. It's a pinch point for some. And Bobahosa already picking up a few positions, it looks like, as well. Now we begin to wind up the speed through turns 3, through turns 4, and then through the right of turn 5. The exit is so crucial into the back straight.
The exit is crucial at turn 5. Zani leading from Cano as they head through turn 5. It's so important to get this exit right, because you are then vulnerable down the long straight heading into Danny Pedrosa hairpin at turn 6, where it is still Zanny who leads from Cano. Cano in the slipstream, but not close enough to make a move into turn 6.
Yeah, not too many moves there, certainly within inside the top 3. Everyone's just waiting so far. Bahosa having a little look though at one of the Honda riders, and they'll be able to make it work so far. In fact, he is ahead so far. Ramadipa, and well, just behind Singapore so
ada di posisi ke-8 ya. Tiara Ramadipa posisi ke-8.
And now this is where Jerez starts to get a little bit more technical through turns 9 and through turns 10.
9 and 10, very technical corners, as you said, slow-ish right-handers, but then the speed starts building again through turns 11, 12, well, turns 11 and 12. Heading into the final corner. It's still Zanny who's leading.
Dan ada satu pembalap yang trouble itu nomor 74. Dia masih di pit lane. Oh, ada yang crash.
Down at the back of the picture into the grab shop they go. It looks like
yang crash, yellow flag, bendera kuning.
So hopefully they are all okay. Through Jorge Lorenzo corner we do go now, and when we head down to finish the opening lap of action, Cano has lost one position now. So Borg up the inside. Looks like it could have been Evan Belford that went down further back.
Ramadipa
starting P10
berada di posisi
massive shame there for
masih posisi ke-8 Kira Ramadipa.
Belford, as you said, started from P10. Looked like he would have been in a good position to fight for the top 10 position, but unfortunately crashing out of the race. Just looking at Leonardo Abruzzo's performance so far, up to 26.
Ikegami, race pembalap asal Jepang, dia terjatuh di lap kedua.
Crashed out of this race. Just looking at Abruzzo, up to 26, so perhaps not the progress he would have expected on that first lap.
Yeah, not the progress he would have wanted at all, but hopefully will be okay.
Red flag.
Out, so the riders putting up their hands.
Ya, terjadi red flag.
Stoppage of the day. So red flag to bring a halt to proceedings here.
Oke, terjadi red flag,
There go down.
Terjadi red flag. Baru 2 laps sudah red flag.
Already out in circuit, the medical part. But yeah, the riders now will peel back into pit lane, where then they'll have to recompose themselves before then we can go out and try and get
15 laps
obviously
sudah terjadi red flag.
Exactly what happened. But here is a replay. This was the previous lap, obviously the open lap action, just out on the curbs, and it looks like exact same sort of issue for Ikegami.
Oh, jatuhnya cukup keras.
Out on the curbs and then got caught out. The bike just slid out from underneath him, and down he went. Obviously,
ya, bendera merah.
45 is crashed out as well. So a couple of incidents anyway on this open restart. So one crash there from Ikegami, and the 45 as well going down to Monoyani. So a massive shame from the AGR team, and plenty of riders as well have dropped down the order. One of them, of course, being Evan Belford, as we said. But
langsung masuk ke medical center.
So potentially getting mixed up in some drama in the open lap, but somehow he kept it on 2 wheels.
Yeah, Belford seemingly did keep it on 2 wheels. Classified in 19 at the running of the red flag. Just to note, it looks like Muniane crashed out at
ke pit lane
there as well.
Terjadi red flag.
And we saw Ikegami go down at
dan race bakal diulang.
New race to be restarted, and the key word there
dan
is
3 laps itu
obviously 3 laps not completed, which means everyone will take their original qualifying places. So it'll be the original grid start for them, which I guess for the top 3 it's not too much of a difference. There wasn't too many moves made between them. Nonetheless, Zanny still has to go from pole yet again.
Zanny, yeah, will go from pole once again. Obviously for Abruzzo, it gives him another chance to make up some progress. Obviously, we wait to see what the new race distance will be.
Ya, dan benar banget di sini Kiara Ramadipa bakal melakukan start dari posisi ke-5 lagi, dan balapan dipangkas menjadi 10 laps dari yang tadinya 15 laps.
And we can see on the digital screen that start finish straight, it did say 10 laps to go.
Yeah, 10 laps for this restart. It's looking like anyway for the riders. Obviously, that's reducing the race by 4 laps or so, but by the time you calculate adding in the extra warm-up lap that we're probably going to have, certainly getting the bikes back onto the grid is still extra fuel. Now the time screens have just updated, so it will be 10 laps and obviously original grid positions at that. And well, for the likes of Evan Belford, we've seen dropped down the timing order about the same time as Ikegami's crash actually. He's now going to get another opportunity to go from P10, as well as any other rider who's had a difficult opening lap. They now get a second shot at it, so it's a real gift to them.
As you say, it's a second chance to hopefully not make or not lose places as they did in that opening lap and a few corners. I'd say Belford dropped down, we saw, to P19 on the timings just as Ikegami crashed, so yeah, obviously a bit of confusion there, but Belford will be hoping to avoid a repeat of the way he dropped down the order.
Yeah, well, it will be a quick start procedure once we get underway, so it's not going to be like we've seen at the start of this race where we have plenty of mechanics, umbrellas, generators, whatnot on the grid to getting the bikes ready. It's just going to be a case that they pull up into their position. Once everyone's there, then we can go out and get some racing underway. So this was race 1 of the Motor3 Junior World Championship. Obviously 50 points up for grabs on Sunday, and well, this is a real interesting situation for them because now it is going to be a 10-lap race, which is the scheduled distance for race 2. So it's a real good chance for them to gather some data.
It is a good chance to gather some data, but as you say, for race 2, which will be over 10 lap distance, just due to the excessive heat that is forecast here at Jerez. Just to note that pit lane will open at 11:13 local time, so in around 5-6 minutes time, and then we'll see riders leave the pits. They have a minute to leave the pit lane to get, and then obviously go to the grid.
Now though, we'll have a little look at the marshals clean up the operation as well.
Oke, di sini lintasannya dibersihin ya, mungkin ada tumpahan oli sih.
Race start.
Akan terjadi refleks, mungkin ada tumpahan oli.
On pole position. Borg as well, a good start from the front two certainly. Carlos Cano as well tried to make a move at that opening corner, but they made their way towards turn 1. Zani already had a nice little lead for himself. Borg almost getting overtaken by Pugliese, and well, you can see the riders further back, just getting bunched up ever so slightly. A few riders getting sat up, both the CIP green power bikes as well there of Balapan and Mounty, sandwiching another bike as well, but yeah, a good start. And actually, number 17 of Pugliese
mengalami wheelie.
Had a big
Dan yang ada di plastiknya
Carpusian having a massive wheelie.
Agak kurang bagus.
So doing a good job.
Dan dia langsung turun beberapa posisi hingga posisi ke-8.
Just getting by him, and well, Bosa did manage to pick up a couple of positions before he even arrived at turn 2.
Bahosa, yeah, as you say, making up a few positions before turns 1 and 2. We'll obviously have to do it again starting from P8. Carpusian, they say a lot of wheelie off the line, so something he will now be aware of and be able to not work on as such, but be prepared for it for the restart of the race.
Yeah, whether it was just the case of too excited of releasing the clutch,
pit line.
Maybe needing to keep his
dan pit lane bakal dibuka itu di jam 11 lebih 13. Itu artinya sekitar belum kelihatan sih berapa menit, belum kelihatan ya.
Continuing on for race
mungkin sekitar 10 menit ya. 10 menit.
As we mentioned, plenty of penalties going into this race as well. Now, Fim Juniorgp was one of those for slow sections. He was handed the back of the grid, as was Balapan, Minot, Jerez and Abruzzo. Now, Abruzzo was handed the back of the grid and long lap penalty. Meanwhile, Michelin and Sullivan Mountsey was handed back of the grid for qualifying 1 slow sector. So Saturday proven to be a little bit difficult for some, but certainly in the race you would say there's going to be no sort of slow sectors because they're all going to be going.
Jangan lupa polling ya, jangan lupa polling teman-teman.
Exactly, they will be going 100%.
Kita sama-sama berharap Diandra Ramadipa bisa menang di balapan Jerez Spanyol kali ini. Jangan lupa polling ya, jangan lupa polling. Jangan lupa like juga sama subscribe-nya teman-teman.
It is at turn 13, the final corner, but it's extra time that he will have to make up across a shorter race distance.
Yeah, it's extra time to make up, and one thing he will have to be
3 menit
careful of as well is the rejoin of that long lap. Obviously, you're heading on to the start-finish straight on that rejoin. So just have a little look before you actually head out on circuit to make sure that there's not going to be anyone in your roads, or you're not going to get in anyone's road as well.
Exactly. It's the onus of the rider taking the long lap to rejoin the road, to rejoin the track safely.
Yeah, exactly. Just trying to keep things nice and calm for them. Now we're having a little look over at the Mamovan Racing box. Well, as you mentioned, Zani does start from pole position on this one. Plenty of people to find. He's having a little chat at the moment with his crew chief, just trying to make sure all is good. Obviously, Plonk as well goes from P11. So the Mamovan squad, they have got plenty of presence, I think it's fair to say, in this paddock, and certainly do a lot of work as well, sponsoring the Moto4 European Cup this year too. Plenty of fans do watch on trackside here today. Hopefully they have some sun cream on because, well, it's going to get very, very hot, obviously. In the afternoon, we'll bring you through the new schedule and exactly why we have it. But until then, we can look towards this restart because the 2 minute lagi is now up in the air, so the riders can, well, begin to get ready. They can begin to get their focus on the final chats for the plans for this restart will be getting underway now. They'll have their final couple of conversations. Then they'll put on their gloves and helmets if they haven't already got them on and head back out on track. So don't expect this restart to take long at all. Not to forget as well, just 10 laps in distance. It was originally scheduled to be 15 at that, but on lap 2 and what looked to be turn 5, Monayani went down. So, well, the AGR team, they have a lot of work to do for this afternoon. Hopefully,
Oke, 1 menit lagi teman-teman, 1 menit lagi.
On their faces as well.
1 menit lagi.
Monayani would start P13 for himself. But the 1 minute board now up in the air. And well, Jack, this restart is going to be pretty spicy, you have to say. And the real question is, what is the likes of Ward going to be able to, or even Kano, obviously, not able to make a move in the opening 2 laps? And it looks like Zani's idea was just to fly away at the front from the very start.
It did, yeah. Zani looked to be building up a gap over the first lap and a couple of corners of racing that we had. It's going to be crucial for Borg and Kano to get a good start when the lights go
dan
out
akhirnya
and
pit
immediately put
dibuka
the pressure on Zani
dan
to see if they can make a move on that opening lap.
start bakal diulang menjadi 10 laps.
Now return to the Circuito de Jerez Spanyol circuit, and now well, we're all ready to hopefully get restarted. The green light is now on pit lane. They're not going to
Dan
have too
posisi
long
start itu masih
to get
sama
out of pit
seperti
lane,
posisi start di awal ya.
obviously. So pretty much all the teams ready to get
Dimana
out
di
first.
sini
Just make sure that they're for the restart.
Seni
Yeah,
juga Seni
You get
bakal
1
start dari
minute
posisi
to
1
pit lane in a quick
dan
start or quick restart
Keyboards dari
procedure.
posisi
So
kedua,
that's what we have here. So that's why everyone has left the pits.
Keno dari posisi ketiga,
Come round to the grid, you'll get a quick check
Pagulacious
on the
dari
bike, one
posisi
mechanic who's on the
keempat
grid,
bakal restart,
and then you'll get the warm-up lap.
dan Kiana Ramadipa bakal start dari posisi kelima ya teman-teman.
One quick sighting lap for the time being. It brings the riders to the grid. You can see the well, green flashing light boards obviously used as well as flags now. Very, very common in motorcycle racing, not just in World Championship as well. But heading through turn 2 was the back of
Mungkin ini
the
gua
field.
perbesar
They're on
ya,
their sighting
gua
laps.
perbesar.
This is the whole new challenge for them, because it's not just a
Iya,
case of
teman-teman
getting
juga
yourself
enak
up to
nontonnya
speed.
itu.
It's a case of getting yourself back into the racing mindset, especially after spending a few minutes down in the pit lane.
Yeah, it's all about mindset. Some riders will just stay in the zone, stay focused. Some riders will perhaps relax a bit, have a quick debrief, talk to their team. Obviously, it wasn't a long stoppage. There wasn't a lot they would be able to change, but they'll have a chat with their team just to see what they can improve when the race gets underway.
Yeah, not too far now until the race does get underway. You can see all the mechanics just waiting in the grid spots, just so the riders know exactly where they need to go. They'll maybe give them a quick chat and a quick handshake, and then, well, it's a case of going race. A new race distance, as we said, 10 laps in that as well. As well, everyone just waiting for the riders to make their way through. They're just heading through turn 12 at the moment, so just a couple of corners to round before then hopefully we can get the warm-up lap underway and get the
Gua
race.
berusaha teman-teman di sini biar nontonnya enjoy ya.
Yeah,
biar
so
enak.
just a couple of corners to go on
Dan
this
semoga
sighting
nggak
lap, and as we said earlier,
kena pelanggaran.
we'll approach the grid. One mechanic will just check everything's okay with the bike. We see, I think the number 25, they're just looking to practice the long lap loop, just taking it, just to see how it feels, just in case. It's good to know, good information to have. One mechanic just to check the bikes, then the warm-up lap will start.
Yeah, of course, that was Leonardo Abruzzo who has that back of the grid, plus the long lap 2 serve. So it's another opportunity for him to get a little trial run in, if you will, and make sure all is good at that. Obviously, not use too much as the long lap penalty. A couple of riders will practice it during the practice sessions, during the free practices as well on Friday. Nonetheless, there's certainly less rubber out there and less grip.
Always less grip, less rubber out there, just because obviously
Oke,
it's not
10 laps.
as the normal
10 laps kali ini, 10
like to
laps.
go through the long lap loop. So good to practice and good just to get a bit of rubber on the track there as well.
Well, you're nearly ready to go. The whistle sounding, telling everyone to leave the grid. So well, we can get nice and prepared. The green flag already being prepared to head out on this warm-up lap.
Yeah.
And let's have a little run through
Masih
the
luar
first couple
laps.
of rows, because it is going to be Leonardo Zani going ahead of Travis Borg, with Carlos Cano starting from the front row yet again. P4 will be Pugliese, your championship leader, with Ramadipa and Sigapong going from row 2. Bahosa, Guinness and Belfort ready for that top
Oke,
10.
semoga aja di race
Starting
kedua
P11,
startnya Kiana Ramadipa itu
Costco
bagus
from
dan
P12 and
ya langsung
Nonetheless, a few riders going a bit slow
bersaing
on this one,
di
but
barisan
so
depan.
hopefully no issues, and hopefully
Dan
it's
kalau
just
bisa
a case
langsung
of
membuka gap ke
wanting
pembalap
to
yang
be
lain.
there on the grid last season.
Amin,
Too
amin,
long
amin,
waiting
semoga
about.
aja.
One of the AC racing
Semoga
riders there
Kian
just taking
Ramadi
their
kali
time.
ini menang.
Yeah, just taking their time. As you say, it could be a strategic decision to be last on the grid, keep a bit more heat in the tyres for when the lights go out. They will obviously need to start pushing now because they'll need to get the heat into those tyres. But normally something like that would be a strategic decision.
Yeah, so looks like it could potentially have been David Gonzalez, of course. You can see Bahosa already in that front group, all ready to go for himself. But as you can see, air temperature already 33 degrees Celsius, and while track temperature 44 degrees as well, just 2 miles per hour. Wind speed, so not much wind going about Jerez, and that has been the story of the weekend. Certainly during the day when we've been on track, the wind hasn't been there to cool the riders down at all. So yeah, the riders have been pretty hot, pretty sweaty, and pretty drained at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's been so hot here at Jerez from when they arrived on.
Kita sama-sama berdoa buat Kian Ramadi dan untuk di klasmen di championship, jadi Kian Ramadi itu ada di posisi kedua ya. Jadi selisihnya itu cuma 7 poin. Jadi kalau Kian Ramadi di sini berhasil menang, kemungkinan Kian Ramadi bakal memimpin untuk klasmen poin di championship. Oke, ini dia start race kali ini. Fim Juniorgp Jerez 1 di Circuito Jerez Spanyol.
You don't want to let your rivals get too far ahead.
Kita sama-sama berdoa buat Kian Ramadi.
Do not want to be making silly mistakes as well. Let's not forget the likes of Zani cannot afford to throw it down the road here today.
No, absolutely not. Just needs to pick up the results. If you can't win, finish second. That's the golden rule of motorsport.
Well, he's looking fired up. He's looking ready to race. The restart of race 1 is nearly underway for the Moto3 Junior World Championship. The green flag does wave at the back, meaning the red lights will go on in a few moments.
Oke, lah dia start race ya guys.
And then we can
Kian Ramadi
to racing yet again. Revs do rise, and away we do go. Borg, a solid start. Front wheel trying to pop up.
Okay, good start
But it looks like
untuk
Zani
Kian Ramadi
going to have the lead on the run to turn 1. Singapong as well, a solid start for himself, trying to launch a move down the inside turn 1. Yes, he does. Jumped on for it. Ramadipa as well, just behind those pair further back.
Masuk di tikungan kedua.
Already fighting his way.
Kian Ramadi ada di posisi ke-8.
Over at turn 2 because Borg still remains in his way. This time around though, it is Bahosa who's lost a couple of positions, it looks like, at the start, as Zani leads the way and already builds a bike climb of a gap.
And it's exactly what we saw earlier. Zani looking to build a gap in the early stages of the race over Cano and Borg. Pugliese did look to attack the number 23 at
ada yang crash
to do so.
Di sektor pertama.
This time around, yellow flags out at turn 4 for the time being, so hopefully everyone involved, and that one is okay. Nonetheless though, we do head down into heavy braking zone over at turn 6, back on the power through turn 7 now, flick it over to the left, and then obviously turn 8, a whole lot of left-handers coming up in a few moments time, and then back over to the right for turn 9. You can set up a move from turn 8 to turn 9, and that looks like what Borg is trying to do for the time being, but he's a little bit too far back.
Yeah, a little too
Kian
far
Ramadi
back.
masih di posisi ke-8.
Turn 4 were for Batola and Bellon who crashed, but it's come up on our timing screens that riders are okay.
Yes, so the Eagle 1 team rider and the CIP rider out of running on the opening lap of this restart, but good to hear they are okay at the other side of the circuit, because that means racing can continue as well.
Masuk di final sektor.
We do go now. Zani holds firm. The 85 Singapore looks up the inside, but no room at the end. So
ada yang crash lagi.
well, the marshals
Dua pembalap crash.
but side of the circuit, just making sure that everyone is okay. There's confirmation of Bertola crashed now, as well as Enzo Ballon.
Enzo dan juga
As well, some
si Bertola.
that will be cleaned up later on. But
Dan motornya cukup hancur di sini.
Short and snappy. The yellow flags, of course, still out in this opening sector.
Yeah, yellow flags out in the opening sector, so no overtaking here. Borg still
Banyak
keeping
yellow
the
flag.
pressure on Cano as we see the long lap for Abruzzo.
Nomor 25 kena long lap penalty.
From this moment. But yeah, Borg still putting the pressure on Cano heading into turn 5. Could be a crucial moment for the number 23 to make a move.
Yeah, a crucial time to make a move for sure. As well, Ramadipa trying to make some moves as well. Everyone's staying pretty single file for the time being. Obviously, slipstream can be so crucial over
turun
here
ke
at the
posisi
back
9.
straight. Currently, Cano no way to make a move so far. In fact, he's under pressure from Travis Borg, if anything else. Plonk as well, trying to pick up a few positions. Now gets himself right behind Bahosa for the time being, as Singapore sits ahead of the number 69.
Singapore putting in a great performance so far to run in P7. The gap at the front between Zani and Kano across the last sex point was 0.065. But as you can see, Borg is all over the back of the number 71 once again, and there's a move there.
Oh no, Kiandra turun lagi.
Bahosa
Posisi 11 bahkan sekarang Kiandra Ramadipa
into P6.
Yeah, so Bahosa getting that move made nice and clean for himself, and that's what we're spoken about, just one lap ago. Going from the likes of turn 8 to turn 9, you don't want to go too wide over here. We already seen what happened on the first run of all things. Nonetheless, though, into Jorge the Red's corner we go yet again.
Astaga, turun lagi Kiandra.
And unable to make it
Posisi
work.
13
Very tight between himself and Singapore.
It's very easy to get that move slightly wrong at turn 13. Just got the message that there were no jump starts in that restarted race start, so that's good for everyone on the grid. Zani just eking out a gap, now over 2 turns clear at the timing line at the start of this lap.
Yeah, so fastest lap changing hands throughout the order. David Gonzalez setting the fastest lap at the finish of things, a 1:45.762 for the rider in P9. He's got a little bit of work to do though if he wants to get himself involved in this fight for the podium places. And the likes of Carlos Cano, he's keeping the likes of Zani honest, but Zani's still got a comfortable margin where he's not having to
8 laps lagi. Dan ada yang crash.
San
Juan
at turn 12 on
nomor 29, pembalap asal Prancis.
Obviously hope he is okay.
Yeah, let's hope he's okay, as there is a change for the lead, and that is Carlos Cano hitting the front of things. The Siap Moto Asper rider leads the way for the first time this weekend. Zani demoted to second, and now Travis Borg. Is it going to be the Malta rider's time to strike?
You will be hoping he can take advantage of that. It's whether Cano now can put out a gap like Zani was trying to do both in the first couple of laps of this race and the opening lap of the restarted race. But Borg is under pressure from Pugliese, who moves up the inside into a provisional podium spot.
Great move for the time being. For your championship leader, let's keep in mind, up to P3 for the Italian, and up he goes past Travis Borg. Meanwhile, Leonardo Zani right on the back of Carlos Cano. You have to say a move is going to arrive. It's not going to take Zani long at all. Does he look up the inside at the final corner? No, he does not. Meanwhile, Bahosa does. So Bahosa now at the inside of Borg. So Travis Borg being bullied on this last lap.
Borg was bullied a little bit on that lap. He's gone from a provisional podium spot down to P6 for the number 23. Still 7 laps for him to be able to recover and secure a podium. It did look like the move, and he goes up on the inside of Bahosa there, who looked like he was a bit wide. So Borg up into P5 now, and Bahosa having to defend into turn 2. That was tight.
David Gonzalez setting the fastest lap yet again, 2 laps in a row, and now up to P8 past Singapore, who's now dropped to yet another position. We've just got confirmation as well that the 25 has taken his long lap penalty, so good job there from Robert. So as there's confirmation of the fastest lap, so about half a tenth quicker than what he did previously. So David Gonzalez did a solid job at the moment for the number 11, and now looks to be lining up a move on Plonk. Can he make it work as we head into turn 6 for the time being? And well, there's another move. Travis Borg diving down the inside, up into P4 for himself, and now in a CF Moto Asper sandwich.
He is in that CF Moto sandwich, as you say. Gonzalez just building into this race. It seems he's all over the bank of Plank right now. We'll need to start making moves quickly as Zani leads from Cano, but nothing to separate the top 7 or so in this group.
Let's not forget as well, I mean, this is a track that all the riders have done thousands of miles on. It's a track they all know very, very well. So trying to outbrake someone at Jerez is a whole new challenge.
It is, as you say, everyone in this class, in any class, knows this track so well. It's a good testing venue. Lots of championships will come here, so everyone knows this circuit as we head into turn 13. Is Carlos Cano going to make a move? No. Travis Borg has a look, but doesn't make it and stays in P4.
The 2 AC Racing Team riders as well, they're getting bunched up further down the order too, as well Gonzalez now gets head of Plonk finally. So P7 for the time being. P6 is Bahosa, but for how long? As there is a move yet again for Pugliese. So
Ramadipa masih posisi 11 ya.
Yellow flags out to turn 13 behind 2 as Zani continues his run at the head of the race. Borg very, very close contact over at turn 2 there. because turn 2 it can be a real pinch point for some of the riders.
It can be. It looks like, based on the timing, it was Mounsey who came down, and potentially Abruzzo as well, because Abruzzo rejoined with a smaller gap to the points paying positions, but he's now in 28th and last of the runners. And we just see a replay here. Yeah, Mounsey and Abruzzo both coming down at turn 13. Couldn't quite make out what actually happened, but Mounsey frustrated with the Italian there.
Yeah, judging by Mounsey's reaction, you would suggest potentially not all his fault, as we do continue on with things at the front of the race. Zanni at the moment, last time at the line, held an 89 thousandths of a second advantage, so absolutely nothing at all. And let's not forget as well, Carlos Cano searching for that win in the class. And
belum ada perubahan di
you
posisinya Tiandra
have to wonder
Ramadippa.
what that would unlock for the rest of the season.
It would, yeah. Sometimes you just get that first win and then they keep on flowing. But just having a look at Bahosa there doesn't make the move. It does look like Zanni at the moment has pulled out a couple of bike claims over Cano. He's 2 tenths clear, but we know how vital the slipstream is, particularly through this part of the circuit as the speed builds up.
Yeah, the speed continuing to wind up all the way towards turn 13 so far. And well, this group has stayed nice and locked so far. Not too many moves, not tripping each other up to a great extent. So solid jump from them. Bahosa wide though, and that's going to allow Travis Borg through. So Travis Borg making the move at the final corner. A solid jump up inside the top 5 yet again.
Borg making the move that he needed to if he wants to fight for this podium. We're halfway through this race now.
Sisa 5 laps lagi.
Pugliese on the move as well, ahead of Karpushin at turn 1 into a provisional podium spot. Maybe lost a couple of bike lanes to his teammate, but Karpushin comes back through as well.
Yeah, Karpushin doing a solid job so far, fighting away with his teammate. Obviously, he had to go further back on the grid, make up some positions, but now he's right in there, right in the dogfight with his teammate Pugliese, and clearly not scared to get his elbows out. Now through the very fast turn 5, Sito Pong's corner, and with Pugliese, a solid job there from him. A couple of riders dropping down the order as well. Yellow flags out at turn 2 for them. Hopefully, all's okay further back down the field. Nonetheless, though, into turn 6 we do go. Travis Borg looking up the inside. Can he get both of them? No, he cannot. He does manage to get Pugliese for the time being, though. So that's another position made for him. And now up into P4 for Travis Borg.
The rider who crashed out at turn 2 was Gabarini. Hopefully he is okay. We see someone on the gravel there. I think that was Singapore perhaps. Just a bit wide through the corner and onto the gravel, losing plenty of time, positions and momentum.
Bukan.
There we go, yet another move as well for
Pembalap Jepang.
But Singapore, a massive moment there through the gravel. Somehow he kept it on 2 wheels, and now slots just in behind Ramadippa. Let's not forget those pair really quick over at Estoril. Now here at Jerez, maybe not the positions they would want to be fighting in, just outside the latter places of the top 10 for the time being. Singapore in P11 as well. David Gonzalez down the inside, pushes your championship leader back yet another place. And this could be a big shift in the championship race.
It really could. A great move from Gonzalez. It looked like he was going to try and get Bahosa at the same time, but thought better of an aggressive move on his teammate. Pugliese fights back on the number 11 at turn 1, so continually swapping positions.
Dan Tiandra Ramadippa dari posisi 10.
Gonzalez, but not for long. Gonzalez once again dives up the inside, and Pugliese is being a bit bullied on this lap.
Ogiwara as well, also getting involved in that fight, so a solid move there.
Hampir aja ada tabrakan di pick 1 kedua.
Up here in the commentary box. Nonetheless, so the battle at the front does continue. Travis Borg continuing to look for a way through over at turn 5, unable to make it work so far. Is anyone going to be able to use the slipstream going towards turn 6 for the time being? Now they get bunched up side by side. Go the 2 Siap for riders, they slot in behind. And now Travis Borg attacks once again. Into the podium places he goes. So the number 23 making up further ground.
So 23 is making up further ground.
Dan gapnya Tiandra Ramadippa ke Gipila itu 6,1 second ya, 601 second.
When Cano gets the best of the slipstream, so down the back straight after turns 10 into 11, 12, 13. Just enough to be able to keep position as Karpushin and Borg once again scrap it out.
Yeah, Karpushin now pushing Borg all the way back down, yet another position. So P4 yet again for himself. David Gonzalez now we're having a look back at because he sits ahead of Pugliese for the time being. So they sit P6 and P7, and already there's a gap forming between these two groups. So if they're not careful, the top 5 riders could sprint away with things.
It looks like that's exactly what they want to happen as well. It does look like Pugliese just doesn't have the pace to go with the top 5 or 6. We know Gonzalez can set fastest laps in this race, but with 3 laps to go, he's got a fairly big gap. It's around 4 tenths. It's not a huge gap to bridge before he then has to pass people.
Into turn 2 we go yet again. Zani still remains at the head of the race, about 1/10 of the half he held last time around over the line, and well, that of course being over Carlos Cano, pretty much how it's been most of the race. This battle for 3rd place, however, has been chopping and changing at every opportunity. Is it going to change again over at turn 5? Borg has a tiny little look, thinks better of it, and decides to wait all the way to turn 6, you would imagine. Further back down the order though, Alguara still continues his fight, it looks like. So this 3rd group that's in our picture, they're having a good old scrap as well. So always lovely to see the top 10 changing positions as well. I thought a lot of move was going to arrive from Karpushin, but not quite. Number 37 though does go down, to a massive shame for them. Nicholas
Marinos Nicolis ya, pembalap asal Australia yang crash di sisa 3 laps lagi. Oh, dia crash di tikungan kedua.
But good to see him walking away straight away.
Yeah, up on his feet straight away. I think that was confusion and frustration, if anything else. And Ingves just pushed the bike into the box as well. So another retirement in pit lane 2. 3 laps remain though, and this is your lead group. Zani from Cano, from Karpushin for the time being. Is it going to stay that way as we leave turn 13 this time around? Borg up the inside. He looks to claim P3 back into the podium positions. Is the Honda rider? That was very, very close. But still, Borg got the job done. Is it going to be a return of favour at turn 1 for Karpushin? You would imagine so. The 17 looks up the inside yet again and returns the favour straight away. Now towards turn 2, and yet another overtaking opportunity. Jerez is full of them, and Borg trying to prove that, but he slots it behind the P4.
He does slot in behind in P4. What this scrap is allowing Zani and Cano to do.
Dan Kiandra Ramadipa masih ada di posisi 10.
Zani was 3 tenths clear of Borg at the last checkpoint, and that passing would only allow that to grow slightly. But the slipstream down this one between turns 5 and 6 will allow the gap to close up again.
Now though, just a little replay of that move, and well, driving down the inside was Karpushin. Pugliese just ahead of them, but you see how heavy they are in the brakes. The rear end just trying to skip up into the air. Well, job done for himself. There was no room, of course, because Karpushin didn't run wide. He did it perfectly.
Okay, nice overtake.
Now
nice
back
overtake.
towards the live action as we head through turn 7, back towards turns 8 and 9.
And once again, it looks like Zani has just eked out a gap over Cano and Karpushin for now. Again, the slipstream after turns 10 through 11 and 12 will be crucial as Bahosa makes a move on Borg. So Borg going down into P5, Bahosa up to P4, and will be looking to challenge for those podium places across the last.
Okay, Kiandra Ramadipa sekarang ada di posisi ke-9.
Inside the top 5. He seems
Let's
to be
go,
going
Kiandra.
for in the space of about half a lap every single lap. But nonetheless, I'm sure Borg's enjoying it during the race, but he's going to want a podium rostrum finish out of this. Bahosa trying his luck, he will round the outside, he's going to run wide at that, and now Borg taking advantage. A great move there from the number 23, back up into P4 for himself. But it's Bahosa going to return the favour at turn 1. We've seen it last time around with Karpushin and Borg as we head on to the final lap of running. The 69 dives down the inside, and now Borg all the way back down. And the podium place as well, the top 3 have managed to build a gap as Travis Borg looks up the inside yet again.
Yeah, as I said earlier, the squabbling just allowing the riders in front to build up a gap. They've got 2 tenths in hand over Borg. Again, the slipstream will allow that to close, but it might not be enough. Borg might have to settle for P4 here, or P5 rather, but he might be able to overtake Bahosa from P5, but it looks like the podium scrap, the 23, is out of the question. At this point, it still could change.
Yeah, it was a front row start for him. Can it be a podium? Let's wait and find out. Towards turn 6, we go yet again. Karpushin looking up the inside on his teammate. Obviously, leader goes down. Zani crashes out.
Zani crash. Di lap terakhir Zani.
Lap of race.
Oh my god.
Played pretty much the entire race, and on the final
Wah, saya banget crash di posisi pertama. Sani.
throwing away a massive amount of championship points.
We said at the start
Wah,
of the program,
jangan
you
banget
can't
Sani.
afford really to lose points even in this early stage of the season. That of course puts Carlos Cano at the head of the field heading into
Wah,
the
error
final
sih.
sector of
Ini
the
error
program,
banget buat Sani.
ahead of teammate Yaroslav Karpushin.
Who's going to come out on top? Carlos Cano now leading the field through the final sector. Karpushin though.
Oke, masuk ke final sektor kali ini.
The final corner, the two teammates
Dan final corner,
making the move for
tikungan
P2.
terakhir.
Heavy on the brakes we go yet again. Carlos Cano does still lead.
Oh!
It's not a crash for
Posisi keempat juga crash di laps terakhir. Tikungan terakhir David Gonzalez.
As Carlos Cano does take victory from his
ya.
teammate Yaroslav Karpushin as Bahosa crosses
Kiara Ramadipa finish di posisi ke-7 ya.
drama.
Untuk Kiara Ramadipa.
That last lap had everything you could have wanted in race 1 here. Bahosa frustrated there by the looks of it as Cano celebrates his first
Oke, yang berhasil menang di sini adalah si Kasno.
separating the two Siap Moto Aspar riders across the line.
Yeah, nothing separating them at all. Carlos Cano's winning margin sets at around 36,000.
Oke, Kasno yang berhasil menang.
Seconds as Leonardo Zani just right there at the side of the circuit.
Wah, sayang banget tadi Sani, padahal ya udah
It looked like
berapa kali podium, tapi di Circuito Jerez ini dia malah crash pas lagi memimpin di laps terakhir. Sayang banget sih, sayang banget buat Sani.
Trying to push still, a nice stand-up wheelie there for Cano to celebrate his first win. Yeah, Zani, you could see as soon as he went down, he had his head in his hands. He was fuming with himself after that mistake.
Heading into this weekend, Carlos Cano, a podium finisher, but only P3. We spoke about it pre-race. What does this unlock for the rest of the season? I think we're about to find out. Yaroslav Karpushin does take P2. And well, Fernando Bahosa after some
Tapi Kiara Ramadipa dengan jatuhnya beberapa pembalap, dia berhasil finish di posisi ke-7 ya untuk Kiara Ramadipa. So aja di race 2 nanti Kiara Ramadipa bisa meraih podium atau bahkan meraih kemenangan ya di race 2 nanti teman-teman. Oke, live reactionnya gua cukupin dulu. Tapi ini masih bakal buat tetap tayangan live. Nah di sini juga udah sore, tempat gua udah jam 6 sore, jadi gua harus mandi. Tapi nanti di race kedua, gua bakal live reaction lagi ya teman-teman. Oke, see you next time and see you next video. Jangan lupa subscribe teman-teman ya, jangan lupa subscribe. Tapi kalian nggak usah keluar kok, kalian nggak usah keluar. Karena di sini gue masih akan menayangkan sampai race-nya berakhir.
After we hear from our race winner, we can have a little look at the championship standings and see how things look.
Cerchiamo di fare una bella gara.
Lorenzo, congratulations.
Grazie.
Now a look at how Lorenzo Bertelli took victory. It was a great start from Christian Borelli, starting from pole position and launching away in the lead of the race. There's some contact further back, Tom Rowland and Di Baroli going down. A massive shame for them over at turn 10. A bit of frustration as well from Di Baroli. There's some great moves though made over at turns 1, turns 2, turns 9, turn 6 as well. You name it, they were able to do it. Mario Landa also making some further moves. There was some contact, there's some elbow rubbing as well between the pair of them out on circuit going down the back straight. A few other crashes further back as Alvaro Lucas began to make his presence known, slotting into second for the time being and setting his sights on Christian Borelli, looking to continue his win streak in 2026 was the number 46. Fighting away with Bertelli. It got tight between the two of them. Mario Landa Savino got involved in the mix. As slowly but surely, number 67 worked his way back up the order. The Italian was setting sights on glory Sunday morning. An incredible race, one from start to finish. Well, another crash for a bit down the order from the 21. That was David Sanchez. A massive shame for him on Sunday morning. Over at turns 13 though, Alvaro Lucas entered the race lead for the first time in race 1 before Borelli responded with his incredible move over at turns 11. Lucas repaying the favour 1 lap later at turns 9 before a carbon copy move yet again at turn 11. Turns 13 as well seemed to be Lucas's favourite corner as he looked to be climbing his way up the order, remaining in the podium battle before this massive high side for Christian Borelli saw him crash out of the race. No points scored here today before a final lap move saw Alvaro Lucas dive down the inside for a photo finish where Bertelli took victory over the number 46. With some late time Martin on to the podium now, and after the late changes, Eduardo Savino will stand first on the podium in P3. A team representative already up there. There is Alvaro Lucas. I'm sure he would have loved the win streak to continue in 2026, but he's not going to be disappointed with P2 if we're honest. As first place, Lorenzo Bertelli, handshakes all round for himself. Juan Alvarez, the R&E representative, handing out some of the trophies, of course. The Removal Motor4 European Cup, the talents of the future. So lovely to see Alvaro Lucas having a flag dedicated to Borja Gomez. Obviously 1 year on. Big mess for many in the paddock. As Eduardo Savino punches the trophy up into the air. And now it's going to be Alvaro Lucas's turn here this afternoon. The first P2 of 2026 for him. And a punch up in the air for himself as well. Obviously they've been celebrating fizzy water afterwards too. And finally, your race winner, Jose Antonio Rueda, Moto2 World Championship rider. Obviously a great season for him so far. He hands up the trophy to Lorenzo Bertelli, who's so delighted with it. Now though, we can enjoy the national anthem of Italy. We'll ring out here at Jerez for race 1 of the Moto4 European Cup. the ground in pit lane as the podium celebrations do begin. Well, actually, not wanting to waste too much of the fizzy water because it's that warm out there. I think you just want to use it on themselves to cool them down. But smiles on the podium for Lorenzo Patelli. What does race 2 hold? We'll have to wait a little bit longer to be able to see that. But an incredible day of action. Luckily, we have 2 races in store. Alvaro Lucas still enjoying the celebration with Eduardo Savino as well. Let's keep in mind, I think Savino, his time will come in 2026. He's been so strong so far this year. They look to get their photos taken for the social media channels. Unfortunately, check them out on Moto Junior across all socials. Smiles all round though. Patelli is your race winner. Incredible stuff here at Jerez. 28 thousandths of a second was the official winning margin over Alvaro Lucas and Eduardo Savino. Matteo Mariolanda took P4 with Victor Cabela's in P5. Galan Irfan, Kratoville, Ethan Sparks, and Romila rounded out the top 10 riders. Casadeo, Sorio, Ticini, Almeida and the TV are your final point scorers in this one, with likes of Evan Boxberger and Casablancas missing out in P18 and P19. You finish around 20 seconds back or so on your race leaders. Mikey Lou Sanchez from the back of the grid does take P20 in the finish up. Now we do have a couple non-finishers like Christian Borelli, David Sanchez, Alessio Arnold, Enzo Zaragoza all retiring from that one. Tom Rowland also involved in an incident with Di Baroldi at the start of the race 14 laps ago. Now though, a look at the championship standings. This is how it looks so far. Alvaro Lucas, he's only lost about 1 point or so in things because Lorenzo Patelli moves up to second, 34 points separating them, with Eduardo Savino in P3, Victor Cabela's in P4, Irfan P5, Mario Landa as well moving up a couple of places too. Ethan Sparks set to P12 for the time being, Almeida in P15. A couple of places. Boxberger, no points scored in this one, moves down to 16th position in the order. A look further back down the order, like Ticini, first points on the board for him here today, 3 points at that, so he now sits P22 in the standings, leaving plenty to talk about heading into race 2. We've seen elbow bashing, we've seen a last lap fight, and we've seen a photo finish. Join us for race 2 of the Moto4 European Cup later on today, because it looks like it's going to be an absolute corker. See you then. But here at Jerez, still plenty coming up. So far in the 2026 Moto2 European Championship, with consistency proven to be pivotal. Unai Radri leads the title fight heading into this weekend, yet to stand on the top step of the podium of the Rostrum after 4 consecutive podium finishes. Does his first win await here today? Let's find out as we go racing at one of the most legendary venues in the world, Jerez. This nearly 4.5 kilometre circuit held the key for many world champions, with a layout offering history at every corner. 765 cylinder machines are ready to ignite. Let's go racing the Moto2 Race 1. Let's check out though what happened last time out in the Moto2 European Championship, as we went racing in Portugal for round 2 of the season. It was a double billing of racing, meaning 50 points up for grabs as Mil Pablet and Eric Fernandez went head to head at the start, with moves, mistakes and even some elbow rubbing between the pair of them. Meanwhile, Unai Radji worked his way through the order following the Saturday penalty, leading to a simply impressive ride from the number 10. The 44 clinch victory in race 1, earning a huge point haul in what would become a crucial day in the title fight. So celebrations as soon as our attention turned to race 2 with Rodri starting from pole position on Sunday afternoon. There was an epic fight between the reigning champ and Fernandez as number 4 secured victory after a tense end to the race, while Milan Pavelet ended up crashing out, finishing down the P9 in the end. Well, thanks Portugal. Now, of course, we're ready for more in Jerez. Race 1. Wait. Here we are in the sunshine in Spain. The Moto2 European Championship is ready to get underway. Slightly different schedule for the riders. A new start time for them at 1:05 in the afternoon. But of course, just one race on offer this weekend. 25 points up for grabs. My name is Lewis Ray, and bringing you through the entire day of action, and this entire blockbuster installment is Jack Amy. Jack is rising to 35 degrees here at Jerez, and the Moto2 European Championship, boys and girls, nearly ready to get underway with Eric Fernandez starting from pole.
Yeah, Fernandez has sort of been the qualifying king this year, really. Obviously inherited pole at Estoril, but has started on the front row in every race, pole in Barcelona as well, pole here at Jerez. His downfall has been racing. He obviously crashed in Barcelona, battled his way up to P11, P5 in race 2, 2 podiums at Estoril, including a win. He needs to keep that run going.
Yeah, he needs to keep that run going for the time being. A couple of mistakes, as you mentioned, in the races themselves so far this year. His qualifying pace is certainly there. He's got that figured out for sure. And Eric Fernandez just making his way to the grid. A nice set, fresh pair of levers on him today, obviously. You'll see in the qualifying review in a few moments' time. They were slightly scuffed up, to say the very least, but it's a rider that's not afraid to push. It's a rider that's not afraid to throw it down the road if it means that he has a good chance of a solid result. But Eric Fernandez goes from pole position here on Sunday, and well, this is how number 4 managed to do it.
I'm very happy. It's good in the qualifying. Happy for tomorrow in the race. Thank you the people on the camp.
Oke, halo semua teman-teman. Lagi di live reactions. Kali ini kita bakal live reaction kelas Moto2.
140.1 in qualifying for
Oke,
Eric
kita rubah dulu ke Moto2 FIM.
Big heavy hitters on the front row. Milan Pavelet and Unai Rodri for company. I mean, Jack, it doesn't get much more difficult than that.
Untuk live reactions di sini.
Given what we've seen in the championship so far this season, the front row that you would come to expect, and it should lead to a great fight in these conditions. Of course, we know track temperature above 50 degrees. It's going to be so hot for these riders. They might like racing, but I can imagine
apakah audionya pas?
one race today, because in the afternoon it's just going to keep getting hotter, and on these Moto2 machines it's going to be a real challenge.
Yeah, of course, all bikes using the Triumph 765 three-cylinder engine. Slightly different chassis depending on what team and bike you decide to go on. Calix's, Bosch Oscuros, and a few forwards on there as well. We'll soon message as well for Milan Pavelet on the front of his bike, but Pavelet's a cool cam character who's had a busy couple of weeks doing some replacement rides in the Grand Prix World Championship, replacing
Circuito Jerez Spanyol.
Yeah, Pavelet said in Barcelona that obviously he would like to do wildcards. They were banned by the Grand Prix Commission, so his only way in would unfortunately be if a rider got injured. As we say, unfortunately.
Jadi buat teman-teman jangan lupa untuk klik tombol subscribe, like, sama komen ya. Kita sama-sama dukung pembalap ini. Untuk kelas Moto3 race kedua, kelasnya si Kiandra Ramadipa habis race ini ya. Habis race Moto2 ini.
They're very big on Speedway Grand Prix, so it's nice for them to have someone in road racing fighting for, obviously won the European title last year and looking to defend that this year, and potentially he'll be hoping for a move to the World Championship for 27.
Yeah,
Oke, Moto2 race kelas Juniorgp FIM
Nonetheless, he does
bakal
start
start 5 menit lagi teman-teman.
And well, it's a really interesting championship picture this year as we look at Morosi on
Ada Alessandro Morosi, pembalap asal Itali.
on the top step of the podium.
Untuk standing championship ya ada di posisi ke-6.
Consistency pays off.
Exactly.
As you say, 4 podiums from 4 races. Pavlet's had the issue at Estoril, Fernandez had the issue in
Oh, topinya pakai topi 93 ya.
So it just shows that
Topinya Max Marquez.
you don't necessarily have to win every race to win the title.
And let's not forget as well the drama we've seen at Estoril, the likes of Pavlet's
Di kelas Moto2 ini lebih banyak pembalap Spanyol sama pembalap Itali.
Starting from P5, some interesting sunglasses on the grid to say the very least, but the sunshine is out there. He's got the electric fan on him as well, trying to keep cool before the race starts. Because, well, once the lights go out, it's going to be pretty relentless out there, especially behind the bubble on top of these hot machines.
It is going to be very, very difficult for these riders, physically speaking. 16 laps around Jerez. There's not really any point you can rest in the loosest sense of the word. You're always moving across the track to line up the next corner, or defending, or attacking. It's a very relentless circuit, and when it's this hot, it's
Dennis
so
Foggia.
physically demanding.
Dennis Foggia, he's made a real
Dennis Foggia itu bukannya yang juara dunia di kelas Moto3 bukan sih?
Since joining this paddock, or since returning.
Oh, dia sekarang balapan di sini di Moto2 FIM.
Here at Jerez, both in the World Championship and now with us in the Moto2 European Championship. But Foggia will be looking for a solid result here today, sitting inside the top 5 in the championship standings for the time being. As well, another impressive rider so far in 2025, Yambias goes from P7, of course, P14 in the championship. That's not quite the right picture though, because Yambias shows some real glimpses of hope and some real glimpses of form.
Yeah, the Uruguayan rider's been quick this season, just hasn't been able to convert it into race results for whatever reason. Was 18th in race 1 in Barcelona, then 2 retirements, Barcelona race 2, Estoril race 1. 7th on the grid, third row, very good chance to put some good points on the board.
Helm khusus.
Good points
Karena cuaca di
put on the board this afternoon
Jerez
for
Spanyol
himself,
cukup
as
panas.
well the number 8 who starts from P8, Marco Tapia. It's been a
Oke,
difficult
Marco
start to the
Tapia
season, to put it
ya
lightly,
baru berhasil
for
mengumpulkan
Marco.
8 poin
This is a solid starting point here
dari
today.
3 seri.
Yambias got a great chance to put some serious points on the board. Did score points in both races at Estoril. We'll be looking to add to that in the race today.
Yeah, you always get the impression he's somewhat looking for a little bit more as Marco Tapia.
Oke, 3 menit lagi kita menuju race
When
ya.
your teammate, for example,
3 menit
is like
lagi kita
Fernandez,
menuju
it's a lot of
balapan.
pressure on your back as the board does get put up in the air. Some former teams start. It's time to start packing down. It's time to start getting ready for things. As we have a little look over the top surface asphalt.
Yeah, Marcus Adenia there, obviously going from P9 on the grid, rounding out the third row. Comfortably his best qualifying of the year. Has scored points at every race despite generally starting lower down the order. So it'll be very interesting to see what the number 32 can do from the third row.
Yeah, I mean he's ahead of some big riders. We have the likes of Rossi Moore, Marcos Ramirez. Let's not forget as well. This is essentially a circuit which is in Marcos Ramirez's backyard, and well, he does go from P11 on the grid, and he'll be looking to do a little bit of damage this afternoon. He does go alongside, as we mentioned, Rossi Moore in P10. Yeah,
Ramirez, like most of these riders in fairness, will know this track like the back of his hand. I'd say it's basically his back garden. So the number 24, first appearance of the season, 11th on the grid as he steps in for Stefano Nepa. Obviously has plenty of experience of Jerez at this level, at World Championship level as well. So we'll be looking to move forward.
Now let's look as the teams begin to exit the grid. There's Palmyra, of course, a crash for him in Estoril as well. I believe it was at the final corner, if my memory serves me correctly. But the Style Bike Yamaha Philippines team, they've done a good job this year setting up the Calyx, and now it looks like it's time to attack for them. But the teams
Pembalap yang pakai Yamaha
from action getting underway.
dan tim udah mulai keluar dari lokasi start.
As you mentioned, Palmyra, very good so far this year. 12th is actually his worst qualifying so far this season.
Yeah, and now, well, we mentioned qualifying. Eric Fernandez is your rider starting from pole position. Now it's time to get racing. So the Moto2 European Championship is on the grid and rearing to go. Eric Fernandez, Milan Pavelec and Unai Radri, your heavy hitters, are on the front row. Alessandro Morosi, Francesco Mongiardo and Dennis Foggia head from row 2. Rounding out the top 6 riders as Jambias, Tapia and Ludenia go from the top 9. Rossimer starts from P10 alongside Marcos Ramirez.
Oke, di kelas Moto2 ini nggak ada pembalap Indonesia ya? Italia, Spanyol, Amerika, Australia,
Venturini, Romero, Garcia, and Manuel Brinton round out the top 18 as Kursavan, Gimbert, Nelos round out the top 21, Santos, Van Tritt, and David Real round out the top 24. Max Toff starts from P25, Marcus Uriarte, Urstegi round out the top 27, Mahela, Van Rosmal.
Oke, dan yang terakhir itu juga balap Spanyol.
Rounding out our grid all the way down in P31 is Del Olmo. Now, Eric Fernandez heads from P1. He's just about to go out on the warm-up lap. What's going to be going through his mind at this point, Jack?
You would hope, given
Oke, di sini 16 laps dan ya masih warm laps. Oke, masih warm laps.
So maybe, perhaps a little bit of doubt, but I imagine he'll be thinking more about Estoril than Barcelona, given the results he had there.
Yeah, you'd be thinking just about the little mistakes as well, you would imagine, before this race. But at this point, it's all about attack mode. It's all about a strategy for the start. And credit where credit is due for the entire Moto2 field. Luckily, no penalties really to talk about in this one. They were a behaved class this round.
They were a very well-behaved class this round, and obviously makes it a bit easier when making notes for the grid and talking about the grid. Although we just see the temperature again, 35 degrees air temperature, track temperature 52 degrees. That's gone up around 10, 12, 15 degrees since we came on air this morning for the first race of the day. And it's just going to keep getting hotter.
Yeah, it's going to continue rising, of course. The warm-up lap haven't done so far. Eric Fernandez is going to be looking to attack at turn 1. Meanwhile, Pavelec.
Oke, lap reaction kita mulai ya, teman-teman. Jangan lupa untuk klik tombol like, comment, and subscribe.
Have a look at the championship standings. Radri leading by just 3 points. Obviously, Radri inherited the championship lead after we see Pavelec's crash at Estoril. Such a costly error, but luckily
Karena balapan akan segera dimulai kali ini untuk kelas Moto2 di Juniorgp Jerez Spanyol.
Especially in a championship like this, where it is so competitive, you have so many riders who can win races. It's hard to be consistently winning. And actually, as we pointed out, Bergabung hasn't won, and he leads the title.
Yeah, exactly. Well, at this point in the season, it's still single digits, the championship gap, so it's absolutely nothing in between the two of them. And well, there's still a couple of rounds where we're going to have 2 races for the Moto2 European Championship. This weekend, however, just 1, just 25 points up for score here today. Eric Fernandez will be looking to pounce from pole position. You have to say, Jack, you can pick any one of these top 3 for victory.
Udah pas ya, udah desktop.
We know Dennis Foggia is capable of winning races. Mongiardo's been on the podium. Rossi, a bit of a surprise.
Oke, akan segera dimulai, teman-teman.
See how he gets on.
Yeah, keep your eye on Rossi, of course, starting from P4 in the grid. Foggia going from P6. So row 2, easy enough to do some damage from there, especially
Akan segera dimulai ya, akan segera dimulai.
Get a bad start. The green flag does wave at the back. The red flag is removed at the front. The revs will rise. These 3-cylinder machines are about to scream in anger. For 16 laps of action, the Moto2
Oke, 16 laps teman-teman, 16 laps. And here we go, let's go.
Milan Pavelec trying to get involved in the mix as well as we head towards turn 1. The number 10 dives down the
inside. Oh, nice start.
For the price of 1, Eric Fernandez from
Fernandez
is pushed back down to 3rd place, but for how long? Not long at all. Jambias trying to get involved in that one as well, as is Foggia. So these two getting bunched up in P4.
Oke, masuki tikungan ketiga, menuju tikungan keempat kali ini.
The race lead from Milan Pavelec and Unai Radri.
It was a very aggressive start from Radri, looking to take the lead into
Sangat
turn 1.
agresif.
It looks like he ran slightly wide, which allowed Pavelec and Fernandez to come back through. But Radri, the number 10, all over the back of the number 44, heading onto the back straight.
Menuju tikungan ke-6.
Radri came from miles back there on the opening corner. Nonetheless, he does remain in P3 in one piece, and that's the main thing for the team. A couple of riders really trying to dive down the inside, a really tight line for them, so hopefully they can all get through.
Ambil racing lane yang salah.
That's some issues potentially for Ludena further back down the order for the Aspar bike. We'll have confirmation on that pretty soon because he is now making
Oke, ada satu motor yang mengalami trouble.
But 16 laps remain in this one. It's going to be a long race in this heat. And well, right now, the top three just trying to get themselves in the positions, the track positions that they want to be in.
Fernando's looking to put an early gap between himself, Pavlet and Aradre. Mongiardo and Foggia look like they were going to go side by side through turn 11, but the number 49 thought better of it on these Moto2 machines.
Mongiardo is a move going to arrive over at turns 13. A little moment on the rear for him though, but
Okay,
it's not
final
going to stop the
sector.
move for him. He launches down the inside and Dennis Foggia is pushed back one position. Involved in that one is like Yambias and Palmira. They're also getting involved in a scrap over at turns 13, losing some time because of that as Foggia responds straight away at turn 1.
Masuk di
A
laps
little bit
kedua.
too far back this time around though, and yellow flagged out further back down the order over at turns 12.
Yeah, it looks like Joan Santos has dropped down our timing screens, and it looks like Marcos Ramirez as well also did not start the race by looks, but he hasn't set a sector time at all. So a shame for the local rider. At the head of the field, Fernandez still leading from Pavlet. 0.325 across the last timing point. The number 4 just starting to edge out a gap over the reigning champion.
Yeah, just trying to get any sort of a gap they possibly can in the early laps. Obviously 15 laps remaining. Tyres are going to be really important in this race as well, though you're not going to want to spin up the rear completely. As a further yellow flags out actually over at turn 2. So a couple of riders going down in the early stages. I mean, 71 hasn't made it through that sector point, so a massive shame for them. But we'll continue on ahead of this race, and it continues to be Eric Fernandez leading the field through, but Ruben Romero, that's not came through that sector 1 point.
Fernandez masih memimpin.
Yeah, Ruben Romero just said coming down at turn 2, so we hope he's okay. Just looking at this graphic here, Marcos Juniorgp gained 10 places since the start of the race, up into P16 and just drops down a couple as I speak about him. So I was going to say not far away from the points main positions, but now obviously a couple of points back. We just see a load of gravel on the track there. That's obviously we had the yellow flag at turn 12 earlier, so you would imagine that's related to that.
Yeah, dirty track surface for them. They've got to be a little bit careful with that one. And well, we spoke about it at the start of the race. Morosi has dropped a couple of positions as Unai Radri now lines up a move for second position. We've seen it on lap 1. Now with 14 laps remaining, Unai Radri strikes and enters second place. Locked in this fight, the top 4 together on circuit. Mongiardo's fastest lap of the race going his way, a 140.676, a pretty fast time in this early stage.
That's, compared to his rivals, that is quite frankly ridiculous. He was 140.6, Fernandez 141.2, Aradre 141.2.
About a second.
Yeah, Pavlet's 141.3. Foggia in P5 142.0. So Mongiardo is on a mission at this stage. Obviously, going to have to start managing times as Aradre up the inside at turn 6 to take the lead from Fernandez.
Unai Radri enters the race lead for the first time in this race, despite a try on the opening lap. Number 10 has clear track in front of him now for a couple of corners, so he can begin to push, begin to see what the rest have, or is he going to want to keep them nice and bunched up? Obviously, Unai Radri is a smart rider. We've seen that last time out at Estoril, even with a penalty, even after starting at the back of the grid. He was able to use his head and cleanly work his way up the order. Now you can see Dennis Foggia leading the likes of Yambias, and obviously Palmira also involved in the style of bike Yamaha Calix just behind 2. Turns 13 now, Jorge Lorenzo corner, the top 4, no moves so far, but Palmira making a move on Yambias and dropping the rider back 1 position.
Yeah, Palmira on the move there at turn 13, up into P6 ahead of Yambias. Aradre has already built a gap, 3 tenths ahead of Fernandez. Number 4 is going to have to start defending from Pavlet very, very soon.
Yeah, he's going to have to start thinking about Milan Pavlet's behind. We know how aggressive the 44 can be. Palmira and Yambias still going at it out on circuit. Now over at turns 2, we're at turns 3 now. We flick it over to the left-hand side of the tyre. Then, of course, the left yet again. But this is the battle for P6 out on circuit. Seriously impressive stuff so far in the Moto2 European Championship. Morosi back down to P8 after his brilliant qualifying. He did start P4, let's keep in mind, and now continuing on. Down the back straight we do go. Dennis Foggia heavy on the anchors for the time being. The top 4, no moves made there as Morosi tries to make a move on Palmira. no room at the end so far. But Jack, this opening stage has been all drama, plenty of moves, plenty to talk about, and still the second half to go where riders might have to start thinking about their tyres.
Yeah, time management is going to be crucial at the end of this race, especially in these conditions. Foggia looking to defend from Yambias into turn 9, and there was a look there on Palomera, but it wasn't. No one was able to complete that move. Aradre just still building up a slight gap over his rivals, and we see there are yellow flags out at between turns 6, 7 and 8 on our timing screens.
Yeah, so some incidents further back down the order. You can see the yellow flashing boards in the background there. Obviously, the circuit looking back on itself. As we exit the final corner, Mongiardo losing a little bit of ground, I think it's fair to say, on these top three. The top three slowly begin to edge away, and the real question is, can he stay with them in this later stages? Yambias looking down the inside on Foggia. We know Foggia, he's not afraid of launching an attack, and we've seen that with himself and Harrison Voigt over Estoril, where there actually was some contact and some penalties handed out for the incident. Now, Urstegi hasn't came round to the last sector point, so potentially run into issues on that last lap with the yellow flags, of course, coming out. But Unai Aradre continues to lead by nearly 0.4 of a second. Again,
just still eking out that gap slowly but surely over Fernandez. Just perhaps testing the number 4's resolve, knowing that there have been mistakes in the past. Just note one of the yellow flags we had. It seems we had 2 different incidents in quick succession. Max Toff and Owen Van Tricht crashed out. Both are saying okay on our timing screens. We obviously wait for confirmation. And Urastegui was another crash. And we just see what happened here. Or we see the exit of it as they all...
Yeah, that's Van Tricht and Max Toff there. So the 2 of them going down at that incident. And it looks like Urstegi having an incident of his own. So 3 riders going down in the space of a couple of seconds. It shows how tough it is out there and how high the pace is out there to be able to even stay with them out on circuit. I mean, it looks like, judging by the timing screens, Dennis Foggia's lost a couple of positions as well. He's now just made his way back up into P8, but he was back down to P9. So one small mistake at this ref circuit, we spoke about it before, just how much miles everyone's done on this circuit. And it gets to a point where one tiny little mistake where you run wide at turns 3, turns 4, even turns 5 you're able to run wide, especially turn 6 at the end of the back straight. Then suddenly you've lost 4 or 5 positions.
Yeah, everyone is so close here because everyone on this grid will have ridden here thousands of laps, and that's if someone hasn't done that many. It's a great testing circuit. Loads of championships come here, so everyone knows the circuit like the back of their hand. As I say, you can run wide and lose 3, 4, 5 places very, very easily. Aradre, the gap coming down a little bit now. Fernandez, well, I was about to say less than 3 tenths away, but it's just gone up to 0.330 seconds as Yambias leads Palomera and Morossi.
Yeah, leading Palomera and Morossi for the time being. Morossi, of course, you would imagine at this stage of the race, he was just trying to get himself dialed into things, trying to get himself settled down after what was not a successful start to the race. Jacob Roaston, meanwhile, trying to put some pressure on the likes of Dennis Foggia behind. So Roaston sitting P9, Foggia P8 for the time being, and Rossi Moore rounded out the top 10. So Rossi Moore not losing any positions from the race start, and at minimum, that's what you want.
Now Rossi Moore perhaps on course for a 4th consecutive top 10 finish. He's running the American flag on the side of his bike this weekend. That was the 4th of July weekend over in the States. They're celebrating National Day effectively. It's a big group, it's a 3-rider group. Yambias still in Morossi and Palomera, but Morossi might get the run on the Uruguayan rider through turn 12 and into turn 13. Wait to see if he lines up the move. Morossi on the inside, under braking, gets ahead of the number 94.
Morossi has got the situation under control for the time being, sussed it out, and now moves up yet another place. So inside the top 5 for the time being, but for how long? Because I mean, Yambias, he's such a quick rider, he's really took to these Moto2 machines like a duck to water. We've seen it previously in wet conditions, and now finally in the dry is able to click.
Sometimes with Moto2, we've seen it in the World Championship as well as the European Championship, just takes up one good result for it to click, and suddenly you make a step without maybe even trying to or realising. And perhaps that's what's happened here with Yambias now fighting inside the top 6.
And you can just see there, exiting turn 4, how much riders use the rear tyre, how much they turn with the rear tyre as well. And that gets quite difficult towards the end of the race. Here is Marazzi for the time being though, leading Yambias as we mentioned. Palmyra is still sitting there in the group. And then Jacob Roaston now sits in P8 as Dennis Foggia drops back down to 10th. So Dennis Foggia already run into some issues with 10 laps remaining. Now, is a move going to be arriving here from Eric Fernandez? I don't think we're too far away. The gap last time around was less than 2/10 of a second. And now Radric, Fernandez and Pavlik still remain locked together. If anything, a bike length or so separating Fernandez and Pavlik out on circuit. But Eric Fernandez, he's looking racy here, and it looks like he's not going to be giving up anytime soon as we head on to 9 laps to go in a few moments' time.
No, Fernandez not going to give up on your Radric. That gap has come down. It was at the last turning point 0.237. We wait to see what it was across the line. Pavlik looks like losing perhaps a bike length or so each lap, but still within touching distance. Mongiardo a little bit further back. The gap between Radric and Fernandez, at the line 0.145. I thought we got those two names out the way when Fernandez moved to the World Championship, but apparently not.
Well, it's a real tongue twister out on circuit, a real good ding dong as well out on track 2. 9 laps now remaining, finally into single digits as well. This was a long race for the riders, and now we're building towards the point where they're soon going to be putting their places and putting their plans into use. I think that's what we've seen from the likes of Marossi. I'm sure he wasn't hoping to drop back as far as what he did, but now that he has, he's well and truly ahead. Pavlik has now rejoined this battle and rejoined this fight for second and first place out on circuit. I don't think it's going to be too long until we see a move made. I think it's going to be one of these races where as soon as one move is made, all the dominoes are going to begin to fall into place.
It does feel like it's a bit of a slow burn at this point. Not that it hasn't been good, but you just feel like something is going to happen in the final 5 laps or so of this race. Fernandez taking a slightly wider line out of turn 8 into 9. It doesn't really matter too much. You can take multiple lines through there. But is he going to be close enough to line up and move through 11 and 12 into 13? It doesn't look like it.
Doesn't look like it just yet. Now this battle continues on behind as well. But Eric Fernandez, he looks so strong over at turns 8, turns 9. And he would suggest perhaps trying to line up a move. Confirmation of time screens, a crash for the number 77. So a big shame for Jean Gimbert for back down the order. So his day is done, it seems, and there he is walking off out of harm's way. So the Reds Eagle 1 rider heads to the tyre wall to watch the rest of his 8 laps. You get a little replay of what happened. Just losing what must be the rear as you're picking up the throttle over at turns 8, turn 6. He looks a little bit confused, he looks a little bit bewildered by what happened there, and a slight bit of frustration because that bike is not getting restarted. Back to the head of the race though, and while we're building up towards turn 6, Eric Fernandez, if he wants to be able to make a move work at turn 6, he's going to need a really good drive out of 5. He's got that, he tucks into the slipstream. Number 4 does a move await at the end of this corner, not quite just yet. But wait until we head towards turns 8 and turn 9 as this fight does continue on behind as well. Roaston looking up the inside of Yambias. He gets the job done though.
Yeah, Roaston up the inside of Yambias, turn 6, but runs slightly wide, allowing the number 94 back ahead of the Australian in this fight for P6. Of course, this does allow Marossi just to keep building a gap, and it looked like they were side by side heading into the following corner. We wait to see who comes out on top, still side by side, but it's Roaston on the inside of Palomera, and Yambias has dropped to the back of this 3-rider group.
Yeah, Yambias being the real loser of that situation there. Roaston managing just to get ahead of both of them there. So Roaston had the inside line going into turns 9. He was able to make that one work, and certainly he's made it stick. So up into P6 for the time being. Now setting sights on Marosi just ahead. So Marosi being the final rider inside the top 5 places. A little bit in no man's land for the time being. So 8 or so seconds separated them as Unai Radri well and truly under pressure. Over the line last time around, 58 thousandths of a second. Eric Fernandez, a move's coming.
A move is definitely coming from Fernandez on a large rate. If he can maintain that, you would think turn 5 or turn 6. Also worth noting, Mongiardo looks visibly closer to Pavlik coming through turns 1 and 2 on the last shot that we saw.
Yeah, Mongiardo trying to latch on to the back of this top three for the time being. He's been trying so for the last 5 laps. He had some early pace, but he's not been able to show that for the last few. Eric Fernandez on the number 4. Does a move right this time around? Not quite. I mean, Unai Araju at the end of this back straight, he's so impressive. I think we need to wait for the number 10 to almost run wide for the number 4, the 44, to get any sort of an opportunity. However, at turns 8 and turns 9, it could be a completely different story, because that's where Eric Fernandez has been trying to line up a move for a couple of laps now. They make their way towards turns 8 now, and while the number 4 has a sneaky little look, but thinks better of it.
Worth noting that the gap across the line was less than a tenth, it was around half a tenth. At the end of sector 1, it was over 1 tenth. So Arado just had enough in hand to build a gap. He does go slightly more defensive through turn 11 though, taking a slightly tighter line through the very fast right-hander. Through turn 12 they go. It's Fernandez going to line up a move at turn 13. Number 4, no, he doesn't make it this time around.
Doesn't quite just yet, but Mongiardo actually on the back of Pavelec now. Milan Pavelec, he's had a front row seat to this fight so far, and potentially thinks that, well, Mongiardo is going to be doing the exact same sort of race to him, but Mongiardo, I think he'll be desperate to stand on that podium. I mean, he's not going to need a second invitation at that. Meanwhile, Jacob Ralston, well and truly catching on to the back of Morosi here. We were speaking about Morosi being a little bit in no man's land, as Marco Tapia looks to be diving up the inside of Harrison. Voigt thinks better of it though, so number 8 slots in behind. Now that is going to be your battle for P12 out on circuit. Voigt now ahead of Marco Tapia.
Yeah, Voigt getting the better of Tapia through that little battle. But Tapia on the inside of freezing them going for him. No, he does think better of it. That would have been a very brave move from the number 8. Can he make a move through 5 perhaps as we regroup with the leaders? And Taradre still just about ahead of Fernandez, but this time the gap through sector 1 came down to less than a tenth. So maybe Fernandez just learning from Taradre where he can be a little bit faster to take the fight to him over the last 6 laps of this race.
Yeah, he's desperate to get through now, as is Mongiardo. He's building up a move towards turn 9, as is Eric Fernandez. Mongiardo looks up the inside of Milan Pavelec, but it got too tight. The door was slammed in his face, and the MMR rider is going to have to wait a little bit longer if he wants to enter 3rd position in this one. Eric Fernandez as well, he's still continuing to look for a move, and it's really built a gap between these two groups, half a second or so split in 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, this is now 2 groups of 2 fighting over P1 and P2 and P3 and P4. Pavelec looked like he had a bit more in hand through sector 4 just to build out a slight gap over Mongiardo. No risk of a move coming at turn 13. The gap across the line between Taradre and Fernandez, a tenth and a half. So Fernandez losing a bit of time compared to this time last lap. But he was quick in this sector last lap, so perhaps he has just found something to be able to attack Taradre in sector 1.
Yeah, quick between them out on circuit, nice and tight between them as well out on track. 5 laps remaining, and as Eric Fernandez, after gathering all this information, going to use it. You would imagine he's going to have to wait to the last couple of laps and strike Unai Araju when he expects it be least. Over the line last time around, it was just over 1 tenth yet again, about 5.5 tenths back towards Milan Pavelec, who looks to have extended his margin over Mongiardo last time around. So good stuff there from Milan Pavelec, but yet again the 44, he hasn't looked like a rider that's been able to compete for the race win so far this time, as Jacob Ralston makes a move on Morosi. So jumped on for the number 12 and picks up yet another place before we even arrive in the braking zone at turn 6. But Jacob Ralston, this is what we were expecting to see from him.
Yeah, he's been unlucky over the first couple of rounds with issues forcing him out of races, for the number 12 putting in the performances that we did expect. He did have a big gap to build, to bridge to Rossi. As you see, Fernandez has the lead of the race ahead of Taradre, so that must have been a mistake from the number 10, because that group of 4 has really bunched up with 5 laps to go.
The move has been made. I would think that's just on the entry to turns 9. We've seen the number 4 line up a move for a couple laps now. Milan Pavelec now looks up the inside, pushes Unai Araju back down to 3rd. So in the space of half a lap, the number 10 has went from the race lead back down into P3. Turn 1, can he respond, or is it going to be Pavelec continuing to climb up the order? The reigning champion looks down the inside. There's no room this time around, so he slots back into 2nd place. Eric Fernandez is your race leader. The pole sitters in P1. Pavelec's a little bit wide, and Unai Araju looks to fight back, but I would think that was over at turns 8, turns 9. I mean, we've seen Eric Fernandez try so hard time and time again to make that move work, and finally he's made it stick and ignited this fight as Milan Pavelec enters the race lead for the first time here on Sunday. He runs it wide, and it's Eric Fernandez who takes the lead back, has a little look over his shoulder. They're side by side, they're elbowing all the way down the straight. There's contact between the two of them into turn 6, and it's Unai Radri who claims the race lead. We spoke about this battle well and truly igniting once one move has been made, and that has came to life. It's Unai Radri who leads from Eric Fernandez, and Pavelec in third. Now watch towards turns 8 and turns 9. Will the number 4 be able to make a move? Things were getting dicey on the back straight there, but Unai Radri, what a ride it's been so far from himself, managing to take P1 back.
That incredible last lap and a half or so between these four. Monjado with the best seat in the house. So we just have a look here. This is Pavelec on the curb. Fernandez elbow out once as they head down the back straight. A little one again and another one there from the number 4 on the 44 as we rejoin the action heading into turn 30. Radri still leads Pavelec on the outside. Fernandez defending P2 from the Polish rider as Monjado has a look for P3 as well, but isn't quite close enough to get ahead of the number 44.
Yeah, I don't think Pavelec would have appreciated an elbow in the side of his body twice there going down the back straight. There'll be some fire in his belly for sure over the last 3 laps or so. And then we continue on now. The number 4 of Eric Fernandez has been handed a long lap penalty due to irresponsible riding. So clearly the Stuart's not happy with that down the back straight, not happy with 2 contacts down the back straight from his elbow.
Now, you would imagine it was for that, unless it was something that we haven't seen on screen. As Fernandez at turn 5 makes the move on Radri to take a provisional P1. He does have to take that long lap penalty, however, but he currently leads. He does have 3 laps to take the penalty. If he doesn't, it will be converted into a 3-second time penalty, so pretty much guaranteed a top 4 finish. Radri fights back at turn 6 up the inside of Fernandez as he retakes the lead of the race.
Now, what does the number 4 do here? Does he take it straight away? He overtakes straight away, gets the lead back again, and well, if he was able to take the penalty on this lap, he could well and truly get involved in this fight yet again. The Radri now back down into P4. Mongiardo getting involved in 3rd. Pavelec's now up into 2nd position, so Mongiardo now runs it wide over at turn 9 and allows Unai Radri potentially back through, slams the door shut in his face, and Eric Fernandez have a little look over his shoulder there. There's confirmation of the long lap penalty. He'll see that board, and you would imagine he would want to take it straight away, because then there is a chance of getting involved in this right-o dogfight at the head of the field.
Doesn't take it this lap, perhaps hasn't quite seen the message. He'll see it as he crosses the start-finish line when he takes, heads on to 2 laps to go, leading this race, but Pavelec has the run on him, heading up into turn 1, up the hill. Is he going to make the move under braking? Yes, he is.
Great stuff from your reigning champ. Milan Pavelec enters the race lead. Towards turn 2 we go though. Eric Fernandez, he's fired up here. He's looking for some sort of podium rostrum finisher, even with a long lap penalty to take with 2 laps remaining. Milan Pavelec, he has been a cool customer so far in this one. He's waited his time, he's bided his time, and now takes P1. Mongiardo lurks in 3rd as Eric Fernandez looks to show a front wheel down the inside over at turn 5. Can he make it work? They're going to be side by side yet again. Another look behind him there, headed onto the back straight. Mongiardo onto the white lines as well. And Unai Radri, well, he can only watch this unfold in P4.
On the outside is a Radri, and that could be costly through turn 6 as Mongiardo goes up into P2 behind Fernandez. Of course, Fernandez still has that long lap penalty looming to take. So, Mongiardo on the inside here into turns 8 and 9. Is he taking the lead from Fernandez? He is. What a move that is from the number 49. And Fernandez can't respond. Pavelec defends from Radri into turn 9 as well.
Eric Fernandez running it wide through turn 8, and that was a costly mistake. Mongiardo does enter the race lead. He does take a wide line through turn 9 pretty much every single lap, so it does tend to bunch them up ever so slightly. Now, turn 13, this is where the long lap loop is located. Does Eric Fernandez take it? No, he does not, and in fact, it's Milan Pavelec nearly making a move on him. The run up to turn 1 now is going to be really interesting. 1 lap to decide it all. Fernandez has a long lap penalty to take. He looks over at Mongiardo and he reclaims the race lead. Milan Pavelec looks to take 2nd. Not quite.
Not quite close enough for Pavlets. Fernandez does retake the lead as Pavlets up the inside of Mongiardo, foot off the peg for the Italian, but it's Pavlets who moves back into P2 and instantly has a couple of bike pits in hand over the number 49. Pavlets does not need to pass Fernandez on track, but whether the 44 has seen that is a different matter.
Yeah, it's where he's seen the bright boards down, start, finish straight. I'm sure Pavlets will be using his head, but at the same time, if he can get a bite between himself and Mongiardo, it's a very, very safe place to be on this final lap. Heading towards turn 6 yet again. A big moment heading into the braking zone for Milan Pavlets. Unai Radre has well and truly dropped back here so far, around half a second already on this final lap. So a big shame for him. It doesn't look like he's going to be involved in this fight for victory on the final lap. But Milan Pavlets, it looks like he wants to win this on circuit at turn 8. He dives down the inside on Eric Fernandez, and Eric Fernandez does drop yet another position. Mongiardo, can he make a move? Not quite.
Mongiardo not close enough to capitalise on that stunning move from Pavlets to take the lead of the race. Fernandez running in P2 still hasn't taken the long lap penalty, so will potentially, if Radre keeps dropping, it's unlikely you would think it'll be a 3-second penalty. So I'll stop talking about that. Fernandez up the inside, turn 13, no. So Pavlets rounds the final corner in P1.
One corner remains. Milan Pavlets is in the race lead. It looks like he's going to claim race victory. The sole race of the weekend in the Moto2 European Championship goes the way of Milan Pavlets. 0.2 of a second was his winning margin over Eric Fernandez. Now Fernandez should get a penalty added on to his name as well, but on circuit he finished second. Mongiardo in P3 on circuit, you would imagine that would be promoted to second, and Unai Radre P4 on track. Officially, you would imagine that would be a podium still as well. But Milan Pavlets, what a race. And poor Eric Fernandez, your pole sitter, a real old strange one for him, and that has been updated on the timing screen. He will claim P4 officially, but yeah, the Stuart not happy with that move down the back straight.
No, the Stuart's not happy with that, and you can you can see why, because it did seem a bit needless to get your elbows out 2 or 3 times. Even once seemed a bit much. So yeah, you can understand where the Stuarts are coming from with that. It is victory for Pavlets, and cool, calm, collected, sort of waited for the chaos to unfold and then just took full advantage of it.
The perfect way to bounce back after his race to crash at Estoril. Milan Pavlets in P1 yet again. Your 2025 Moto2 European champion is already back in form. 2026. There's confirmation of the 3-second penalty for Eric Fernandez for failing to comply with the long lap penalty. Now obviously, if that was earlier on in the race, that would be promoted to a double long lap penalty for that. But with it being 3 laps remaining that he was handed it, he didn't have all the laps available, if you will, to be able to serve it. So it's been converted into a 3-second time penalty. It'll be interesting to see if he tries to appeal it or if he takes the slap on the wrist, takes the P4 finish, and back to a box. Now, it'll be interesting to know if he tries to go into Mark Fernie, how much he knows about his finishing order. What we do know is that Milan Pavlets was P1. Mongiardo in P2, and Unai Radre, of course, who entered the weekend as championship leader, he is P3. But there is the 44, there is P1 here at Jerez. Milan Pavlets into Park Fermi, begins celebrations with the AGR team. It's been a difficult start to the day for the AGR team, different classes, but now in the Moto2 European Championship, they've returned to the top step yet again. I don't think Francesco Mongiardo can believe that he's got second place. Emotional stuff from the 49, of course, best finish of P3 so far this season. Up to this point, we're now exiting to finish on the board. It was a solid 2025 season for him. Well, he's been in the Moto2 class for a couple of years now, and his experience well and truly shining through. Unai Radre also down in Park Fermi now. A good race from him, but yet again, like we see in Portugal, it was the latter stages, the late race pace that held him back. Milan Pavlets, I'm sure will be happy not only that he won, but that he won on circuit as well. will probably be talking to the team, asking if they've seen the contact on the back straight, you would imagine. Certainly one of the biggest talking points that we did have, but a good dogfight in Moto 2. It was a race that brewed and brewed, until simply exploded out on the circuit. An epic finish to an epic race. 25 points extra for Milan Pavlic. He looks to be returning to the head of the championship if all things go well this season. His championship rivals well and truly still there. Unai Radri, a podium finish. The pace was certainly there, the qualifying pace was there too, but still a little bit of work needed before he can return confidently to the top step of the podium. Obviously a really hot day here in Jerez. So maybe temperatures and the tyres just gets in the better of him. Hugs, cuddles, cheers down in Park Fermi. Plenty of celebrations for the social media pages for the teams. Vamos is shouted out down in Park Fermi. Obviously, Milan Pavlic will have to wait till the next rounds of the season to return to action on the Moto 2 European Championship. Sadly, only having one race this round. Nonetheless, there's still plenty of action coming your way here at Jerez. This was race 3 of the day. Luckily, we still have 3 more races in store after this one. But here is the moment that handed Eric Fernandez a penalty. It was 1 elbow shove, 2 elbow shoves, well, just before he entered that back straight, and a third one there just at the end. Milan Pavlic, for him though, managed to respond. This was the race winning overtake. Launch of the move over at turns 8. Making it work. Obviously, you don't want to rely on the penalty. Milan Pavlic certainly did back. Stomped to the front and took lead 1. Pavlic, so you would imagine, would be a massive, massive smile on his face. Have a look at how the race was won. Eric Fernandez took the race lead on the opening couple of corners, leading the way with Milan Pavlic in second. A big crash further back, there's a couple of riders going down. It was a tricky start to the day for sure. Hot temperatures out there, and too hot pace for some. Van Trick being one of the riders going down there with Max Top at the opening sector. And Morosi got locked in the battle of Palmira further back down the order. Morosi wants to move up the inside of Yambias, however, though. Unai Radri eventually at the front of the action. There was a crash further back down the order. Johan Gimbert on the Red Eagle 1 machine. A massive shame for the number 77. As Yambias did get locked in the fight with Jacob Roston. Now Roston was beginning to make his way through the order, impressing yet again. It started off with Foggia, then it was Yambias, and eventually it was Morosi. Yet another place game for him. He got himself involved in the top 5 conversation, while the top 4 continued this epic fight. We've seen that Eric Fernandez was handed a penalty for this incident, making contact with his elbow on the side of Milan Pavlic 3 times down the back straight before eventually reclaiming the race lead, overtaking Unai Radri, who eventually dropped back down the order to P4. Radri would lose touch, and Milan Pavlic set his sight on victory with 2 laps to go. Mongiardo got himself involved in the mix as well though, but the 44 wasn't done yet, proving why he is the reigning Moto 2 European champion and launching the race with a move over at turn 8 to take victory in the sole Moto 2 race of the weekend. Pavlic on top once more. So celebrations, well and truly beginning down here in Park Fermi. The riders already out on the podium. First of all, the AGR team representative will go on the podium first, and then it's going to be Unai Radri. P4 on the road, but still a podium finish after penalties applied. They'll go over with the AGR team. Second place, meanwhile, goes to the way of Francesco Mongiardo. happy for him. A wave, a smile. You see the disbelief as he entered Park Fermi. The MMR team doing a cracking job in the Moto2 European Championship. Milan Pavelich, meanwhile, up onto the top step of the podium yet again, returning to P1. You did wonder what could have been Access the realm. Now here at Jerez, he's got his wish. The Polish rider, the Polish star, is on top once more, and the trophies now being handed out. The RFA representative will be handed out first of all to the AGR team. For them, it's Gunnar Radri's turn. Third of the bronze trophy for himself. So third place for Radri, points up to the sky. Well, for him, an emotional victory for sure. It's a real emotional weekend. Of course, Francesco Mongiardo will get his trophy next. And we expect a pretty big celebration here from him, the Chief Steward. And the trophy already beginning it before this trophy has even arrived to him. Is Mongiardo, he's happy with that one, for sure. But finally, is going to be Pavelich, obviously some replacement rights in the Moto2 World Championship this year for him. One rider in that is Jose Antonio Rueda, who hands out the P1 trophy. So Pavelich, P1, and of course victory here in Jerez means we're going to be able to hear the Polish national anthem ring out all across the circuit. P1 for Pavelich. Celebrates with him, of course, does Mongiardo, but that was all he wrote for, well, the only Moto2 European Championship race of the weekend. They could put their feet up, grab maybe a nice treat from the paddock, and they begin to wind down and enjoy the rest of the races. But that was your podium in Moto2. This the rest of the finishing order. Milan Pavelich's victory just under 1 second over Francesco Mongiardo. Gunnar Radri in third. Eric Fernandez, after his penalty, took the number 4 in P4. Rulston rounded out top 5 after a solid ride with Morozzi, Moore, Palmira, Venturini and Gambias rounded out the top 10. Zedenia to P11, but Tampil brings in Voigt and Dennis Foggia dropping all the way down to P15 in the finish up there. So number 7 clearly running into some issues, either himself, the bike or the tyres out on circuit. Marcus Uriarte rounds out in top 20 ahead of Declan Van Malen. Mahela to P22, Del Olmo to P23, round up top 25. Should have been Gimbert, but of course we did see a crash from John Gimbert over turn 6. Some other crashes further back here, Stegi being one of them, Toff and Grit involved in their own back. But the Moto2 European Championship delivering drama for sure. Milan Pavelić puts himself back at the top of the championship. It's a 6-point advantage now, with Gunnar Radri dropping back down to second. Eric Fernandez remains in third, with Mongiardo moving into P4 after Dennis Foggia only scored 1 point this time around. Some other championship changes further back down the order, like Garcia losing some championship places. Venturini moving inside the top 15, so P14 in the championship for him. 12 points on the board scored so far this year. Max Toff, no surprise, no points this time around after his crash. Johan Santos as well, the final rider, with just 1 point to his name so far in the 2026 season. But Pavlet back at the top of the championship, 98 points to his name. How do you like that? Moto2 European Championship, delivering drama from start to finish. Pavlet's on top, Fernandez penalised, and Mongiardo and Unai Radri taking unexpected results. All it's time to say for the Moto2 class is see you in round 4. As well, stay with us at Jerez, and we have plenty of action coming up.
have it. After an incredible showing this morning, the Moto3 Junior World Championship are returning to the circuit for further high-speed drama. We saw an epic fight throughout the order in race 1, and now we're expecting much of the same this afternoon. This historic circuit holds 8 right-handers and 5 left-handers, which is going to reward the fastest, most consistent and bravest rider over the next 10 laps. Who's going to come out on top? There's another shift in the title race away. These are the questions which are about to be answered as we head lights out for Moto3 Junior World Championship Race 2. Looking back at race 1 earlier on today, these were the highlights. And while there was a crash right at the start of the race, Juniorgp crashed out for the AGR team. That brought out a red flag. Moligani also going down in a separate incident. Finally, the race was able to get restarted, and it's a great start from Leonardo Zani, who launched from pole position and snatched the lead over the Siap Moto Aspar riders. For back, there was an issue for Ballon and one of the Eagle 1 riders. They went down in their own incident. And with live sport sheets. Fernando Bahosa, meanwhile, scrapped away with Travis Borg. Borg constantly involved in the top 5 picture, eventually overtaken Pugliese, who himself began to drop down the field. Sullivan Betsy was involved in his own crash further back down the order in turn 13. But race 1 delivered drama right to the very end. Travis Borg soon began to work his way back up the field after losing a couple. There's a real yo-yo effect all the way throughout race 1 in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. Fernando Bahosa also getting involved in this fight to Abby Gonzalez, setting the fastest lap of the race early on too. So the AC Racing team gathering their hopes for a podium finish on the opening race of the day. Nicholas had a crash on the exit of turn 2, a nasty high side for him, luckily up on his feet. Now towards turn 13, where the final couple of laps began to brew, and the likes of Siap Pugliese Cano began to get some into positions as the car pushed him to look for a podium place. The 57 looked to have it wrapped up before we headed into turn 6 on the final lap of action, where he crashed out of the lead, throwing away 25 points here at Jerez. David Gonzalez had a crash of his own over at the final corner, which then of course handed to Carlos Cano his first victory in class. He took victory over his teammate Car Pushin, while rounded at the podium was Fernando Bahosa. Podium celebrations for Carlos Cano as further P1 trophies await this afternoon. Hello, welcome if you're just joining us. Race 2 of the Moto3 Junior World Championship is underway in about 10 minutes. So my name is Lewis Rain. Joining me for this one and the entire weekend of action is Jack Amy. And well, Jack, race 1, it brewed from start to finish, and on the final lap, some real big mistakes from some key names, including pole sitter Leonardo Zani.
Yeah, Zani did look like, despite the pressure, that he had just a bit in hand over Cano and Carpushin and all of his rivals, but just a small mistake, and it's easy to do at turn 6 under braking, just lose the front, and all of his hard work was undone. So number 57 gets a chance to go from pole position again in race 2. Obviously, as you can see on screen, due to the high temperature here at Jerez, Race Direction has decided to reduce the race to 2/3 of the original distance, so it's a 10-lap race for Moto3 Junior Race 2. It's worth noting that Race 1 was also 10 laps due to an early red flag, so they have experience of racing over a slightly shorter distance.
Yeah, exactly. It's somewhat a rerun of Race 1 with the red flag coming out, as you mentioned, but obviously Race Direction doing this for the riders' sake. Temperature so hot, up to 37 degrees air temperature, track temperature rising towards 60 degrees Celsius now, and we're really getting close to the stage where it's going to begin to get greasy out there.
It's going to be greasy anyway. We know Jerez is a track that produces a lot of grip, but more so when it's cold. When it's hot, it can be trickier. We've seen throughout the day a fair number of crashes, and obviously we haven't been able to speak to all the riders because we're in the commentary box, but you would imagine it could just be pushing a bit too much, and grips just starts to go away, causing those issues.
They're causing a few issues in race 1 in the final lap. That could just be some overconfident riders. But Leonardo Zani, what he's doing this one, he's going to be looking to bounce back, he's going to be hungry for victory, but nonetheless, if he isn't able to take victory, definitely needs to get some points on the board.
Points on the board are crucial. He's given himself, with his pole position from Saturday, the perfect chance to bounce back from P1 on the grid in race 2. But like race 1, he's going to have a lot of riders trying to get past him.
Full gas for Travis Borg in this one. 2 podiums to his name so far. And in race 1, it's a strange one. It seems that he was in 3rd place at one moment, backed into P5, and then suddenly had the work to do all over again.
Yeah, he was, as you said, basically P3 or P5, but it would change every few corners. He couldn't really get into a rhythm to fight for the podium and end up off the rostrum. But again, going from the front row, going from P2, a good chance to get back on the podium after he was on there in Barcelona and Estoril. 2nd
place in the championship now. Carlos Cano starts from the front row. Your race 1 winner, his first race win, moving up to the Moto3 Junior World Championship. Let's not forget, a lot of pedigree in the European Cup champion previously, runner-up last year officially, and for Carlos Cano, what can they do? They'll be looking for yet another race, but as well Pugliese, who's still just about hold on to the championship lead.
Pugliese just holding on to the championship lead, as you say, but Cano, full of confidence obviously after race 1. As I said, probably didn't quite have enough to challenge Zanni over the 10 laps, but didn't make a mistake, Zanni did, and therefore Cano was able to take advantage and gain the first win in the Cup, in the championship. He'll be looking to repeat that if he can today. Yeah, this afternoon.
Yeah, he'll be looking to repeat that this afternoon, and Ramadipa, maybe not the ride he was looking for in race 1, and we'll see in a few moments' time Singapore. Both of them slightly disappointed from maybe what we're expecting, certainly from what we've seen at Estoril, and then from what we've seen in qualifying. Obviously both started on the second row of the grid, but Ramadipa and Singapore will be searching for at least the top 5 finish in demand.
You would think so, yeah. Ramadipa we know has podium and race winning potential in this class. He obviously won Estoril last time out, podium in Barcelona on debut, so we know he's got the pace to fight for podium, just perhaps didn't have the feeling this morning. We'll hopefully for his sake have it something to with Singapore. Bit of a surprise back, obviously Cole last time out at Estoril, of course, but we haven't really seen him fight in the top 5, top 6 consistently yet this season, but seems to be making steps with every race.
Yeah, making steps with every race, every single time he's out on the circuit. Well, so far, again, lap times have been dropping, but is this going to be the tipping point with track temperatures nearing towards 60 degrees? Yaroslav Kar push him, second place, runner-up last time out in race 1. First podium of the season for him as well, let's not forget. We have to say, he's a cool customer on there in the grid.
He is probably one of the coolest at the moment with the temperatures out there. As you say, podium in race 1 this morning. We know he's got the pace to go with his teammate. He was all over the back of Cano throughout the whole 10 laps pretty much. So we know there's a chance that he can fight for a podium and for the victory.
Yeah, there's a chance for P1 to go into the back pocket after this afternoon. Fernando Barrosa as well finished at the top ace racing team rider after race 1. He was involved in that fight for the top 5 as well, all the way throughout. Briefly entered podium place 2. A big shame on the other side of the box as well, with David Gonzalez crashing them at the final corner.
Barrosa has a chance to fight for the podium for the victory again, despite the third row start. It's where he started this morning, and I think he'll be able to fight for Rostrom. Gonzalez, thinking like Tanny, wants to make amends for the last lap error that he made in race 1.
Yeah, what from that one. Now we're further back down the order. Then on a wild photo machine. Goes with P9 in this one. Sits 16th in the championship. Maybe not where he's hoping to be at this point in the season. Nonetheless, he's ready to go for this one, and P9 can do some damage if he's able to latch onto this front group.
The key thing for him is latching onto the group, as you said. A couple of retirements in Barcelona and Estoril mean his championship points are a bit skewed against him. Was P10 in the first race in Barcelona, so we know he can fight inside the top 10. Just needs to be able to get the consistent results to show for us.
Top 10 potential is there. The board is probably shown to the riders out on the circuit, but Leonardo Zanni is your rider that starts from pole position. Needs to go. Look towards the lights out. 57 goes from pole. Now we're left to wonder who's going to come out on top in race 2. The Motor 3 Junior World Championship delivered drama start to finish so far to arrive at Jerez this weekend. Final stretches are being done on the grid. Final handshakes as well for Evan Belford, who goes from P10. It was a bad start on the first race start. On the restart, however, much better.
Yeah, took advantage of the restarted race to make amends basically for dropping down the order of the open lap in race 1. Ended up finishing inside the top 10, so a very good race for Belford and inside the P10. He'll hope he has a place to do well.
That's P10. Have a little look further back in the order at Long. Obviously part of the moment race team, a big presence in the paddock. Well, looks ready to fight. He did get himself involved in the mix as well, not forgetting like the top 6, top 7 order throughout the race. He did some damage himself.
but a little bit of work to do to fight with his teammate Zanny at the front.
Yeah, a little bit of work to do, but obviously Zanny fighting at the front would have given him a lot of data that I'm sure Plank was looking at, analysing and working out where to make improvements on the bike. We know he's got the pace to fight at the front of the field because he has all season so far.
Yeah, he's at the front from very start of lights out at Barcelona. Zanny has had his ups and downs. He's crashed from the lead. He crashed from some key positions, not once but twice now. Let's not forget in Barcelona he had his crash, and now here's the in Jerez. What does today hold race 2 in store? Well, Zanny getting ready from pole position. Alongside him, Travis Borg and Carlos Cano. Who's going to come out on top in race 2? So here we have it, the grid is being rolled off. Leonardo Zanny starts from pole, Borg and Cano alongside. Pugliese, championship leader in P4, Ramadipa and Singapore looking to go further in the order in P5 and P6 this time in race 2. Yaroslav Karpushek, the podium finisher in race 1, goes to P7 alongside the Hosa and Tinen as Evan Belfort runs in the top 10. Blanc goes to P11, Costa 12, Moniani, Ogiwara and Christian Tankman Jr. runs in the top 15. Gabarini Ballon behind Redmond top 18. David Gonzalez goes from P19, a lot of work to do, but he managed to do it in race 1. Silva Mensa runs on top 20, Rennie Strat 1 behind. For a bit down the order, we see he's not runs out the top 30. Abruzzo as well, he had a long lap penalty to serve in race 1. He's not going to have to do that this time around. Eduardo Bertola as well, he goes from to renting out our order. So, now, one on lap time, temperatures are scorching in this one. Jack, do you think it's going to be a case of Leonardo Zanny pushing 150% out there in circuit, trying to stretch out the lead early like we already seen in race 1, or is he going to have to use his head and break home the points?
I think it will be a bit of both. I don't think you can go and push 150% in these conditions and expect to stay on the bike, because it will be so greasy. Like, as you said, the grip here is great when it's cold, not when it's 60 degrees temperature. That will cause issues, but he will be using his head. He will have the crash in mind. He'll want to put that out of his head as soon as possible, and what better way than to get a podium, get a victory in this race.
Still a very, very small wind gusting around this circuit, about 2 miles per hour or so. Not enough to cool you down, and not enough as well to affect you when you're on bikes. Don't forget, Moto3 is not the heaviest bikes in the world, so when it does get windy, you can't hold the bike. Certainly, with the slips, you can play a little bit more of a role, but here today, that shouldn't be much of a worry.
Shouldn't be much of an issue at the moment. It can be a bit gusty, not strong gusts, but gustier than 2 miles an hour. So maybe occasionally you feel it when the riders are on track, but it's not going to be a huge effect.
Championship standings on the right hand side of your screen. Leading the way, Cano and Ramadipa, 7th and 9th points in those gaps. Top 3 locked together on circuit and field head for turn 10 towards start of racing. Start of race 2 here at Circuito at Nieto, one of the most historic venues in motorcycle racing, and well, rightfully so. The home of last lap battles. And well, Jack, I would expect a few moves to be made at turn 30 very well.
Turn 13 will be crucial, particularly on the last lap. Just make the move or disrupt your opponent, maybe be able to get a better run out of the final corner, because it isn't the longest straight. It's a fairly long run to the checkered flag, where obviously races are decided.
Last year, of course, was Leonardo Zanny's first full season in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. This year being the second full campaign. And well, he started it in style for sure. 57 rolls into the P1 spot on the grid. Red flag awaits them at the front, and then green flag will wait at the back. Red lights will go on. 10 laps of action will unfold. Start marker does move himself from the front of the grid. Nearly ready to get going. Race 2 here at Jerez is ready for race, and we are going to good start from Zanny so far, and Travis Borg, who looks to be
taking the lead on the run to turn 1. Who's going to be bravest on the brakes? Borg launches a move up the inside, but he's too far back, and Zani swoops around the outside. So the Italian claims the race lead towards turn 2. Everyone's running nice and clean so far. Cano remains in P3, and already Yaroslav car pushing locks into P4. It's a Siap Moto Aspar 3, 4, 5 out on circuit. Pugliese is at the back of those three. Yellow flags out at turn 2 behind. Doesn't affect the front of this group, of course. And already Sandy under some pressure further back down the order. And well, wait and see who's run into some issues on the opening lap of action. But what a great start yet again.
Great start from Paul to immediately put Zani under pressure. He's very close to the number 57. Is he going to be close enough to make a move? Under brake, not quite. Zani able to defend as Cano up the inside of Paul, not able to get into P2.
Look, I mean, it's a weekend to forget for Leonardo Abruzzo, so that's another crash here today. The 1 lap penalty this morning before a crash at turn 13. Well, time to pack up, reset, and go home ahead of the next round of the season, and hopefully come back better next round. Travis Borg, meanwhile, looks to make a move up the inside. Big better on it. Pugliese looks to be sorted into second as round. Does go down from further back down the order. A massive shame for Bahosa, and while Fernando Bahosa, he is down on the deck. The 69 looks to remember there's too much damage to that bike. The tail unit as well and truly took a beating to the 69. Fernando Bahosa, what a shame.
Bahosa looked very frustrated with the riders he was riding alongside heading into that corner, so I wonder if he thinks there was a bit of contact. But a real shame for Bahosa, because we know he's got race winning pace, podium pace, but the number 69 out of contention.
Out of contention now in this one, and that's going to relieve Sandy a little bit more, you would imagine. Bahosa was in the mix in race 1, and now it's Travis Borg on the attack. The 23 hasn't made a move yet as Carlos Cano launching the move at turn 2. There's contact. Cano's down, and he's took out Pugliese, his teammate, the two Siap Moto Aspar riders, and your championship leader, 1 and 2 in the championship, have gone down.
Golden rule of motorsport, don't make contact with your teammate, and that's exactly what Cano did there. That's broken up the lead group as well. It's now Zani and Borg on their own. Ramadipa up into P3. Carpusian fighting for P4, but costly for Cano and Pugliese there.
What a gift for Travis Borg and Leonardo Zani at the front of this race. Less riders to contend with, and you would imagine Yaroslav Carpusian is going to get involved in the mix as well. A moment on the rear as well from Singapore behind, losing just 1 position from that flank now ahead, as here is the replay heading into turn 2. Down the inside goes Carlos Cano, and well, a little bit of contact with Travis Borg, hits his back wheel, and just settles the bike, runs him wide, and into the front wheel quickly.
Yeah, obviously not what Cano intended. It was unlucky that the way it unfolded, but it was a very aggressive move from Cano to start with to make the move on Borg. You just see that from Carpusian signalling to the riders behind him. He's got the pace to catch Zani and Borg. Let's work together. It doesn't often work. It's Borg up the inside at turn 11 to take the lead from the number 57. Will Zani respond under braking at turn 13? No. So it's Borg who leads as Plank looks to make a move on Leandro Ramadipa at turn 13 for P4.
With how much drama there has been, you would imagine this would suit the likes of Travis Borg, who's had the cricket race one problem, get mixed up in the pack. Now there's less riders you would imagine to get involved with. But, well, we have gone way down to P10 for the fastest rider on circuit, David Gonzalez. Again, no surprise there. I mean, he's having to fight his way through the order and still continue to push. Not forced to do what he did in race 1.
So if he can keep this pace up and fight his way through the field, that's exactly what the number 11 will want, without the mistake of race 1, of course, where he undid all of his hard work. A look at the live championship standings as Borg, as it stands, would take the lead from Ramadipa, 7 points between those two, with Pugliese dropping to P3. Of course, we still have 8 laps to go, and that is subject to change as Zani looks to have a run on Borg, but isn't close enough to make the move as Plank goes up the inside of Carpusian for P3.
Leandro Ramadipa, second place in the championship. Who would have thought that going into 2026? Travis Borg at the head of it too. Now also at the head of the race. The 23 water riders being Carpusian, trying to make a move on the two Mamovan racing riders, who of course now sit second and third in picture. Borg moving on the inside of his teammate, and now Ramadipa trying to get involved and work his way through the order. If Ramadipa was able to finish behind Borg here, he could well and truly be within touching distance of the championship lead.
Yeah, Ramadipa, if he can make a few places, will obviously close that gap to Borg at the start, and you would imagine he will. The number 32 has incredible racecraft. We've seen it before in what was the European Talent Cup. We've seen it this season in his rookie season, and there's a move on car pushing to move into P4. And as we were talking about making progress through the field, he proves our point.
Yeah, he proves our point so far, but still a while to go in this one. 7 laps remaining, and Zani trying to pedal the pressure for Travis Borg. David Gonzalez again second the fastest lap of the race, a 146.353. Exceptionally impressive stuff from the number 12, number 11 yet again. Now, here's Ramadipa, Yaroslav car pushing in between them, and Singapore just behind as well. 2 riders that we know, 3 riders that we know are very, very quick, but need to get a move on. We cannot afford to take the bike, because this top 3 have got a bike or 2 in between, a bike length or so in between them.
Yeah, Borg's only in fact looking to break away from Ramadipa, but we know the number 32 can use the slipstream to catch up on this long run into turn 6. The question is whether Zani is close enough to make a move on Borg. He is under braking, slides his way up the inside, as does Plank, follows his teammate through. Borg from P1 to P3 in just 1 corner.
Yeah, Borg being the real loser of turn 6 that time around, losing 2 positions, and there is Carlos Cano, the fastest lap of the race, a 146.186. Carlos Cano is trying to get some points back here, but with a shorter race due to the temperatures, it's less time to do it this month. So Rodiak as well running out on order, the riders behind him too. So a lot of ground to make up for Carlos Cano. So on any hope of scoring points here, this front group is massive now, and we have to be 11 riders or so in the front group. So towards turn 13, who's going to be making moves? The rider off in the background, so hopefully all is okay there as well. Look at the inside, in car pushing on Travis Borg. Can he make it work? The side by side, all the way on the exit, onto the green, nearly onto the grass goes Travis Borg.
Travis Borg, the big loser there at turn 13. Zani, Plank, car pushing Ramadipa up to 4, and Singapore into P5, all ahead of the rider from Malta. Just to note on Carlos Cano, in terms of points, he's around 2.2 seconds away from Sullivan Mounty in P15, and running around 1.5 to 2 seconds quicker than the riders ahead of him.
In Belfort, dropping down the Titan Street now and not crossing that final sector, so could potentially be the rider that crashed out, and that's confirmation 52 going down. Rider okay showing on the Titan Street for the time being, but Zani leading the way from his teammates. Moment races 1-2 at the front of the race car, pushing now, trying to get himself involved in the battle, as is Ramadipa. Who's going to break the latest over at turn 6? Ramadipa on the inside, and well, he gets one, or does he, as he swoops round the outside and hold possession. Car pushing does get up to second in the meantime, just behind Zani.
Yeah, car pushing on the move, as you say, up into second place, but Zani still leading the way as it stands, but 6 laps to go. Everything will change in this race for sure. Plank up the inside of car pushing at turn 9. Is he going to be able to make that work? It looks like no, he's not. Car pushing with some great defense on the outside.
Great defensive skills so far. A couple behind as well for a few of the riders. Just checking who's there, how many riders are there. Well, the answer to that is half of the field. David Gonzalez, keep your eye on him. The number 11 already involved in this lead scrap. The 24 looks up the inside on car pushing. Car pushing got through over at turn 6, and now the Momover rider has returned the favour. Zani takes the lead from his teammate, and you would imagine Yaroslav car pushing is going to be launching the move, launching that CS motor up the inside over at turn 1, but not quite this time around, and he's a little bit too far back. But as we're saying, keep your eye on David Gonzalez as well. There's the 17 finally making the move.
Gonzalez, as you say, up to P6 as car pushing comes through on Plank to move into P2, and we see number 8 of Bertola retiring from the race. A shame for the Italian rider.
Yeah, starting from the back of the grid, now retiring into pit lane. Travis Borg trying to sneak the wheel into the podium places there, and able to make it work so far for himself. But 5 laps remaining, we're around half race distance, and already we've had so much drama. What does the final half have in store? We're 4-5 wide on the run to turn 6. Incredible stuff as Ramadipa slots himself into the podium places. Where did the 32 come from? Impressive stuff. now ahead of the moving rider, as then Singapore sits behind.
A brave move from Ramadipa there to move up the inside. It's Karpushin who leads the way ahead of Zani at the moment, but Knight is in second. Doesn't make the move at turn 9. Ramadipa in P3, and that is, I can't quite work out who that is, but it's a retirement down at turn 6 there, and it's Vargo. Looks like he's dropping down the timing screen.
Big shame there for Varga, and actually all there is also dropping in the time. Two of them down at ridiculous. We'll continue on. Our circuit is getting dicey down here at turn 13. Somehow no contact there between anyone and nobody running on the green so far. Zani all the way down to P8 in the last lap. Your race leader, a few laps to go. He's struggling so far. He's really swallowed up by the pack. And now your top 5 for the time being. Karpushin, one from Ramadipa is third, Gonzalez in P4, and Travis Borg in fifth.
Yeah, Borg, or Zani rather, the big loser in that group. Just to note on Carlos Cano, he's already into the point paying position, up to P14 now, 6 seconds behind behind the leader. You would think it's a tough ask for him to catch up, but he is running around 8/10 a second quicker, but with only 4 laps to go. It's unlikely he'll be in the speed group.
Sullivan Vance in San Juan just ahead of him out on circuit. So what can he do this time around? And then number 70 of Daniel Jr. But back at the head of this race, Karpushin slots in P1 still. Gonzalez does run wide. He was in second, but that's going to allow Borg through. That's going to allow Singapore through, and nearly Ramadipa through as well. One mistake, 2 positions lost, showing how close this battle is.
Mistakes are costly in this class, especially in this battle when you've got the top 10 separated by less than a second, with Da Costa at the back of this field. The perfect viewing point really for Da Costa to enjoy what's going on in front of him. Of course, he'll want to get involved as well. Cano up to P12. Karpushin now leads from Singapore, while Borg is in P3. David Gonzalez running in P4.
Yeah, running in P4 for the time being, but the number 11, I don't think his podium hunt is done just yet. Is Singapore about to take the race lead? Yes, he has the 85, hits the front, or is it going to be David Gonzalez? They're side by side at turn 30. Who's going to get the better driver? It's going to be Singapore who leads the way from David Gonzalez. Borg remains in second, or does he? As Yaroslav Karpushin looks up the inside towards turn 1. They're free wide yet again. How close do you like it? Karpushin does click P3.
Yeah, Karpushin on the move back into the podium places. Gonzalez in second. Borg on the move. A late lunge on Karpushin from Borg to move back into the podium places. A stunning move from the number 23.
Monduyane there suffering issues at the final corner. A massive shame for him. Hopefully he can get that bike out of the gravel trap. He was running on the cusp of the points, and that was complication. Now all crash 45 gone down turn 13. Rider okay. Onto the back straight though we do go yet again. Singapore is somewhat building a margin here. He's heading over to the right hand side of the circuit to try and bridge a gap. Here's Carlos Cano, P11 for him. Is it P10 on the cards? It's too far back. Let's wait and find out. I mean, he's came all the way from P28.
It's been an incredible recovery ride from Cano. He's 3.7 seconds behind Tinez in P10, running around 6/10 a lap quicker on the best laps anyway. It's unlikely you would think that he can get into the top 10, but you never know.
Lead as well into this race as the championship leader. He was P21, now what looks to be P20 out on circuit, but still got positions he would want to be in. Now launches yet another move on the monocloud riders. That's Nicholas dropping yet another position. Next up him is Phillips Robiak to make up a move inside the top 19 places. Already job done on himself. Past Phillips Robiak now. So Pugliese, his job is not done yet either.
No, Pugliese is around 5 seconds from the point, or 4 seconds. That's going to be very difficult to make up with just 2 or 3 laps to go. Sorry. Just to note, Travis Borg in P5 has been given a track limits warning, so something to keep an eye out on.
It looks like as well, just going through turns 1 there, David Gonzalez has just moved into the race lead. Now here is Pugliese, as we were mentioning a few moments ago. He's continued his running towards the points. Obviously a massive race in the championship, a big championship swing as well. there is the likes of Leonardo Zani, set at T8, and well, there's confirmation of David Gonzalez in the race lead, but for how long? Because Singapore, Ramadipa and Karpushin all wanted to move him back some places.
Everyone looking to challenge Gonzalez. It's a lead group of 6 or so now. The Vermoven guys look like they were losing out as Singapore up the inside at turn 6 takes the lead of the race once again.
Hats off there, only one position gained. Lost actually from the number 11 after all of that scrapping. Ogiwara as well is also involved in this fight too, as well. Karpushin looks up the inside of Ramadipa. The only contact between the two of them, luckily both of them stay on two. Very, very awareness heavy from them. Towards turn 9, knowing they rebound up towards turn 10, and I think we're getting to the start of the race, but things are going to get very, very dicey, especially towards turn 13 and a few moments.
We are with 2 laps to go, or a lap and a few corners to go. It's now or never. Kano, as you can see, is closing in on this lead group. He's still around 2.6 seconds behind. It's going to be a lot to make up on that last lap. You would think P11 will probably be the best Kano can do as we head into turn 13, and it's still Singapore who leads from Gonzalez.
Still at the moment, it's Singapore who leads the way. How is turn 1 going to change things? This is the final lap of action, the final lap of race 2, and the Moto3 Junior World Champions weekend here at Jerez. We're moving, guys, have to get a move on it. Few corner timers don't any hope of scoring a podium place. Gonzalez, though, meanwhile, hits the front.
Gonzalez has hit the front ahead of Singapore. It looks like him and Singapore and Karpushin are just trying to build out a bit of a gap over Ramadipa, but we know that's going to come down between turns 5 and 6 on the long run into the Danny Pedrosa corner.
A tense pit box for the Aspar guys and girls down there in pit lane. Now we head on to the back straight for the final time of asking who's going to come out on top after turn 6. Moves will be made here, that is a guarantee. Gonzalez enters it as the leader. Singapore looks on the inside, Karpushin on the outside, and the Vermoven rider Plank has gone down and taken out Ramadipa with him.
That's, very costly, obviously, for Ramadipa and Plank. Ramadipa gets the bike restarted, looks to rejoin the race. Whether he'll be able to score points or not, remains to be seen. But it looked like Plank was out of the race. There's Karpushin on the inside of the number 97 for P2. That's brave. He's wide. And it's Gonzalez who now leads from Karpushin.
Ogiwara looks like he's able to do some motor crossing. He did well to stay on board that one. Now it's Gonzalez who leads the way. 2 corners remain after this one. Turns 12 and turns 13. Jorge Lorenzo corner. Who's going to come out on top? David Gonzalez enters as the leader. He goes defensive on the entry. Travis Borg looks for it. He runs wide. And now it's Karpushin into the race lead. Now he's going to use the slipstream all the way on the run to the line. Number 17 looks to be taking victory from David Gonzalez. 3rd place does go the way of Travis Borg. The Aspar team absolutely delighted.
A great result for Karpushin after an incredible race. But mixed emotions obviously for CF Motorsport given what happened to Kano and Pugliese. But a first win for Karpushin this season.
This weekend continues to get better and better. Number 17 does take P1. That is victory here at Jerez. David Gonzalez, a high five, a handshake for him, and well, to say that race went means a lot to him might be an understatement because he is celebrating and a half on this cool down lap. And well, it's called cool down lap by name, but it will be literally here today. It is absolutely scorching here at Jerez, but Karpushin that hasn't bothered him one bit. Took victory over David Gonzalez. 69,000 of seconds was the official winning margin, with Travis Borg in 3rd. Another podium for Travis Borg this season, but look at that progression. 19th on the grid, let's see, look out for him. He showed the pace in race 1 for a silly mistake on the final lap. Well, for David Gonzalez, when he keeps that all around here on Sunday afternoon, I think Torres won a little handshake with Karpushin because that was an almighty fight. We've seen some big names crash out there, including second Carlos Cano and there is for him, not the race he was expecting, narrowly missing out on the point scoring positions. P16 for himself. worked his way to P30 on the lap 2, but wasn't quite able to reclaim on the score. And the ref. It's going to be a day of what could have been, especially for Carlos Cano as well. Some apologies, some handshakes, moving on, heads held high into the next round of the season. P9 is finished up for Cano. Park Fermi does go. Back down in Park Fermi now. You can see how delighted Jaroslav Karpus is. Before you can actually have a proper celebration with his team. To get all the checks done, wait for everything to go. Then the celebration well and truly begin. First up, all done with that though, is David Gonzalez. The AC Racing team giving some cheer about after the last crash out quite early on as well. He was frustrated to say the least, so I'm not sure if all people were doing the same. Nonetheless, to bounce back at the next round of the season. Next up though, Jaroslav Karpus, and I think it's going to be a crazy podium this one. Obviously the weekend now comes out close to the FIM Moto3 Junior World Championship. And with that one, sure it was up and down at the other side of the box, but this moment all belongs to number 7. All the hard work, all the pressure, all the near misses, all the near podiums lead up to this moment. He won at the end of here's Travis Bourne though, yet another podium to add to his name in 2026. A great job for him to the very least. Have a look down here. Great overtake on the second and then into the behind. And well, just getting that all wrong, put the stop behind. Suddenly nowhere to go. He did crash out. Took Rama deeper with him. Then here at the final corner, this was the race winning overtake. Gonzalez was a little bit too defensive, running it wide and allowing Karpus to take victory. He held it all the way to the line, 69,000 of a second. Well celebrated the moment he possibly could. I'm sure you'll have plenty to say in Park Fermi. There's one flag. Will eventually go out plenty to look at data-wise for the next round of the season. Teammates as well look like they're making the way to Park Fermi to at least celebrate with it. But nonetheless, we can hear from Jaroslav Karpus, who's already down in the winners enclosure. He won.
Jaroslav Karpus, your first win in the championship. How does that feel after a very hot and hard-fought race?
Amazing, just amazing. I don't really know how to describe it, but it hasn't been easy. I've tried to be consistent with my routine. Every day I wake up, I go for a run, I train, and it's paid off. I mean, it's just incredible. Like my first win, it feels different. I cannot comprehend that I just won.
And just in your native language for your friends, family and sponsors back home?
Yeah, I wanted to say thank you so much for everybody who supports me. To my team, definitely, amazing job on the bike. We've been working hard and I think we deserved it. And in the end of the day, yeah, I just want to say thank you to everybody who supports me. Everybody, my sponsors, my team, everybody.
Jaroslav, thank you, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Moto3 Junior World Championship delivered drama yet again here at Circuito. It started off with Leonardo Zani in the racing. He co-cam and collected and looking to put wrongs right in race to another crash from Leonardo Abruzzo, and then from Fernando Bajosa, an upset Fernando Bajosa after some contact behind. Then this key moment, Cano and Pugliese going down in the same incident over at turn 2. They would remount and begin to fight their way back up the order. Travis Borg and Zani were released out at the front in a 2-horse race, which would soon grow and continue to grow, with 8-9 riders fighting for the racing, eventually entering the double digits. Heading towards turn 6, Plonk well got himself involved, and some movement racing had plenty to celebrate. Carlos Cano, meanwhile, edged his way towards the point scoring position inside the top 20 before inside the top 15. Turn 6 though proved to be a key overtaking place, as did turn 9. Another crash further back 10 rather for Timor Eric Varga. Travis Borg re-entered the podiums. Modigliani suffered an issue over at the final corner. Pugliese tried his best to head towards the points. It would only be P16 at the end for your championship leader heading into this weekend as he got through on Sarabia. Carlos Cano, meanwhile, would enter the point scoring places and start to redeem error from earlier on. There is Cano, number 71, across the line in P9. This moment though at the front was another big talking point. Plonk and Ramadipa going down in the same incident. David Gonzalez running it wide at the final corner and handed Yaroslav Karpushek his first win in class. Race 2, delivering yet again, and lost for words was the number 7. After enjoying the scenes in the race and in Park Fermi, now we can finally enjoy the scenes on the podium. First up, Circuito Asper representative, then head on to our finishers. Travis Borg, no surprise, will be first up on the podium, P3 for himself. Just ahead actually on the Yes. Travis Borg, P3, finished about 2/10 behind, 2/10 away from the race win. David Gonzalez, meanwhile, P2 for himself, handshakes all round. And after a difficult race one, the P2 trophy will feel that much. Finally though, to look at the first time winner in the Moto3 Junior World Champion. It's of course the CF Moto Asper Junior Team rider, Yaroslav Karpushek. Now the trophy soon to be handed out to the riders. David Almanza handing out the first trophy. Kyrgyzstan flag is on. Third place trophy being handed up now to Travis Borg, P3 for himself. Still certain of victory, you would say, with the takes on the cards today, but it didn't happen yet. Well, handing them the next trophy. That's going to go the way of Levin Gonzalez. Puts it up in the air, delighted with that one, I have to say. He has to be happy with starting all the way down to P19 on the red. Finally, though, we can hand the trophy out to Yaroslav Karpushek. Kisses the trophy, he's lost for words, he's speechless, and rightfully so.
An emotional one for car pushing. How ready to get celebrations underway and then ready to have a debrief over what actually happened there. Travis Bogdo started it, and David Gonzalez, the only rider here, of course, with the Prosecco. But great stuff between the three of them. Always lovely to see. Yeah, Travis Borg heads up for the photo. There, just taking a moment to himself to soak in the moment. He wants them all for himself in the photo here. He smiles all round. Of course, you'll see those photos later on across social media. That is of things, the Moto3 Junior World Championship, coming out on top and winning by 69 thousandths of a second. The Siap Moto Asper Junior teams. He did the race win over David Gonzalez. And Travis Borg rounding out the top three. Kerman Tinez takes fourth, Van in fifth. Singapore, Ogiwara, P6, P7, Costa, and Cano after a great recovery ride in ninth. First Daniel Junior rounded out the top 10, with Rennie San Juan in P11, ahead of Michelin, Gabarini, Ballon, and Minxie. So the CIP Green Power riders taking up the final spots inside point scoring position as Pugliese took 16. So close, yet so far for Pugliese. Now for did lose a couple of riders. Momiani managed to remount. Plonk, Varga, Oliveras all ran into their own issues out on circuit. Bertola retired to the pit lane. Belfort crashed out as Fernando Bajosa frustrated at the end of the day. And Leonardo Abruzzo as well, another crack for himself. But most interestingly, after this weekend of racing, this is how things look. A three-way tie at the head of the title race. Pugliese, Cano, and Borg. The two CF Moto riders, P1 and 2, Borg P3, they're completely tied together. What more can you ask for? Ramadipa moves down to P4, and the no surprise, the Carpuchin now inside the top 5 in the standings. Gonzalez as well, fighting himself up the order, but with a three-way tie at the top of the championship, things are going to get spicy in the second half of the 2026 season. Rennie San Juan as well, picking up a few positions in the championship. 6 points now to his name. Got 3 points. Sullivan, Nancy, Nicholas and Varga all losing a couple of spots in the championship order for them. Of course, a reduced race in race 2 due to the extreme heat that we had here on Sunday afternoon. It is Yaroslav Karpushin comes out on top. He won a maiden race win for himself, and now he can celebrate into the even. That's all for the Moto3 Junior World Championship from Perez. A three-way tie at the top of the standings, but still 2 more races to enjoy. The Mobil Moto4 European Cup is next up.
second and final Moto4 European Cup race is moments away, and we're here at the iconic Circuito de Jerez Spanyol. So it's a venue which has created legends, made champions, and now prepares to host the next generation of talent over the next 9 laps of action. We saw some incredible battles in race 1 with temperatures and tension continuing to rise. Some beats down this 4.2-kilometer venue featuring 8 right-handers, 5 lefts, and located in the beautiful Indonesia region with incredible views and equally incredible prospects. Let's go racing in race 2. Now though, looking back at race 1 this morning, there's a great start from Christian Borelli from pole position. Bertelli moving into second in the opening stages, just ahead of Irfan. There's a few moments behind though. Tom Rowling involved in a crash at turn 10. Both of them though up on their feet. Sabino quickly trying to get himself into podium contention too, as Bertelli dropped down the order ever so slightly. But that would not be the last time we've seen the number 67, as he quickly got past Mario Lanza and then got involved in some elbow bashing further back with Alvaro Lucas. A few more crashes as well from a couple more riders, as Alvaro Lucas asserting his dominance, moving back into P2 and setting his sights on the race lead. He was strong over at turns 13 all the way throughout the race, and eventually would set up a move. Bertelli though didn't make it easy for him, elbow bashing and shoulder rubbing all the way throughout. Bertelli was not afraid to show a front wheel as Borelli continued to lead the field through the race, and over at turn 13 Lucas made his move, eventually taking P2 and then taken towards P1. Further crashes further back as the boy six strikes on Christian Borelli after Borelli's gap was eaten up by the chasing field, putting the number 7 under pressure. However, he would respond over at the fast turn 11 before Lucas responded at turns 9 1 lap later. Now carbon copy move over at turn 11 once more. Sabino in the mix too, watching this fight get underway. However, Borelli, everything would quickly change for him before a massive hindsight put him out of contention on the exit of turns 8. He was put out of running in this one. Hopefully we see him back on track in race 2 as Alvaro Lucas hit the front in a drag race to the line. Bertelli would take victory by a small margin. Alvaro Lucas in second. Well, there was plenty of drama in race 1. There's position changes after the race finish as well. Sabino and Lucas swapping places, but there's confirmation due to the high temperature. Race direction has decided to reduce the race distance to 2/3 of the original distance. And well, that's understandable completely for these young riders. For the Moto4 European Cup, race 1 was much cooler than what it is currently, but bringing you through the action today's myself was Ray and Jack Amy alongside. Well, Jack, we've seen Alvaro Lucas's win streak come to an end as the track temp officially hits over 60 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, Lucas unable to continue his win streak, but he put the effort in to try and make sure he could make it 4 in a row. Unfortunately for the number 46, he'll have to start again if he wants to build another win streak. And as you mentioned, the track temperature now 61 degrees. It's gone up around 20 degrees since the first race of the day. It is very hot outside, around 37, 38 degrees air temperature, but it's an intense heat. It's not very humid, but it's intense when you walk out into the sun for the first time after a while. You really feel it on your face.
Yeah, you feel it. As soon as you close your eyes in the sunshine, it feels like the sun's trying to burn your eyelids straight away, frankly. But nonetheless, we have a slightly shorter race, but that's not going to deliver any less action. Obviously, 9 laps in store, just under 40 kilometers of running or so. Borelli looks to be starting this one from pole position. Irfan taking P2, and Alvaro Lucas headed from 3rd. But talented front row for this one, Jack. But let's not forget, our winner from race 1 came from the middle of row 2 at E5.
Bertelli got a great start for race 1 early on, and that really was the catalyst to put him in a race-winning position, eventually, even if he didn't have to fight with Alvaro Lucas for most of the race, and Christian Borelli as well. Borelli, obviously, we saw in the highlights, crashed out just as he dropped down to around P4 to P5. He had a huge high side, as you said, so he'll be looking to respond to that and starts from pole position once again.
Yes, started from pole position once more. Christian Borelli heads into his slot now, and it's a massive shame that he had that crash on the exit of turn 8. But let's not forget, especially his early race pace. He was able to bridge a gap between the rest of the field, get himself out of harm's way, and it wasn't until the second half that the likes of Lucas, Landa, everyone else began to edge closer and closer, eventually fighting. So you would have to say, for Christian Borelli, this shorter race is going to play into his hands.
Based on what we saw earlier, yes, Borelli was able to have enough in hand to not really be challenged at turn 13 or turn 6, which is what the key overtaking was, and turn 1 of course. But it was, he took advantage of squabbling behind him to then really extend that gap before they closed it back down. For him, he'll want to obviously build a big gap fairly early on from pole position if he can.
Irfan now starting in P2, perhaps not the race one we were expecting from him at all. We were expecting maybe to be a little bit more consistent inside the top 5 running order, especially after qualifying on the front row, but certainly at the start of the day, his race pace didn't look as strong as what it was over 1 lap in qualifying.
No, it does look like Irfan's qualifying pace was slightly stronger than his race pace, but we don't know obviously what he was being able to learn from riding with the new group, learning from the data, changes to the bike for this afternoon's shorter race.
Yeah, it was there or thereabouts all the way through as now we cut to third. Alvaro Lucas, his win streak did come to an end, 3 wins, 4 podiums this season. It could have been 4 from 4, not quite though for the number 46. So what can he do here today? Is he going to be hungry for a race lead? I mean, a race win yet again. I mean, he's still got a very, very strong championship lead. The last thing he does want to do is throw it down the road and hand 25 points to his rival.
Yeah, he won't want to throw anything down the road, of course, but you also would imagine that Lucas will want to win again because we know he's got the pace to win here at Quebec. Whether he can or not, obviously remains to be seen because there's a lot of riders who can win.
Tassini now looking nice and confident. He's going to go from P4, start of row 2 for himself. And, well, he's a rider that we know from Mazanda last year especially is able to fight with the front riders once he gets the grips with a circuit.
Yeah, exactly. Mazanda, he was very quick and very fast, very quick, sorry. And you would think, I mean, obviously quick in over 1 lap here. Again, what did he learn from race 1 that he's able to take into race 2 and slightly build on that to be in that new group?
Lorenzo Critelli, your race 1 winner, his first race win of 2026, pole sitter this year as well, 3-time podium sitter. I mean, the records keep growing and growing for the number 67, although he hasn't necessarily been in the headlines this year because of Alvaro Lucas' dominance.
No, it's hard to be in the headlines when Alvaro Lucas is winning everything, of course, but Critelli has done a very, very good job so far this season, and race 1 was perhaps the culmination of all that hard work and results just coming to fruition just to give him that opportunity to win, and now we have to see whether he can build on that this afternoon.
Sorio there in P6, he's looking ready to go for this one as well. He's looking really focused actually, not talking with his team at all. The entire team looking just ready to get this underway and get this cracking as we have a little look at Sabino. Now, a weird one for Eduardo Sabino, not only this season but in race 1. We did think it was the first time that he bet Alvaro Lucas all season long. However, in Parc Ferme, there was a change of positions and then he was slotted back down to third behind the number 46.
Yeah, costly change of positions there for Sabino. Obviously, as you said, we thought it was the first time he'd beaten Lucas in a race this season, but not only did he not do that, it meant that Lucas gained in the championship over him despite not winning the race himself. So a very costly change of positions for Sabino.
Galan as well, involved in the back, right in the back actually, of the race 1 group. He was there or thereabouts. He actually probably had the best view out of anyone out on the circuit. He was that close to them, but wasn't quite able to completely edge his way towards the top 5 and podium places.
No, but you would think that Galan is someone who hasn't necessarily ran at the front a lot. Like, he has been in the top 10 occasionally, top 5 very rarely, so you would think that he was able to learn a lot from being in that group, even if he wasn't able to go with it consistently throughout race 1.
Now though, the 3-minute board being shown to teams, meaning we're not too far away from getting going. Obviously, still a warm-up lap separates ourselves from now and lights out, but we'll continue moving back further in the grid. Jerez, a solid qualifying yesterday for himself, already a podium finisher so far this year, although he'll be setting sights on certainly a top 5 year debut, the man.
Yeah, we mentioned it earlier, Jerez has made a huge step between Jerez last year and Jerez this year. Was unlucky, or unfortunately couldn't go with the lead group as such for most of the race. He was there or thereabouts, not quite close enough, but again, he would have been able to learn a huge amount being close to that group.
Eric Roosevelt, of course, teammate for Argentina Power Honda squad. P10 for him on the grid. And, well, he's trying to keep cool. A lot of riders opted just to use what looks to be basic microfiber cloths, or less of towels anyway, soaked in what you'd imagine to be cold water as well. Just try and keep their core temperature and try and keep them as cool as possible on the grid.
It's vitally important to keep riders cool. You would be surprised if there weren't people, if there was shade, looking for that, but there's absolutely none of it on the grid. You can see the umbrellas, the towels around the neck, the cool vest at some point for some riders. Just anything to stay cool, because as I said, the air temperature is 37, 38 degrees. It's very hot out there.
Matteo Mariolanda, now, do not let that P11 on the grid deceive you, because he is well and truly ready for a scrap. Let's not forget he was able to get his elbows out in race 1 as well. You would imagine he'd be looking to do much of the same in race 2 this afternoon. But Christian Borelli looks to be ready for race 2 here. The team at the grid slightly gets in quieter here, meaning we're not too far away from the warm-up lap. Number 7 does go for pole in a highly competitive grid. So race 2 now, moments away as Christian Borelli starts from pole position alongside our fan and Alvaro Lucas, your championship leader. Decini Propelli, your race 1 winner, and Osorio rounds out row 2. P7 goes with Sabino, Galan and Velez in 8th and 9th. Rosran in the top 10, Mario Landa and Dakigan in P11 and P12. Disappointing race 1 for Dakigan. Almeida, Casadei and Crackerville round at the top 15, but Michael Sanchez, Boxberger and Ethan Spark round at the top 18. Spark did make his way further up the order throughout race 1, however. David Sanchez, Zaragoza, who retired from race 1 ahead of the teammate. Martinez, Di Barolo as well, who we've seen run into some issues. Casablancas as well. Arnold, Cantos, Roland, Makeri, Schmidt and Ranela rounding out the top 30 riders. 30 bikes on the grid for this one. Race 2, moments away. The green flag lap has just begun, and now we head out for the warm-up lap. So, yeah, Jack, who is your money on for this one? I mean, it's a hard guess, I'm well aware, but is it going to be a case that we look towards Alvaro Lucas like usual, or is Pirelli really going to have a good shot here in the shorter distance?
Alvaro Lucas is the favourite, you would imagine, just given the form that we've seen. Even in race 1, if he didn't quite win, he won the first 3 races of the season. You would imagine he is the favourite. Pirelli will want to bounce back from his crash earlier after leading the race for so long. But number 7 obviously had good pace, and he'll be hoping he can use that. But like usual, I'm not going to give you a proper answer.
Sitting on the fence like always, that's why it's great having you up here. Obviously some mystery ahead of race 2 for us, obviously in the beautiful Andalusia region of Spain. Near towards 40 degrees, as it has pretty much all day long, all afternoon long anyway, and all weekend for the riders. These are not necessarily completely unknown conditions for them, but it's not like a free practice session where you can just dive into the pit lane whenever you want. This is a case that if you want good points, if you want a solid result, you need to stay out there at full distance.
Yeah, exactly. In practice, if you feel like it's just a little bit too much, you just dive into the box, make setup changes, etc., and then go back out. Here, you can't do that, and it's part of the reason why the race has been shortened. Obviously, now 9 laps rather than the originally scheduled 14 that we had earlier on. But yeah, very hot conditions, very physically demanding circuit as well. There's not really a time to rest, because the longest straight is around 600 meters or so, and even then, in the championship or in a cup like this, you're going to be fighting someone for position.
Still
at the moment, we had a little look at the championship standings, and it's a 34-point hold that Alvaro Lucas has. So far this weekend, he's only technically lost 1 point of an advantage. Now it's just Bertelli in P2 instead of Sabino. However, the Leopard Junior rider, you think he's going to want to get back at this and hopefully score his first win of the year.
Yeah, Sabino's not one to discount from this race. We know he's quick. We know he's got the pace to challenge with Lucas. And if Lucas is at the front, expect Sabino to be very good behind him.
Christian Borelli ready in pole position. Irfan sits in second, on the hunt for a far better result this time around. Alvaro Lucas looks to get his win streak back on track. We're nearly ready to get going. The red lights are about to appear on the starting gantry. The reds will rise. Tension sky high. Temperatures are soaring here in Jerez. And race 2 of the moment Moto2 and Moto4 European Cup gets underway. It's a great start from Irfan. But who's going to lead the way to run to turn 1? Christian Borelli looks to be taking the lead. And Alvaro Lucas slots into what looks to be 3rd place. Now it's 2nd already for the 46. But Irfan dives down the inside. It's free wide. Is there contact? Ever so slightly. Bertelli runs Irfan wide. Now into P3 and P4 for them. Of course, history for race 1 in Estoril between them pair. Nonetheless, they continue their fight at the front. It contains to be Borelli leading the field through. Sabino loses a few positions further back as well.
Yeah, Bertelli with a very aggressive move at turn 2 just to move into the provisional podium spot. It looked like Irfan got a very good start when lights went out, but as they approached turn 1, just maybe was a bit more cautious than his rivals, and that allowed Lucas to move into second while Borelli held the lead.
Going so defensive all the way down the back straight there was your race leader Borelli, just trying to make sure nobody could show a front wheel up the inside. And if they wanted to do it, they would have to do it the hard way, round the outside over at turn 6. Now already over at turn 8. Turn 9, yet another overtaking opportunity. We've seen time and time again so far today. You line up a move out of 8 and into 9 we do go now. The top 3, no move made there so far, but a few position changes for 7th and 8th.
Yeah, big fights going down as Galan moves ahead of Cabellas and Sabino. So Sabino not making the progress that we expected him to make. And he's got to be careful that this group of 6 at the front doesn't just pull away from Galan in P7.
Yeah, I think it's a real possibility at the moment that the top group well and truly storm away with things, because we know how Bertelli likes it as Irfan looks down the inside. 4P free out on circuit, but unable to make that one work this time around. They exit the final corner, and that is going to be the 47 of Tassini now into the podium places. So Tassini showing up to the party for the first time this weekend of race 2 of the weekend. He looks up the inside of the championship leader. Nothing to lose for the San Marino rider, as out onto the blue paint is Alvaro Lucas down in 3rd.
Tassini really made Lucas go on to blue paint, but he's crashed out at turn 3. The San Marinese rider down and out after making the move into the podium places.
Straight away pushes the bike off to the side of the circuit. Will get help in hand now, but what a shame for Tassini. He was so happy. He must be delighted to be at the front of the race. Got a little bit too excited, a little bit too eager on the throttle, and down he goes on the exit of turn 2. Now already at the back straight yet again. Things are going to get tight. Galan involved in the fight onto the blue paint, nearly onto the grass. How close do you want it? As Galan looks down the inside. That was boulder a capital P, and then luckily no contact between the two of them. I mean, that is trust in your rivals there.
That was very much trust in your rivals. Sabino now into 7th place, obviously benefiting from the Tassini crash, which we're going to see him move across Lucas's path and then just under braking at turn 2, loses the front and slides out into the gravel. It's a shame for Tassini because he had been quick in qualifying and was showing good pace in this race as well.
Yeah, it was at the point of the corner where you're just beginning to release that front brake and beginning to think about opening up the throttle. The front end just folded on him and down he goes. Now, looking at Marilander for the time being, he's at P8 in the standings in this race. A few places by Sabino that's managed to pick off himself up to P6 on circuit. Things got tight yet again between the likes of Galan and Alvaro Lucas. Alvaro Lucas, he's taking no prisoners on these opening couple of laps.
Exactly what we saw from him in race 1 as well, to be fair. Number 46 making quick progress as he looks for the win He's under pressure from Osorio at turn 1. That is tight, but the number 94, can't make the move 6. So Lucas stays in P2, and now Osorio is under pressure from Galan.
Yeah, the Franda Racing BHC team having a great ride so far. Both of their riders inside the top 5 places as things stand, and Galan setting the fastest lap of the race, a 149.294. Great stuff so far. I'm really trying to get inventive with some of these moves. I mean, Alvaro Lucas would not be expecting the bike to be launched down the inside of him that late into turn 5. Turn 6 next up though, and certainly the 46, he'll be expecting someone to try and move on him as he head 4-5 wide. Luke right up the inside, Savino there, Pratelli there, both of them trying to slot in. Luckily no contact, and it continues to be Borelli leading Lucas and now Pratelli in third.
Pratelli making the moves that perhaps we expected a bit earlier, but now in the podium places. It's now whether Borelli can build a gap to Lucas. He's got, well, at the last turning point it was less than a tenth. It looks like he's just trying to build a little bit to have something in hand to prevent Lucas from attacking at turn 13.
A little move there, a little look I should say from Osorio, but now thinking better of it, slotting him back behind Pratelli in P4, so the 94 is going to have to wait a little bit longer. Now we do know Pratelli's not afraid to show a front wheel up the inside of the championship leader, especially over at turn 1, which we've seen a couple of times in race 1. Obviously turn 13, no moves in the top 3 this time around. Having a little further back, Sabino also involved in this fight, and if Sabino's not careful here, he could well and truly get shoved outside of the top 10.
It looks like Sabino is perhaps not struggling to have the pace of the leader, so he's struggling to use his own pace to get through the field. It looks like on the inside, oh, there's a crash there as well. That was Christian Borelli down from P1 at turn 1.
Christian Borelli crashes out. Your race leader is down on the deck at turn 1. He kicks his foot in frustration, but that's not going to hand back the 25 points that he's just thrown down the road. A massive shame for him. We have a look at the replay. He enters in P1, loses the front, the bike regrips, flips up, and down he goes. Christian Borelli down and handed Alvaro Lucas the race lead.
What a shame for Borelli after showing so much pace yesterday and today to end it with 2 DNFs, 2 crashes. What just a shame for the Italian rider as we rejoin the action. 4 or 5 abreast heading into turn 6. There's Alvaro Lucas who leads from Galan.
Galan in second now after that move over at turn 6. It's Pratelli who lurks in third position for the time being. And with the likes of Borelli crash at turn 1, they'll know about it as Galan makes the move for the race lead. He launches a dive at turn 8, and well, he's already made that one sick. How long will Alvaro Lucas wait, or Pratelli wait? And Pratelli looks for his chance at turn 9. You'd expect the 46, you'd expect the championship leader to make the move at turn 13. We've seen it time and time again in race 1. He's so strong at the Jorge Lorenzo corner, and now Alvaro Lucas, if he builds up the momentum, building up the speed, and looking up the inside. Now, Pratelli also there looking to make a move.
It's Pratelli who actually attacked at turn 13, looking to get the inside of Lucas, but the number 46 is able to defend, and now sets his sights on Galan at the head of the field, heading into turn 1. But we know how strong Pratelli is under braking at the first corner. Is he going to make a move this time? It looks like he's close, but not quite able to send it.
Not quite so far. You can separate these riders with absolutely nothing. Actually, there's about a coin width in between them. Turn 2 at the moment. They're 3 wide through there in the battle for third position. 5 laps remaining in this one. Irfan now beginning to work his way up the order. He passes Savino, so Savino is soon going to lose it yet to another position. All the way down to P8 as things stand. Even Sparks also now getting involved in this, as is Big Bill, so the British Cup champion and the Northern Cup champion up involved in this lead group.
Something looked like a bit of debris just came off one of the bikes heading into the back straight there. It doesn't look like anyone's got an issue with that, as we see Marulanda look for a move into the podium places, slots into P4, so it's still Galan leading from Lucas, and it looks like Osorio is now into P3 as well.
A pretty settled out turn 6 there for the European Cup riders. It's rare, well, that can between them nonetheless. So we head towards turn 9. Is any moves to be made this time around? Marulanda has a little look up the inside to reclaim third position, reclaim a podium position for himself, but to be able to make that one work
And well, a little bit on the blue there for the 23 for Galan, but of course it doesn't matter too much, he won't be penalised for that. It's the green that truly counts. Towards turn 13 now though, in a few moments time, is this going to be an overtaking hotspot? Yes, again, Sabino's right in the mix yet again, and we'll up the inside of Osorio, looking to enter P3, and Mariolanda hits the front of the race.
Mariolanda diving up the inside to take the lead on the exit of turn 13, but it's a long run down into turn 1. We see the 23 of Galan and the 94 of Osorio both able to slip through past him, and Savino hits the front at turn 1.
Incredible from Sabino. I mean, this has been brewing for a while for himself, for the Leopard Junior rider. And now Galan looking for a move, nearly contact between them. Alvaro Lucas also getting mixed up. A rider entering the pit lane further down the order as well. And some yellow flag out at turn 2. But it continues to be Sabino who now leads the way. Is this going to be his chance to take a first race win?
It could well be for the number 31. We saw in the background of the shot at turn 2 a couple of riders going down. It looks like Ethan Sparks and Eric Roof are dropping down the timing tower, so with the confirmation that it looks like potentially those two involved at turn 2.
Huge shame there for them. They're running inside the latter half of the top 10. The final couple of positions ended up in the top 10. Fighting away from Crackville, but nonetheless, they'll have another opportunity next round. Mariolanda in P4, a little bit of a gap forming between 3rd and 4th for the time being. Confirmation of the 62, the 89 and the number 10 all going down on this last lap. But with 4 laps remaining, things are brewing at the front of this race, and things are not going to be decided until the run to the line.
It's going to be turn 13 and then the run to the line. As you said, Sabino still leading from Galan, but Lucas looks like he's trying to make a move on Mariolanda. The pair side by side through turn 11. It's Mariolanda who holds position, but who's going to make the move at turn 13?
Let's see now as Alvaro Lucas sits in P4. Sabino is on the wrong side of the circuit. Mariolanda's on the inside but too far back. I think they're all going to come out in one piece and all going to come out pretty much in the same position.
It looks that way, yeah. Galan still leading from Sabino. Couple of bike lanes between them and Mariolanda in P3. Lucas probably needs to get ahead of the number 27 at turn 1, and it looks like he does as Galan makes a move for the lead as well at turn 1, but can Sabino fight back at turn 2?
Sensational move for Sabino. Into the race lead he goes, and Lucas slots into 3rd now, so into the podium places for himself, back into the podium battle, and back onto his sights for race victory. Obviously the final race of the weekend for the Momobe Moto4 European Cup. The head returns 5 now, and once again begin to wind up the speed down the back straight, down a key overtaking place. Slipstream can be absolutely crucial. You see some of the riders going defensive there, and Sabino pulls over to the right hand side of the circuit. Everyone else slots in behind, apart from Cubeles, who remains on the racing line. Who's going to come out on top? Pertelli sits up. Then Pertelli loses loads of positions. Clearly got something wrong going into there. Somehow no contact was made between the two of them, and Galan also losing some time.
Yeah, it looks like everyone in that group sort of lost a bit of time. Cubeles on the inside of Lucas at turn 8, looking at P2. But Sabino's got a few bike lanes in hand now over Lucas, but the number 46 will be looking to close that down very quickly on the exit of turns 10 and through 11 and 12.
Yeah, let's wait and see how this one unfolds. The two teammates also training close behind, and a big look behind there for Sabino. And he would have seen his championship rival straight in his face, glued to his exhaust pipe. And here's a replay of that. You see Pertelli right on the inside, looking for a move, a moment in a few moments' time. Also Galan having to be sat up. And then Pertelli set himself up there, potentially missing a gear or so, and then dropping right back down the order and having to make up all the lost time. But Cubeles, side by side with Sabino, who's going to come out on the race lead. We see Cubeles sticking to his own race, sticking to his own lines, and now he sits 2nd as well. Very, very close there between Pertelli and Alvaro Lucas.
Yeah, everyone bunched up behind Cubeles at turn 1. Cubeles still running in P2 as we see, I think that's Mariolanda trying to go around outside into 4 and makes the move, I think, on Pertelli moving up the order, but still Sabino leading from Cubeles.
Now, of course, we've reached the 2/3 distance, well and truly. So if a red flag did come out, it would be called a result
through turns 5, though, towards the back straight. Once more, they wind up the power, they tuck everything in that's possible, every little inch of their elbows, every bit part of their helmet, as now Fratelli, we know how aggressive he can be. Is he going to swoop it round the outside here? Surely not. Cabela's does lead the way, stuck to his own end, gets here, but he runs it wide, and Fratelli does take the race lead from Cabela's, Savino in P3, and championship leader Lucas in 4.
Cabela's was able to hold P2 despite running slightly wide. He just cut off Savino behind him as Fratelli took the lead of the race heading into turn 9 and 10. Now Lucas on the inside of his title rival Savino moves up into the podium places, and a big moment from Fratelli going through turns 9 and into 10.
Yeah, massive save it looked like there for Fratelli. The bike looked to be a bucket Bronco all the way towards turn 10. Now through 11, towards 12 with a massive eyesight for Fratelli. And down he goes, another rider also involved in that one. As we head into the final corner, hopefully everyone is okay there. Through the final corner we do go, and currently it's Mario Landa who leads the field through. Irfan in second, and third place as we cross line looks to be Galan. Osorio in P4, Cratterville now up into P5. The last lap of the race does begin now as the red flag is shown.
Yeah, the red flag shown after that big crash through turns 11. Oh, sorry, turn 12. No surprise to see the red flags out, given how many riders were involved. We obviously wait to see how they are doing after that. We see obviously one rider being assisted away, but Lucas,
that's
Alvaro Lucas and Savino both walking away as well.
Yeah, so a massive shame there. Alvaro Lucas, Savino, what looked to be Velez and Fratelli at least involved in that incident. So a fast place to go down anyway, a fast place as well for a multi-rider crash, but good to see them anyway up on their own 2 feet for the time being. Like, see the team watching down the box, obviously, for that crash.
I guess based on the graphic, Cabela's was also involved. He's dropped down the order as well, but obviously we wait for confirmation and we wait to see the classified, as you mentioned, with 2 first race distance has passed.
Yeah, there is Fratelli on his own 2 feet without any assistance for the time being anyway. That's good to see. 7, big quick crash for him. Obviously we've seen a few moments ago from Fratelli, and now, well, over turn 12 having another moment on the hindsight.
Yeah, perhaps pushing a little bit too much, and I mean obviously we haven't seen the replay, we wait to find out if everyone is okay that was involved in that. But yeah, a huge crash there for Fratelli, and obviously the other riders just didn't know where to go.
Now on the timing screen, as things stand, Irfan currently showing in the lead over Mario Landa and Evan Boxberger, but of course we'll wait for confirmation on that. The official move the points out of the gravel, the riders head back into the pit lane for the time being. So they'll head into the pit lane and work out exactly what this finishing order is going to be. A little bit of time session suspended due to crashing that turn as well. Obviously, not only the crash, but also the debris would have brought onto the circuit as well. Right on the curb. Also down there, that would be for the other lower part of the rider. As well. So far, obviously, bringing the bikes back into the garage as well. We wait to see exactly what's going to happen. Looks like something parked there too. But whether just going on to the last lap of action. Now, the finishing results have been confirmed, and it's currently showing Eduardo Savino as your top of the time sheet, with Cabela's in second and Alvaro Lucas in third. Obviously, they were involved in that as well, so we'll wait and see. One crashed out, riders okay, most importantly, but I think there's some discussions down here in Park Fairmont. It might be a little while until we can work out who finishes where, with it being obviously front through. In which case we'll back a lap, have a background. But nonetheless, obviously, the officials do a great job. I'm sure they'll work out the finish. You can see Irfan down there as well, just trying to work out exactly where he's going to finish, of course. Shaking our hands as well with some of the VHC racing team people. Galan down there as well with it. So Galan and Irfan shaking hands after that battle up to the point of brewing to be a dramatic final lap, to say the very least. But up to that point, having a great fight. Irfan was having a solid ride himself as well. It's been my starting from the front row of the grid. And that was a huge lead group that formed. Much like we see one of this confirmation of Fratelli crashing out. Jerez, Álvaro Lucas, and of course Eduardo Sabino. Riders okay. You mentioned the most important thing of an incident like that, especially over at such a fast section of the circuit, over turns 11, turns 12. It just looked like Sally on the curb. So you see what looks to be Álvaro Lucas down there in pit lane as well with his team. Have a lot of discussion over exactly what's happening too. So we'll wait and see how this one unfolds. Let's see what the time screen says. Now the time screens have now updated. It is now showing Mario Landa in P1. So Matteo Mario Landa is showing as P1. Galan in second and Irfan in third, and that is the moment that Mario Landa has found out that he has taken victory here in race 2 of the Momovin Moto4 European Cup. Not the way we would have wanted to win, you would imagine, but nonetheless, still it's going to be a P1 trophy, it seems, at the end of the day, with a 60,000th of a second victory being his official winning margin. Galan in second as well for the Brando Racing VHC team, so something to celebrate for them for sure after what was a solid day, solid afternoon as well. They definitely made steps. And then third place going the way of Irfan. So we did see Irfan down there in pit lane a few moments ago, and the bike does get wheeled into Park Fermi. Now still no sign of the number 4 is actually, yeah, he is. So just waiting to be weighed, and then I hope we can get the Park Fermi duties and the podium celebrations underway as well. But not the way that Mario Landa would have wanted to take victory at all. Obviously, we hope that there's no injuries for the likes of Fratelli, Sabino, Lucas and Velez. We'll quick update you on that. Before we go on there. I'm sure you'll see it on social media, on the riders' pages. Mario Landa being the victor for the AC Racing team. We should be able to hear from him eventually once all this is sorted out. Hear exactly what he has to say about, frankly, a frantic race at the front. So Jack Wheaton down there to speak to him. There's the team. Gives him a big hug. But a P1 hat and 25 points goes his way. He'll go all the way up to third place in the championship as well. So a big important points haul for him. A day that could be speaking about as the 2026 season concludes later on in the year. Irfan now finally gets to celebrate with his team. Of course, handshakes, hugs as well. Special moment for him. We were saying all weekend long that he would be looking towards a podium. We knew how fast he was over one lap. It was just converting that into a race. And well, with obviously the circumstances and the shorter race as well, he was able to pick up a P2 and P3 in the end as Galan takes P2 and now begins his celebration. So a water down the levers as well, just to help and cool down ever so slightly, you would imagine. And well, who can blame him? Temperatures nearing towards 40 degrees Celsius. Track temps over 60 degrees Celsius as well. As you can imagine, teams getting their photos taken with an incredible day of action. Now here is the replay of the incident. Fratelli is in the race lead. Keep your eye on the race leader. He has a big moment on the rear, snaps high sides, and then suddenly a big pile up behind. There was nowhere for Cabela's Álvaro Lucas and Sabino to go. Down they went, and the red flag was shown. few moments later. And that was the moment that Mario Landa was finally able to celebrate with his team, with his family, with everyone that's helped him on this big journey in the Momoven Moto4 European Cup. Let's not forget as well, Mario Landa started from P11 on the grid. So fighting from the middle of the fourth row all the way to P1 in the finish up. You won't forget this day for a long time for sure, whether it be the heat, whether it be the victory, or whether it be the race that he's just took part in as well. A little sip of water, trying to get some hydration back in. You'll have plenty of time later on to do that, of course, because this was the Momoven Moto4 European Cup's final race of the day. Final race of the weekend as well. But the AC Racing team, a top outfit. I mean, we've seen it with Fernando Bajosa in the past, and now we're seeing the new talent come to the forefront. Let's not forget as well the incident that unfolded in Estoril just a few weeks ago. Luckily, no injuries sustained for him, and now fights his way to the top step of the podium. Irfan continued his celebrations too. A lot of dance for him. Some questionable dance moves, but Collie as well down there. Done a great job at running the team, bringing them to the podium positions once more. But maybe not the best dance moves in the world for a fan, but the most is talking on the track anyway, and that was the main thing. Finally, though, I don't think it's been too much longer until we can hear from who's been declared our race winner. Matteo Mario Landa, P1 for himself, 60 thousandths of a second was his official winning margin. He wins over Dengan and Irfan at the dramatic end to the day.
Matteo Mario Landa, victory from P11 on the grid here in race 2. How do you feel after that one?
I feel super happy because it was a super difficult race and super hot, but finally I won the race, and I want to give thanks to my team, to my family, to Petaka, to all the people that support me, and I'm super happy for that.
And just in Spanish for your friends, family, sponsors who are watching on TV.
Ya ha sido una carrera muy complicada porque había muchísimo calor en pista y se pasaba muy mal, pero al final conseguí ganar y quiero agradecer a mi familia, a mi sponsor, a Petaka, a toda la gente que me apoya, y le quiero dedicar esta victoria a Pau Alsina, que le echaba mucho de menos y que esta victoria va para él.
Matteo, thank you, congratulations.
Thank you.
But where do we start? Race 2, the Momoven Moto4 European Cup delivered from start to finish. It was a good start from Christian Borelli from pole position. And Bertelli got himself involved in the podium fight straight away. Tassini also entered the podium picture, eventually suffering issues over at turn 2. It was a crash for himself, Danny win, and a retirement from the day. Galan also got involved, got his elbows out with his teammate as Alvaro Lucas remained in the podium picture all the way throughout, looking to claim yet another race win. Savino made some brave moves as well, consistently running inside the top 5. There's a few laps where he dropped back, but nonetheless Leopard Junior rider fought his way through the field. A big crash there at the front though from Borelli, who's frustrated with that one. Nonetheless, it was no points scored for himself. Then heading through once more, Alvaro Lucas soon entered the race lead. It was a good move over at turn 8 for Galan, who snatched the race lead ever so briefly. Mario Landa quickly took that at turn 13. Then there was this crash over at turn 2. That looks to be the spark bike in flames as well, but luckily all riders managed to walk away from it. Sabino though eventually hit the front. Bertelli had this big moment. He lost a lot of ground. We thought potentially maybe some issues for the number 67, but it didn't prove to affect his pace one bit. He entered the race lead straight away as Alvaro Lucas entered second, and then this move happened, this incident where he had a high side. Bertelli went down, Cabela's went down, Alvaro Lucas and Sabino as well. Mario Landa was declared the race victor ahead of Galan and Irfan as a red flag was shown with 1 lap to go. Here we are then. First of all, the team representative onto the podium. Before then, it will be Irfan on free. Further dance move for himself. But third place, a trophy to bring home as well. Most importantly, Galan, so delighted with that handshake between himself and Irfan. Matteo Mariolanda now next up. Of course, your race winner. He's absolutely delighted with that one. Next up, of course, the podium trophies will be handed out. RFME representative hand the trophies once more for this one. First of all, to the AC Racing team representative up on the podium. Of course, Mariolanda racing under a Colombia flag. He should be able to do Colombia next time in a few moments' time as well. But now it's Galan's chance to have his trophy, have his moment in the sunshine. And then finally, your race winner. Obviously, just sparkling water for them, but I'm sure they're still going to enjoy it. Hopefully, it's cold as well for them to enjoy. Cool down a little bit from what was 9 laps, or 8 laps in the end, of your Moto 4 drama. Will be a national anthem ringing out here in Spain. Now, as the water celebrations can begin, it's going to be cooling at the very least for them. The line involved in that one, and I'll be reminded that they still have a picture to take for the day rounds up. Also out for the photo, look towards, look back, a pretty special day for those free riders. An incredible race for Matteo Mariolanda. He takes victory here at Jerez, winning by 60 thousandths of a second over Galan and Irfan on the podium. Osorio, Cresteville, Cassidy, Boxberger, Saksikan, Camila, TV round out the top 10 and shaking up and in the top 10 order following the late crash over turn 12. Arnold, Casablancas, Sanchez, Martinez and Nike Lou Sanchez round out the top 15, and most importantly our point scorers. Now in total in the Momova Moto 4 European Cup Race 2 we had roughly just over 20 finishers or so. Sabino Velez, Lucas Bertelli were all involved in that final crash. So they're showing from 21, 22, 3 and 4. Roland, Ethan Sparks and Ruth as well had their own issues. Sparks, of course, we've seen his bike on fire after that accident. Hopefully they can get that fixed for the next round of the season. Tassini as well, an early crash for him put him out of contention, as did Morelli. Now, the championship picture leaving Jerez. It remains 34 points between Alvaro Lucas and Fratelli, but that is not the story from this race. Both of them, of course, scoring no points as Matteo Mariolanda capitalises. Up to P3 in the championship, 59 points in total, 36 adrift from the number 46. Casadei also picking up a few positions. Osorio soaring up the order into P14 in the standings, so 5 positions picked up for him in the championship order. This is Samuel Casablancas, 4 points scored in total, 6 positions gained in the championship order. 2 Tamburini, 4 points scored today, as is Cine. So Alvaro Lucas still remains the championship leader after this one. A DNF in race 2. As for his championship rivals Patelli and Sabino, it's Marilanda who comes out on top. We thought race 1 was dramatic, but race 2 delivered even more. The Mumoven Motor4 European Cup will be back in action at the next round of the season. Before then, we still have further drama to watch here at Jerez, as the Stock European Championship is next up, so stay with us and see the beautiful shots for the Jerez track. again this weekend. We are on the grid and ready for more. The Stock European Championship is next up on a bumper round 3 schedule, with Jerez starting from pole position at Jerez. It's a historic venue for a reason, with 13 corners, proving excellent racing, creating champions, and writing the next chapter of history. The next 10 laps of Stock European Championship action are sure to be yet another blockbuster. We saw some unpredictable winners and pole sitters in Portugal, leaving anticipation sky high as we prepare for blast-off at Jerez. The Stock European Championship is the finale for Sunday. Let's do battle once more. Time now to enjoy a blast from the past as we enjoy the best moments from our trip to Estoril. Scorching conditions with high tension on the grid as Jerez launched from pole position on Sunday. Ruiz and Bernal were involved in the fight for victory during the early stages, with the 35 creating his own headlines as he impressed, carving his way through the podium places in just the second round of his rookie season. Bernal was on the hunt for victory. The battle was intense, with Ruiz spending a good chunk at the front, setting the pace for turn one, proving to be pivotal. At the end, though, everything came down to the wire as we celebrated yet another podium finish in 2026. Ruiz took victory just 0.11 seconds ahead. Bernal and Jerez rounded out the podium, giving us a taster, wetting our palates for what is next. Jerez, you are up. Now, this is the scene in Jerez. My name is Lewis Ray, and joining me for the final day of action is Jack Amy. And well, there's confirmation that the race will be reduced to 2/3 of the original distance, and that is due to the high temperatures that have been pretty much lurking us the entire weekend. And well, Jack, last time we seen it, it was near towards 40 degrees Celsius air temperature and just over 60 degrees track temperature as well. For these 600 riders, it's going to be a real challenge.
It's going to be a real challenge. I suspect a 10-lap race is probably ideal, because a full length race would be so challenging. It's, as we said, near on 40 degrees air temperature, not factoring in the real fuel, of course, plus the track temperature in the last race was about 60 degrees. But we'll just see how pole was decided in the stock class.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy for this pole position. I was work a lot with my team all the weekend, and now do the pole position. I'm very happy for this. But the important is tomorrow, and I use a lot for fight for the race. I think I win tomorrow the race is what very hard, because hot, the track is very hot, and the other rider is fast, very fast all the riders, and now fight for win the race.
Ruiz there talking about his lap in Q2. That was the fastest lap of the session. However, for this one, there's been a slight shake-up of order. Ruiz will start P25 on the grid. He was originally meant to be started in pole position, but he was handed a back of the grid penalty for slow sectors in Q2. So for riding too slow outside the 114% threshold, he's been handed the back of the grid penalty, which is therefore promoted by Jerez to pole position. Jack, another twist in the 2026 Stock European Championship.
Yeah, pretty much every race so far has featured a twist of some kind. Barcelona had Jerez on pole with a poor start before fighting his way back. And Estoril decided by literally could not get any closer. And now we've had obviously Ruiz fastest in Q2, but starting from 25th due to slow sectors, and will have to work his way through with it. And obviously has reduced distance to do so.
Yeah, only 10 laps for him to fight all the way from P25 on the grid. It's going to be a challenge for sure.
but if anyone can do it, it's going to be the race winner from Estoril. Now, we're going to go into the front row in just a few moments' time. There is Jerez. I think he's got the largest fan, actually, we've seen all day on the grid anyway, so trying to keep himself cool. Obviously, the final race of the day, and it seems to be around this 3 o'clock area where the temperatures are really getting hot. It looks like there is a bit of wind out there, judging by some of the flags, some of the umbrellas down on the grid. But nonetheless, it seems to be this later afternoon that the heat really gets intense.
The heat is very intense here in the south of Spain in the evening. We noticed it when we landed Friday evening walking off the plane. It was just like, it's so intense. And it has been like that Friday, Saturday and Sunday. So a lot to do for the riders. There was no surprise that the umbrellas are out, that some riders have got fans or towels around there. They'll do anything at this point just to stay a little bit cooler.
Yeah, the heat at this time of the day is a little bit like a slap in the face. Now, Hinojosa, we just seen a few moments ago, he does start from P2 on the grid. Some of the wildlife tunes in for the final two of action here in Jerez. A good turnout as well in terms of spectators too, watching on trackside, watching on the top of the pit lane as well. But Miguel Bernal, well, this has been the story of what was Estoril, and it's been one of the biggest stories heading into this weekend. Obviously the rookie, this is his 3rd round of his Stock European Championship career, and now he went from a pole position in Estoril to then finishing as runner-up, and now on the front row yet again.
Bernal is putting in some impressive performances so far in the early stages of his career in this championship. Barcelona, steep learning curve, P10 on the grid to P7 in the race, but Estoril moved into his own, but I'd say with pole, P2. Narrowly missed out on that first victory. Came through Q1 on Saturday to secure a front row start following Ruiz's penalty.
Yeah, Ruiz's penalty really shaking up the order, you have to say. But have a little look at the camera. A nice drink of water was Lorenzo Ballon, of course, going from P4 in the grid for himself, and he'll be looking to try and convert some of the pace that showed in Estoril, because he's well and truly within the top 5 positions, certainly in the early laps or so. And then, well, we pan it down to Bernal's teammate on the grid. Competitions machine, having a good ride in qualifying. A P10, you have to say, good job for him.
Good job for him, yeah, and been fairly consistent this season inside the top 10, so we'll be looking to that.
Yeah, looking to repeat yet another solid result. By Jerez just making his way back to the bike, so there might be a lot of discussion on comfort break. Either way, he's heading back to pole position. Christian Lawley as well, plenty of experience in this paddock. Now moving over to the Stock European Championship. P6 for him on the grid, what needed.
Should be looking for a solid top 10 finish, given that's what he achieved in both Barcelona and Estoril. Best starting position this season, so perhaps a top 6 finish is on the cards for the Italian.
Now back on to row 3, we're going to head in a few moments time, where Filippo Fellini is going to be started down in P7. It was sponsored the draft for base racing. Nonetheless though, P6 in the championship for him. It's been a good championship so far. I mean, points mean so much in the Stock European Championship, with a class that only has 1 race every single weekend. If you have a no point scoring race, it can be detrimental at the end of the year.
It's so costly to have a race where you don't score points. As you said, there's only 1 race per weekend for the Stock European Championship. Fellini has been a point scorer in both races so far. We'll be looking to continue that.
Javan as well, a few incidents this year, a few crashes, a few mistakes, but that's expected. Getting used to these challenging circuits, getting used to the class as well. Obviously a really successful rider is Javan. Now he'll be looking for a solid result here today.
Yeah, 2 retirements so far this season, but that is perhaps not a reflection of his pace. 19th on the grid in Barcelona, 12th in Estoril, 8th here. He is slowly building into this championship on the Yamaha machine.
Yeah, obviously a really experienced rider in Asian Championships, and now looking to carry that experience into Europe as well. Constantly improving at every round. Perhaps the track around, of course, it might go a little bit better than something like Estoril as well. He has big company, I think it's fair to say, on the 3rd row of grid. Keskas started P9 for himself. Only 12th in the championship, but starting P9, I mean, it's not out of the question you have to say for a top 5 finish.
No, definitely not. You think the Hungarian rider would be in the mix for that, as we just see the 3-minute board, so not far away from the warm-up lap starting. Yeah, Keskas, you would think would be in the hunt for a top 10, perhaps top 5. Has shown good one-lap pace this year, but only has finished Estoril in P10.
3-minute boards you just seen a few moments ago. Bergabung sits there in P10 for the time being, only 1 point scored this year, but judging by his qualifying pace, you have to say he's going to be up in that tally here today.
You would think so. Definitely points on the board for the German rider, the 17-year-old. As you said, 1 point this season, scored it in Barcelona, has a very good chance of adding to that tally.
Yeah, judging by that, I will go alongside him as well. So starting from P11, the motor machine, obviously P11 in the championships. A few one place actually above, but well, just 7 points scored for him. We'll be looking for further points here today as well, but that is yet again another talented row. I mean, if we look at it, we have alongside Diaz, we have Lorenzo Pontillo, which has sure had his own issues. Certainly Estoril suffered a crash, and it looks like his glove came off. Luckily, no issues for him, but Lorenzo really getting used to the 600 machine and now joining the likes of Alvaro Diaz for company.
Yeah, the rookies are slowly building their way up to the 600 machine, but Diaz, he does have experience of the Yamaha R6 from his World Supersport days, and obviously is a world champion in his own right for the World Supersport 300 in 2000.
You can just see there the teams making their way off the grid, the generators, the extra tyres, the leaf blowers as well, just try and keep the bike cool. Well, now it's minimum crew really on the grid at the moment. We're not too far away from getting underway. You can just see the tyre bucket still on, and Black Trias goes from pole.
Okay.
So the sole race of the weekend for the Stock European Championship sees Black Trias alongside Jacopo Hinojosa and Miguel Bernal in the front row of the grid. The all Spanish
Oke, kita bakal sebentar lagi bakal mulai untuk live race Super Sport.
Chaban and Keskas go from row 3, while Bergabung runs out the top 10 alongside Alvaro Diaz and Lorenzo Pontillo. Capozzi, Rivera and Garcia round out the top 15. Panzalikas go from P16 alongside Rostangi and Lunella. Chimi goes from P19 as Nardiano rounds out the top 20. Orlandi in P21. Rosada in P22. Grants Hagen in P23 as well. Further down the other, Rosa, Rui, Holland and Ranchi go from now. Let's not forget as well your pole setter going all the way from P25 on the grid. Yerai Rui, what can he do in this one? Obviously, Black Jerez, you would have to say, Jack, he's going to try and up the pace straight away at the front, because he knows that if he can stretch the margin at the end of the race, it's going to be near impossible for the likes of Rui to catch up.
You would think, based on the reduced distance to 10 laps, that even if Black Jerez doesn't do that, it would be very difficult for Rui to be on the podium anyway. However, you never know.
Yeah, stranger things have happened.
All it takes is one epic lap one and he could be in the top 15, perhaps just outside the top 10, and suddenly it's game on.
He's somewhat lucky that we're at Jerez as well, of course. I mean,
Oke, kita mulai live reaction.
Overtaking opportunity. Turn 2 as well. Turn
Untuk
5
kelas
get invented. You can maybe get 1 or 2
race talk.
right here as we're headed now towards turn 6.
600cc.
Overtaking place as well, and all the way
di FIM Motorsport di malam hari ini.
away from turns 8, and then that's not to forget as well the final corner over at turn 16. It's a good circuit to make moves.
It's a very good circuit. Plenty of overtaking opportunities, even the corners that aren't really traditional overtaking hotspots. They're corners you can set up a move at for the next one. So
Aman ya.
an opportunity to do
Ada
something.
masalah kan? Ada masalah.
Not make the pass.
Yeah, exactly. And we just had a little look at the weather there. 62 degrees track temperatures. It looks like some of the riders just trying to inform their fellow competitors that perhaps there's an issue with someone's machine on this warm-up lap. So hopefully there's nothing something big, and hopefully it's something that's not going to delay the start. Obviously, we're good enough to when we have it, but nonetheless, a 62 degrees track temperature, 38 degrees Celsius air temperature.
Oke, live reactions dimulai.
It is scorching out there.
Super Sports 600.
Looks like
There's more wave as well.
number 27 of Alvaro Diaz, that is. It looks like they're trying to warn him he has an issue, but he's had a, maybe he can't see anything, so he is.
I think.
Jangan lupa klik tombol like, comment, and subscribe, guys.
It's either smoke or something coming.
Teman-teman yang nonton jangan lupa klik tombol like, comment, and subscribe
The
ya.
water hitting something hot like an exhaust.
Karena di setiap weekend, setiap ada balapan, gue bakal melakukan live reaction, termasuk di kelas MotoGP juga. Kelas MotoGP dan juga live race yang lainnya ya, teman-teman.
Well, there we go. You'll have a proper look down now to see if anything is there. Now the officials also come in.
Gue sambil cek apakah audio di sudah aman semua.
It looks like that's what the conversation was happening. You just see him in the background there being taken to the side by the looks of it. I think that's it. Yeah, the bike being moved into pit lane.
Yeah, so the bike
aman semua ya, semoga aman semua ya.
Now, and if you want to
Kita bisa menikmati race kali ini.
upset to say the very least. Clearly not an issue.
Wah, ada satu motor yang bermasalah.
Not his fault at all, but nonetheless, he's out of the race in this time. Here at Tourette, the final race of the day.
Okay, final race.
And after a penalty for Rui, flights out, and we are racing. It's a good start from Hinojosa from P2, a good start from Bernal as well from third. Who's going to claim the whole shot and run to turn one? It is going to be Miguel Bernal who takes the race lead. Hinojosa in P2, and Black Trias dropping back down to what looks to be about P4, P5 position. It's currently, well, that looks like it's complete retirement for Diaz further back down the order. Back for turn 3. We await to see where Ruiz is going to come out at the end of lap 1. A glimpse of Black Trias there now, but a great start for what is Hinojosa, who's now reclaimed the race lead. The two face racing riders in P1 and P2.
Yeah, Hinojosa with a great start to launch his way into P1 ahead of Bellini. Bernal running in 3. Trias, another poor start from pole position, running in 4th, but looks like he's on the move already, heading into turn 6. Is he going to be able to get out the inside, or is he too far back? He's too far back.
Bernal, though, picking up a few moves as well. It's getting tight further back down the order there at turn 6. Hopefully, everyone's able to get through. There's a couple of riders
Red flag.
hand up in the air, but we do continue on at the head of this race. Bernal doing a good job so far, up into second position for the time being. He did lead going through the opening corner. Hinojosa, though, managed to get back through on him. There is number 3, so down he goes. That's going to be an end of the day for him, of course, that being Pantelikis. A massive shame for the Greek rider, and well, that bike has gone down yet again at turn 6.
Just a note on Yerai Ruiz, he is up to P16.
Ada yang crash.
A retirement here for Gonzalo Capote, who has come down. There are yellow flags out at turn 6 and turn 8, so it looks like he's come down in that third sector.
Yeah, the promo racing rider not happy about that one as we continue on at the head of the race. Currently, Hinojosa leads the way, Bernal in second. Black Trias, your pole sitter, your inherited pole sitter, now up into third. Some further moves though being made behind. That was a great move from Jimenez in P5. So 37 picking up another position, and now having a good old scrap with Fellini for P4 out of circuit.
Yeah, a great scrap, as you said. We still have yellow flags out at turn 8, so obviously we're coming through turn 4 now, so a little bit away from there, but Hinojosa looking like he's stretching his legs. 7 tenths, 8 tenths of a second clear already as the number 29 looks up the inside at turn 5.
Yeah, looking up the inside, a good overtaking place. Currently, Yara Ruiz is up into P16. So certainly points on the cards here today. Lorenzo Fallon well and truly lost a few positions to say the very least, and now he's got a lot of ground to make up, getting involved with some of the Aspar riders as well out there on the circuit, some of the MDR riders too, as we head out of turn 6 towards turn 7. And is that Miguel Bernal? Is that Bernal down on the deck? It's a massive shame if it is. He was having such good race, and it is the 35. Miguel Bernal crashes out. And it looks like we have a red flag as well out on circuit. So the red flag does go out. Miguel Bernal was running P2.
Oh, red flag, red flag, red flag.
It looks like he's going to try and get it back to the paddock.
The red flag.
Yeah, it looks like he's been able to rejoin. Obviously, when the red flags are shown, you have 5 minutes to get back into pit lane. Shouldn't be an issue for him now that he's up and running.
Yeah, so
Wah, banyak drama ya di balapan kali ini ya.
We'll give you an update once we know exactly what that red flag was for, whether it's a case of a crash or whether it's a case of track conditions. Nonetheless, what we do know is that the race has came to a halt. So hopefully not too much longer before we can get some sort of a restart on the way for the Stock European Championship riders. So head straight back into pit lane, straight back into their pit boxes. Okay, get things sorted and get a restart promptly.
Yeah, we'll obviously keep up to date with what race direction tell us. As just come up on time that the session restart will be announced. So obviously we're just waiting to find out. The reason was for track condition at turn 6, and yeah, we just say waiting for when the session will be restarted. Less than 3 laps were completed though.
Yeah, less than 3 laps completed in this 10-lap race. That, of course, will mean it's essentially a new race with original grid positions. There we see those session restarts still to be announced. Now, looking at the timing screens, it is also showing that Jerez is stopped out on circuit. So yeah, we'll wait and see an update on that one as well. But the red flag out on track conditions at turn 6, and while there are the officials and the same going over, the marshals doing a great job so far this weekend, as they always do here at Moto Junior, and just having a little look at what they have to deal with. Now, if it is any kind of fluid, hopefully it's something like water, which will dry really, really quickly at these temperatures.
Yeah, hopefully it is. You can see they're just examining it, seeing what they can do. Obviously, if it is something not water, like oil, they have special cement dust that they can put over it to soak it up and not have an impact on the riders. But we're just waiting to see where the contamination is and what the solution is, of course.
Yeah, we'll wait and see what's going to happen. Obviously, session restart still to be announced. It's going to give riders a chance to reset as well, most importantly. And with it being declared a new race, it's going to be interesting to see how many riders we have taking the restart. Someone like Miguel Bernal, this is going to play right into his hands.
As long as they can repair the bike, yes, they can. It will play into his hands. Obviously, depending on how long the stop is and what damage was done to the bike is the key aspect there. We just saw on times number 60, that is Rosa, crashed out at turn 7 as well. So I wonder if it's turn 6, 7 that they need to be looking at just to check for what they're looking for, and obviously we wait to see what that is.
Yeah, of course, we won't have a restart till everything is nice and safe out on circuit. So it will be a 6-lap race, it's looking like, when we're able to get this race restarted. So over 6 laps, Jack, still plenty of time. That's actually been the 2/3 race distance that you're originally going to have from these 10 laps.
Yes, it's a 2/3 race distance, but of course, if your name is here, I believe, that's very bad news indeed. Going from P25, you were already in the point. You just see one of the fallers here at turns. Bernal goes down on the exit of turn 6. Looks like he lost the front, which is a very, very tense crash to have. And then obviously looks like the marshal was just telling him where to go there. So yeah, let's say it looks like a very typical turn 6 crash. Lose the front, but able to rejoin.
Yeah, able to rejoin out on circuit. A little bit of a discussion for the time being with the marshals out on track while we work out exactly how we want to deal with this. Obviously, there'll be in communications with the likes of race control, just working out what is best to do before we can proceed. But still, plenty of people staying around watching the race and staying to watch the final race of our round 3 schedule. The Stock European Championship. This is almost tradition, final race of the action. Well, certainly Estoril, it was a case of best till last. Obviously, 1,000th of a second it was at the end of the Estoril race. And so, well, there's confirmation still waiting for the start time. It won't be until everyone's happy at every single corner around the circuit and get the session going again. But Jerez, of course, will be starting this one yet again from pole position in the Hosa in P2. Bernal, if he's able to get that bike fixed, should start in 3rd position. And well, for Jerez, it's going to be another chance for him to try and get a better start, because certainly during the opening couple of corners, he really did get swallowed up.
Yeah, something we saw in Barcelona as well from pole position. He just did not get off the line well. You just look at the marshals, obviously checking Looks like around turn 7 and 8 as well, just to obviously check track conditions. As we still wait for the session restart time to be announced. Yeah, but for Jerez, we saw in Barcelona, he didn't get away well from pole position, fought his way back up to win. It looks like he didn't get away particularly well here. We'll just get a replay of it. You see on the right hand side, Jerez, it's not a bad start, but Hinojosa just gets a superb launch as the lights go out and takes the lead. And Jerez obviously drops down into P2, P3 under pressure at turn 1.
And now we look right at the back of the field. You can see Yera Ruiz just picking up the front wheel ever so slightly, trying to get that Honda off the line and immediately going to the inside. I mean, there was no messing about there. He had a plan from the very start and straight away wanted to somehow have the perfect line going into turn 1.
Yeah, he obviously knew he wanted to get to the inside. You can see he made up a couple of places straight away there. It's not the longest run into turn 1, so the position is crucial. And the number 72 decided that he wanted the inside line. You can see it under braking up the inside there, although he is also overtaken at the same point.
Yeah, also overtaken there by the CIP machine. So Christian Darbiano trying his luck round the outside turn and getting it done until slightly getting blocked, and then Ruiz was able to pick up the power again on the correct line and get back through, I think, before we even arrived at turn 2. But yeah, 6-lap race in store. You can see the dust and the brooms officially on circuit now. So yeah, I do not envy the incredible work that the marshals are doing. Of course, really hot temperatures for them. But 6 laps of restart. Hopefully we're going to be able to get underway. And for the riders as well, they'll be watching some of these pictures in the garage and they'll know exactly what the situation is out on circuit.
Yeah, they'll want. Yeah, they will know what the situation is by these pictures, of course, but also when they have their sighting lap and their warm-up lap, they'll get a good understanding of where the grip is. The good thing is it looks like it's mostly offline, at least through turn 7 and 8. So whatever they're trying to clear up shouldn't have an impact on the racing line.
Yeah, turn 6, it looks like it's quite tight on the inside there. It just depends on whatever has went down, just how long and how far it's went down around this circuit. Obviously there's some pointing on the warm-up lap as well for some of the riders, or perhaps a separate issue as well in the overland lap. It's not worth speculating about at all. But what we do know is that we are going to have a new race, which, as you mentioned, for the likes of Yara Ruiz, it's going to have to be what we've seen a few moments ago of just full attack at turn 1, try to invent something pretty special and try to make something work.
The good thing for Ruiz is he knew he was near the point at the end of lap 1, the start of lap 2. So if he can replicate that, he knows he's got a good chance of perhaps a top 10, but definitely scoring points. The top 5 is going to be so tricky for him over 6 laps.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. 6 laps in distance for him. It's not going to be much at all. Now, of course, some of the officials out on circuit just want to have a little check as well at the current state of the circuit. Of course, this will be our final race of the meeting before we pack up and reconvene next month, at the end of the month. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Finally, Court up next for the Moto Junior World Championship, but before all that, we need to obviously get this race in the books.
Yeah, we do. We can just see the officials having a look at turn 6 here. He did look like he was pointing a bit further back towards turn 5 as well, so hopefully, obviously we haven't seen everything, but hopefully the marshals are aware of that and have been working on that if there is anything to check. But yeah, just obviously waiting to see, again, waiting for a restart time to be announced.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be plenty of communication between the marshals, the officials, race control and whatnot, and well, by the time we get racing, it's going to be all safe and sound, but sometimes it can take a little while just to get everything swept in, get everything nice and dry out on circuit. And obviously, as a rider, whenever you're in this sort of situation, it can be a little bit daunting, but these guys are all professionals. Still session restart to be announced, but certainly it's going to be a case on the warm-up lap, going near the cement dust and just trying to take your normal line and get that sort of wariness out of your head straight away.
Exactly, just to find out what the grip is like near there as well. I said the good thing is definitely through turn 7 you can see it's not near the apex. Obviously if you're making a move and you're on the outside defending or even going around the outside, then it's going to be tricky. Turn 7 is not a typical overtaking spot, it has to be said, so unlikely. But you obviously want to make sure that the grip is okay there before you try anything special.
Yeah, it looks like some fervour just being put on circuit. You can see those 6 laps to go. That will be
what will be displayed for the riders during the race once we're able to get this restart underway. Ultimate halt in proceedings. But what an incredible season we've had so far, not just obviously here today, but all season long, especially in the Stock European Championship too. We've seen a great race last time out over at Estoril, and at Barcelona, plenty of drama to get our team stuck into.
It's been an incredible season so far in 2026. Obviously, we're hoping for more of the same here when the race is restarted. But yeah, Barcelona was incredible with the drama with Trias fighting back from the poor start up into, I think it was down in P6, P7 by turn 1, and then very quickly at the front of the field. And then Estoril obviously decided by 0.001. It literally does not get closer than that.
Yeah, it doesn't get any closer. It was a pure photo finish. It was one of those races which reminds you why we're all here, why we all love this sport so dearly. But well, we've spoken about Jerez enough. How about we have a little look at the times itself? Because obviously in qualifying yesterday, he was over 4/10 quicker than Blind Trias, who was inherited pole position. But for Jerez, I mean, 4/10 of a second doesn't come easy. It's not something you can just find overnight. That's a lot of time, and certainly that sort of lap time, a 1:43.738, is going to be giving him some confidence, at least of some points, even though this is only 6 laps.
No, it's an incredible lap time that he put in. I was just trying to compare it actually to the pole lap record. That was a 1:44.1 set by Danny Munoz in 2023, and Jerez did a 1:43.7 yesterday. So an incredible lap time from the 72, and he was the only one in the 1:43s bracket as well. So he'll have confidence that he has the pace to at least get into the points, into the top 10. It's just the double reduced distance now, if you like, is going to make it so tricky for him.
Yeah, a lot of riders inside the 1:44.1 bracket. 3 of them actually at that. So Trias, Hinojosa, and Bernal all running what was pretty much previous lap record pace. But Ruiz moving the goalpost yet again. Sadly for him, he's not going to be able to start on pole position even on this restart. It's declared as a new race, so it will be original group positions for everyone out on track. But an exciting prospect as well coming up over at Magny-Cours for these riders. It's hopefully some further great racing as well, like we've seen at Estoril, and a whole new challenge as well for some of our rookies. I mean, we spoke about him quite a lot, Miguel Bernal, mainly because he's been, I think, one of the standout, if not the standout rookie this season. And suddenly, well, he's looking like a whole new challenge coming his way at Magny-Cours after obviously gets this weekend under his belt.
Yeah, it's strange for someone like Bernal, because you go from Jerez, where even if you're not racing, you've probably lapped here hundreds, if not thousands of times, because it's a great testing venue. Lots of championships do come here for pre-season testing, for their races, so it doesn't matter what you're competing in, you'll probably be here at some point. Magny-Cours is very different. Not many championships go there, unless you're in the French Championship. In Superbike, for example, you're not necessarily going to go to Magny-Cours. Then you have to learn the track, obviously still adapting to the bike and the tyres before you get racing, and it is a whole new challenge.
Yeah, and I mean, someone like Lorenzo Fallon, obviously a lot of World Championship experience, and I'm sure he's probably done more laps at a circuit like Jerez, do not get me wrong, but a home round for him coming up over at Magny-Cours, he's got to be looking for a good result there, not to mention as well we see a lot of wild cards.
We do, yeah, it's a circuit that a lot of riders do enjoy, and so you do get wild cards, you do get surprises, because it is also so different. There's so many different aspects to the Magny-Cours circuit. So, like I say, Lorenzo Fallon, you would expect to be going for a good result, but it's going to be so difficult to that. And also, it doesn't matter what time of year you go to Magny-Cours, the weather can play a big role. Last year, for example, the meeting was around this time of year, and it was raining on the Sunday.
Yeah, it was raining on the Sunday and sunny on the Saturday. It was a mix of fortunes for sure, but yeah, looking down in pit lane, and the longer this delay happens, of course, the better it's going to be for some teams that have a lot of work to do at the moment and have a lot to fix on the bikes from that first start. Obviously, they've been limited on exactly what they're able to do with the bike, but if it's just a case of a few clip-ons or whatnot, they should be able to get that bike all underway and maybe some gravel rash on the fairings.
Yeah, for someone like Bernal, who came down at turn 6 and ended up in the gravel, it didn't look like too much damage was done to the bike, but obviously with the red flag, the team have just a little bit more time to check everything over, make sure everything is working as expected.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect it to be a rush job at all. They're really professional. But one of the coolest pit boxes as well, I do got to say, down in pit lane. But the leaf blowers now out on circuit, so hopefully that's a good sign that we're not too far away from getting going. It looks like we have retired the brooms from action and now using air power to try and get certainly the top layer of this dust off the circuits, and then hopefully when the tyres get to it, they can find a bit of grip as well, and then slowly throughout the race it'll only get better and better the more bikes that go over it.
Yeah, exactly. Just waiting to, obviously, for the officials to say that it's okay now as they continue to work on this part of the track on the exit of turn 6. But we did see the trail all through 7 and 8 as well.
Yeah, so just finishing off here, how far we're going to be. Obviously, the teams will need a little bit of warning before the pit lane opens, but when the pit lane does open, you've got to imagine it's not going to be for long for a start, so they're going to have to be ready. And then B, not to forget as well, the fact that when you get to the grid, it will most likely be a quick start procedure, so it's just going to be a case of one mechanic standing on the grid, where then they can slot into position and just straight away, once everyone's ready to go, head out on the warm-up lap.
Yeah, if it is a quick restart procedure, which you would imagine it would be, you get 1 minute to leave the pit lane when it opens, you go to the grid, there is one mechanic on the grid just to check everything's okay, and then you go through your warm-up lap, and then that's it.
Yeah, that's it, and then go towards the lights out after that warm-up lap. And obviously, original grid positions too. What a great weekend we've had. We've been very, very lucky with the weather, almost too lucky I think it's fair to say, with today's running. Obviously having to be originally cut short, 2/3 race distance after extreme temperatures. This was one of the races. Obviously when we came here it was meant to be more than just 10 laps of distance, then it was shortened to 10 laps and now it's been shortened to 6 after the incidents that we've seen on the opening couple of laps. So it's one of those things, and as a rider, if you're, for example, Gera Ruiz or even by Trias, who are in two completely different situations, it's the same for everyone.
It is the same for everyone. Obviously, you would probably rather be in Blai Trias' shoes starting from pole in the 6th lap race than Gera Ruiz starting from P25. But as you said, it's the same for everyone. We knew, I think it was yesterday evening, it was communicated that the race would be 10 laps rather than 15. So that was something that Ruiz had a whole night to think about. And then obviously now with the red flag, he would have known that once the race was started, it was going to be shortened once again.
Yeah, I mean, it was around probably an hour or so after it was announced that Ruiz was handing it back off the grid penalty, let's not forget. And, well, there was quite a few penalties handed out throughout Saturday. Ruiz, not the only rider to suffer from a penalty. The likes of Anjanacci suffered slow sectors in Q1. He was handed it back to the grid. Moloch as well, slow sectors in Q1, handed it back to the grid, and then Ruiz in Q2 handed it back to the grid for slow sectors as well. So not just Ruiz getting caught out, and not just in the Stock European Championship as well.
No, we see lots of penalties being applied for slow riding in this paddock at this level. Obviously trying to deter riders from doing it at this level as well, but also when they hopefully move on to the World Championship.
Yeah, it's a good stepping stone for many, and certainly the Stock European Championship is a good way into the paddock, certainly if maybe you're slightly older or a slightly taller rider as well, because if you are a tall rider, it's not always going to be the Moto3 route that is going to suit you. It could be a case of a Stock European Championship onto the Moto2 European Championship, and then targeting towards the Grand Prix World Championship through the Moto2 route.
Exactly, it's a different option for the riders who might come through Stock, and we've seen Fermin Aldeguer, for example, came through Stock and is now making a name for himself in MotoGP. Just came up on our timing screens. Pit lane will open at 16:31 local time for 1 minute. So that's in around 6-7 minutes time.
Yeah, so not too far at all, 6-7 minutes until the pit lane does open, and then we can get this race restarted. There's confirmation of that, and well, yeah, it's going to be 31, 1 minute, 6-lap restart, quick start procedure. So as we mentioned, just 1 minute for the pit lane, just 1 minute on the grid with one mechanic, and then the race start can get going. So what a day of action we've had, and it looks like, well, this is going to be kind of
it is going to be the perfect way to round it off. It will be interesting. Obviously, we've got the fight at the front with Trias, Hinojosa, Bernal, Felon, Jimenez, Lolly, Fellini, all you would think have a chance of fighting for the rostrum. And then the progress that Ruiz can make in the opening couple of laps, just to see whether he can perhaps sneak a top 10 finish.
Yeah, looking to take a top 10 finish here today. And can he do it? Well, we're not going to have to wait too much longer, luckily. Obviously, just after half past the pit lane will open. So obviously, the officials happy enough with the circuit. They think it's all safe to get going, and the riders are going to have complete trust in that as well, and just go out there and almost pretend once lights out anyway. I'm sure plenty of them will try the grip on the warm-up map and the sighting map. But once we go lights out, they're going to put it to the back of their minds, and it's business as usual. Yeah, absolutely. You just try it just to see what the grip's like with the areas that have been obviously covered in the cement dust. It will dry out fairly quickly. It is designed to soak up the fluid very quickly without impacting the grip. Obviously, it will have an impact by reducing it because it's not the ideal surface, but they will try it just to see how it feels. Yeah, they'll try their best to go as quick as possible through there. As we said, though, it's somewhat off the racing line. Shouldn't be too much of an issue unless, of course, you want to make a move through there, and then you will have to go on it. But hopefully by that point, there's a good amount of grip. And, well, you can just see the car returning back to pit lane, and you would imagine the helmets, the gloves, everything's going to begin to get back on now. And for a rider, this is the chance, this is the time of day where they really need to stay focused and get locked in once more. Yeah, absolutely. The staying focused in a stoppage is quite difficult because you just need to stay in the mindset of you're in a race, but you don't know when you're going to go racing again. Obviously now we know 16:31, so around 5 minutes time, 4.5 minutes time, they'll be leaving pit lane to start the sighting out. Yeah, not too much longer now to wait, 5 or so minutes, just under 5 minutes before we can get this race restarted. Original grid positions as we did expect. Supply Trias on pole position, Jacobo Hinojosa in P2. Lorenzo Felon will be going at the head of the second row, and hopefully at the end of the front row we're going to have the likes of Miguel Bernal. But of course we'll have to wait until pit lane opens to see if the 35 does appear out of the MDR box. Yeah, we are obviously just waiting to see. As we said, the crash didn't look too bad. It looked like a typical turn 6, looser front sort of crash out. So hopefully not too much damage for Bernal and his team to repair. Yeah, not too much hopefully for them. It could just be a clip on, it could just be a foot peg or whatnot, a gear selector. Something really easy, something not too expensive as well to fix, and then easily get out on track. But the 4-minute board's now showing in pit lane. All the teams will be seeing that. They'll be communicating with each other, whether it be someone on the lookout for the boards or someone staring at a clock to see exactly when pit lane would open. I mean, I don't think it would be too surprising either to see maybe 1 or 2 riders make their way to the end of pit lane before we even arrive at the start. Yeah, as I say, pit lane is only open for 1 minute, so you need to be out as quickly as possible. It's 3 minutes until it opens, and you'll perhaps start seeing riders in the next couple of minutes. You don't want to be waiting too long because you'll be, unless you can pull into the shade that the pit is generating, you'll be sat in the sun baking, practically. Yeah, literally baking, I think, in these temperatures. You could probably cook it out down in the fast lane or pit lane, but of course we're not going to do that because that bikes are about to return to action in about 2.5 minutes time. But our final race of the weekend, let's keep an eye as well on likes of Capote, we've seen also have a crash down there, and well, quite a few riders actually suffered against them. Same with Panteliquez, but his bike maybe looks a little bit too damaged to get that restarted. But I did see out the back of the commentary box window about 10 minutes or so ago that Capote was trying to ride the bike back to the box, trying to get it through the back end of the paddock and hopefully get that bike fixed and head back out on track. Hopefully there is enough time once you got that back into the pits to get it repaired, because obviously we want to see all of these riders back out on track. Yeah, the more the merrier, I think it's fair to say. It's been healthy grid numbers throughout the entire season or so. 27 riders taking the start, or were originally meant to be taking the start. And as always, in the Stock European Championship, it's a big grid, and well, it's a
A lot of nationalities on the grid, around 14 nationalities on the entry list this weekend. Once again, proving the competition as we have a little look at Ruiz in the pit box.
Yeah, Ruiz just getting ready there. Just another rider to obviously keep an eye on is Alvaro Diaz, because with the red flag, whether the team have been able to repair it. He is showing on our timing screens as going from P11. We wait to see if they are able to get his bike out on track.
Yeah, so that will be the number 27 that we'll be looking for to exit either pit lane or to turn up onto the grid, or at the end of pit lane for a race start, where there might not be enough time to get that fixed for the actual restart itself. But 1 minute remains until pit lane opens. The 1 minute board now up in the air, and teams and riders, you're going to be starting to get a little bit tense now. Nerves are building all over again, butterflies in your stomach, all the feelings usually pre-race.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a completely new race. As we've spoken about, it will be based on the original grid position. To see a bit of, not work as such on Yair Ruiz's bike, but just getting ready to head out as soon as the pit lane opens.
Yeah, so two mechanics on the tyre warmers and the front and back stands. They'll be ready for the moment the pit lane opens to suddenly rip those tyre warmers off, put the bike down, push it out of the garage, and then get it started for Ruiz to head onto it. As we did say though, some of the teams would want to be heading to pit lane, down at the end of pit lane, nice and early, and it looks like that's exactly the case.
It does, yeah. Just trying to see who that was. So we saw the number 51 definitely go out. We saw Hina Hosa go out, and the number 11 of Fellini, all from the Face Racing team. Did not see Bernal going out at that point.
Yeah, no Bernal yet, but first we'll have a little look. Well, right now Ruiz looks fired up, and obviously we're looking for Diaz as well to see what he can do. He will be taking his P11 spot or not. Now, looking at the front row of the grid, that does look like an MDR mechanic in the P3 spot. So you would imagine they are expecting Miguel Bernal to exit pit lane.
You would expect so, otherwise it would be very cool to send your mechanic out on the grid in this heat. So you would imagine they are expecting him to be out. Just trying to see who that is, but it's hard to see on the reflecting windows, but a very cool shot.
Yeah, cool shot, and that does look like 35 actually. So there is Bernal just exiting pit lane, and just ahead of his teammate. So we will have the front row starter back in the podium picture, back in the win hunt, you would have to say. Blind Trias as well should be going yet again from pole position. Obviously we get to see him out on circuit actually, so hopefully the 62 can take the race start.
Yeah, we're obviously just waiting to see Blind Trias whether he was. There was a mechanic in the P1 grid slot as well, so obviously just waiting to see. You see the dust being kicked up there. There is no mechanic there at the moment for Blind Trias.
Yeah, so potentially Blind Trias not taking the start here. We didn't see what happened to him, but it did look like, judging by the timing screens, it was stopped out on circuit somewhere through sector 3. So hopefully all's okay there. Hopefully not too much damage to the bike as well, but it might not be something that they were able to get back quick enough, or it's something that they were not able to get fixed.
Exactly. Obviously, despite the long stoppage, if it was something complicated, it might not have been able to be fixed in time. And as I say, I think you have 5 minutes to get into pit lane once the red flag is shown. So perhaps if it was a crash or it was a technical, you just wasn't able to get back into pit lane. But we are waiting to have confirmation of that.
Black adhesion flags also out in sector 3. That's just to tell the riders exactly what's going on and tell them just to be a little bit careful. But now, of course, they've all had their first run over dust.
Yeah, they've all had their first run over dust. Just waiting to see who pulls into the pits. It looks like Diaz is on the grid. So number 27 is going to take his P11 grid slot. So now we are just really waiting to see Blind Trias.
Do not think we're going to see the 62 on the grid. I'd be happy, I'd be very happy if I was wrong at that, but you would expect there to be a mechanic on the grid by now. So for Ruiz, I mean, it doesn't matter necessarily of how high up he gets here. If he can pick up some points, this is going to be massive in the title race.
Yeah, for Ruiz, it won't change his approach, of course, because he'll just be wanting to get as high as possible. But it perhaps changes when you get into the top 15 or the top 10. Just don't have to take so many risks to gain points on Trias if he isn't taking through his stuff.
Jordi Posada
just in front of him as well. Also racing for the GB Tamoil Racing team. So he's out there, but his teammate, the pole sitter, Bergabung Jerez, is not. So with Jerez missing on the grid, essentially it's going to be Jacobo Hinojosa on pole position alongside Miguel Bernal. So just 2 bikes on the front row of the grid as things stand. Lorenzo Pavlon and David Jimenez starting in P4 and P5 alongside Christian Lawley on row 2. Bellini, Chavan and Keskes on row 3. Gelt and Alvaro Diaz as well, managing to get back out there on circuit with Lorenzo Pintillo all being well, should be starting in P12. And obviously all the way down in P25 officially on the grid spot will be Yarai Ruiz. So what can Ruiz do? Less laps to do it, but his main rival doesn't look to be taking the start unless suddenly we see the likes of Bergabung Jerez make his way down towards the end of pit lane start from there. But air temperature sitting roughly 37 degrees Celsius at the moment. It's just ticking towards 5 p.m. It's 20 to 5 at the moment. As track temp 62 degrees as well. So breezy out there for them. But this reduced race yet again going to be far kinder on their tyres.
Far kinder on their tyres, far kinder physically as well for these riders. 10 laps would be tough in 37-degree heat when it's such an intense heat that just hits you. So 6 laps much better physically for these riders, despite obviously being incredible athletes.
Yeah, they're all super fit. They all eat and do the right things. It's all for this moment here. Still plenty of people have stayed around the Circuito de Jerez to watch the final race of the day. The final race of round 3, the Moto Junior World Championship. This of course being the stock European class. And well, currently Rui has a 4-point advantage over Bergabung Jerez. But if Jerez not on the grid, it well and truly could rise here today. And you would imagine Yara Ruiz is going to have some sort of knowledge that Bergabung Jerez has not exited the pit lane. He'll be told that anyway by his mechanics if he's not able to take the start.
Or he'll see it on his pit board at the end of lap 1 just to make sure that he isn't starting from pit lane, for example, as we see the riders line up on the grid for this restarted race.
Yeah, the riders line up on their spots now. We're not too far away from getting going. Keep your eye on the number 34 and the 35. They're going to be starting on the front row. That is Felipe Bellini on the number 11 machine. Such a little bit further down the order in P7. Still consistently at the front, an experienced rider in this class. A 2-rider front row of the grid. A restarted stock European Championship run here. The red lights are on for the final time this weekend. Red lights off, and we are racing. A big pickup of the front wheel from Miguel Bernal. And luckily for him anyway, it looks like he might be able to hold on to race lead on the run to turn 1. But it's going to be Hinojosa who sweeps round the outside, takes P1, and Bernal now overtaken by his teammate. This is going to be the 37 slotted into second place. Bellini already up into P4 as things stand. Through turns 2, then turns 3. It's a great start from Hinojosa yet again. 34 off the line straight away.
Jimenez, a good start from 5th on the grid, obviously effectively P4 with Trias not racing straight up into 2nd and ahead of Bernal, his teammate, as Bellini also climbs up the order. Alvaro Diaz also had a great start actually, it has to be said, up from P11 to P6.
Yeah, all the way up into P6 for the time being. Obviously this restart was almost a gift to him, and already taking advantage of that, looking up the inside further down the order, and that does look to be a move on Chavan. So Chavan now dropping back down to P6. Now this is where the cement dust is on circuit, and luckily everyone through nice and clean. Certainly all the top runners so far just getting used, feeling out the conditions, feeling what the grip is like through there. We've seen Bernal go slightly wider through turn 7, going straight over it, and certainly wanting to build up his confidence in these early laps.
Yeah, definitely, as we see a move there from White. Couldn't quite see who that was, but up the inside at turn 9, Alvaro Diaz ahead of Chavanitsa, and Christian Lolly was also on the move up into P7. Just a note on Yero Ruiz, he is now already in P15 in the points.
Yeah, so a far better start actually on that opening lap from Ruiz, and now it's time to get the hammer down. Now it's time to use his head and slowly carve through the field as he looks up the inside to make further moves. Plenty of R6
races in this field, of course. But Rui on board the Honda CBR 600, slightly different machine, slightly newer machine, and certainly showing that 600s can still be very, very fast in the super sport classes, and of course in the stock European Championship. Through turn 1 though, we go yet again. Hinojosa leads by 0.2 of a second.
Alvaro Diaz at turn 13 did get ahead of Fellini, but it looked like Fellini responded at turn 1 immediately, just waiting to see what order they're in. It is the 11 ahead of the 27.
Yeah, as things stand, yes, another place moved for Ruiz, and now all the way up into P14. Plantillo just ahead of them. There's 75 of Chavan as Fallon. Well, Fallon's had a messy opening lap or so here, and he got pushed back over at turn 9. Now he's fighting for P9 out on circuit. Fallon, we know, is able to be fighting far, far higher than that as Ruiz looks up the inside over at turn 6. Looks to be picking up a few more positions this time around.
Ruiz on the chart, already moved up 11 places up from his starting position. There's a slow rider there on the exit of turn 6. By the looks of it, maybe they've got going again.
Yeah, and it looks like as well we have yellow flags out at turn 5. So that could be the number 8 that's ran into some issues out on circuit. It's a bit shame from Posada. Of course, that would be the other GB Tamoil racing machine. So it'd be a day to forget for them if it was the number 8. Meanwhile, though, the 34 Hinojosa exits towards turn 11, then through turn 12 and sets it up towards turn 13. It was a technical problem from the number 8, so he will be retiring out of this one.
He will, as Hinojosa leads into turn 13 ahead of Jimenez and Bernal. Bernal not close enough to make a move on his teammate, and it looks like Fellini has gapped Diaz now. So Diaz running in P5, but a few tenths of a second behind Fellini.
Edging towards the top 10 is Ruiz. Not the fastest lap though, that goes the way of Fellini for the time being. P4 144.627 for the time being, and there is number 8 pushing his bike towards the marshals at the side of the circuit. He's found a good place just to slot it in, so a massive shame from Jordi there. He will have managed just to get it at the side of the track, but it's a hot day to score 0 points.
It's a very hot day to score 0 points, but he's done very well there to pull the bike off the track straight into a marshal's post. Looks like on timing Diaz has lost another place, this time to Alberto Garcia, the number 31, getting ahead of the number 27. Fellini with the fastest lap of the race last time out.
Yeah, confirmation of the fastest lap, even quicker this time actually, 144.627. So continuing to build up is Fellini, of course, remaining in P4 though. He hasn't made up too much ground, although he is setting the fastest lap. It's just such a hot pace at the front of this race. Meanwhile, Ruiz now inside the top 10 already. If he can get himself in around P8, P7, that's going to be a very, very successful day.
And P7 looks possible. He's less than a second behind Chavan in 7th place. And obviously we know the pace that Ruiz has.
Yeah, we know the pace he has from qualifying, and we know how ruthless he's able to be now. Lining up yet another move. Capote ahead of him, so the Portuguese rider was able to get the bike fixed and get it out after bringing it in through the back end of the paddock. But Ruiz looking up the inside over at turn 13, and he makes it work nicely done from himself. The 72 enters P9, and next up on his list is going to be Lorenzo Fallon, who sits in P8. Next to be Chavan and Alvaro Diaz in P6.
Yeah, Ruiz now a couple of attempts behind Fallon, obviously after making that move, but you wouldn't imagine it would be too long before he's passing the number 5.
Yeah, you would imagine it's going to be a terrible wait for him, certainly with the pace it's shown all the way throughout the weekend. Through turns 3, now turns 4, and line up a move will be at the end of turn 6, or is he going to invent something over at turns 5? It's rare we see a nice clean move at turn 5, but it can be possible with the right line. Fallon dangling the left leg over the bike there, off the foot peg he comes, just trying to get a bike turn as best he could, and that's really going to help the likes of Ruiz, who looks up the inside over at turn 6. Is he going to be able to get 2 for the price of 1? Not quite, but it does get Fallon, so now up into P8.
A great move from Ruiz, under braking just to get ahead of Fallon up into P8, and the next target, as we said before, is Chavan in P7. Obviously we're waiting for timing to update, but last time around there was just a couple of attempts between them, and you can see he's already all over the back of the number 75.
Yeah, nothing splitting them now towards turn 9. You would imagine that move will be made. Now Bernal looks like he's been pushed back yet to another position, so down to P4 for the time being. For Bernal, Fellini as well, P5 as well for him. Ruiz inside the top 7 ahead of Chavan, and it's going to be Alvaro Diaz on the next of his list. 2 and a bit laps remaining, and with the podium fight being such a big group here, if the likes of Ruiz was able to latch onto the back in the next lap or so, I mean, he could be still on for a top 5 finish.
Top 5 finish, perhaps possible. He's around 0.6 of a second behind yet, or was at the last turning point. Just wait and see what it is when they cross the line. About the same, in fairness. So it will be I mean, Fellini is 1 second ahead in P5. It's possible, given how large the group is, but he would have to pass a few riders as well. So perhaps it's tricky to say with only jumps. So there's a crash in the background.
Oh, massive shame from Fellini. The number 11 has gone down. Disappointed, upset, confused. I mean, that group was getting spicy through turns 1 and turns 2. Alberto Garcia hits the front of it, but that is a disgruntled Filippo Fellini there. He is absolutely bewildered about what happened there. Hopefully, we can see a replay of that incident, because not happy at all as a number 11.
No, very much not happy that. It looks like Bernal is dropping down our timing screens as well. So Bernal is no longer in the top 4 or 5. He is 15th on timing at the moment and still dropping down. There are yellow flags out at turn 2 as well as turn 4.
Yeah, so we'll have to wait and see what happens with that one. Obviously, turn 3 was the crash for Fellini, so perhaps it could be over at turns 4 that Bernal had his incident. Throughout all of this, Gerard Ruiz has managed to get himself inside the top 4 positions out on circuit. This is not over yet. Half a second separates the 72 from the podium. If Alberto Garcia and Jimenez continue to fight, then who knows? Red flag will now appear and out. So the red flag comes out on lap 5 of 6, and there is Miguel Bernal's machine.
Yeah, so obviously some riders just missing the red flag notifications. They went round the final corner, so they'll just make their way back into pit lane. But yeah, Ruiz, in that chaos of lap 5, just put himself in P4. So obviously just waiting to see what it is. We've had the notification that number 35 crashed out and he's going for a medical check.
Yeah, so wait for an update on that one. Bernal is having another solid race inside the top 5. And well, he's in that big pack for P2 out on the grid. Alberto Garcia was at the head of that field, but right at the head of the race was Jacobo Hinojosa, number 34, that we see here, just go through turns 4 for the time being. It was a 1.8 second advantage that he held. So it's going to be a slow cool-down lap for himself and appeal into pit lane. And you would imagine anyway for himself that he's going to be looking towards Mark Fermi and looking towards the top step of the podium. But a little handshake between himself and Alberto Garcia and a wheelie from the base racing rider. A shame, of course, not to see the checkered flag in the final race of the weekend, but these things happen. Well, Hinojosa makes his way out of turn 6 towards turn 7 now, and ends up exciting day of racing there as race direction. Just confirming that it was the 35 of Miguel Bernal that crashed out, currently receiving a medical check in the circuit. So you don't exactly know where on circuit, but of course the main thoughts and focus at the moment is on, well, the top of the ball is okay with the side of the circuit. Heading back into pit lane in a few moments time. We just missed it just as the red flag came out, so Hinojosa wasn't quite able, as was Alberto Garcia, to quite make it into pit lane in time. So they've completed essentially an extra cool-down lap or so back into pit lane here we go. You can imagine they'll be heading towards Park Fermi now. The celebrations now beginning down in Park Fermi. Face racing are screaming their face off, ironically. They're buzzing with that one. It's P1 for themselves. Nearly 2 seconds on the advantage. Alberto Garcia now pulls into the P2 spot. David Jimenez does take third for the time being. Obviously, we're waiting for chemistries to officially update the checkered flag results. Currently, it's still showing the red flag results, but it does look like that will be our podium in this one. Certainly, the top two look to be all but confirmed. Celebrations, and soon we should be able to hear from Hosa. Way down to Mark Fairman to speak to our most recent race winner in class, 1.3 seconds on the advantage. Now the red flag will come out. So, photos being taken for social media. I'm sure you will see that on Instagram. We say a lifelong memory for Hinojosa. I mean, both stars, not just the first start, but also the red flag restart. Incredible on the run to turn one. So brave on the brakes as well. There we go, the P3 board for MTR. So that looks like David. So David looks to be P3 in this one, and in second place going the way of Alberto Garcia. Still, Hinojosa has been celebrating. So that many people to celebrate, to say thanks to enjoy this moment with. And he's not even had a chance to take off his helmet, to take off all of his gloves. He's only got one glove on at the moment, but eventually he should be able to fully celebrate this win, make his way onto the podium. And we'll have it. We'll soon begin to wind down, begin to pack up before we reconvene in a few weeks' time at Mach 4. The P1 board now on display. The rest of the team getting in for what is the class photo of race. The Stock European Championship race. Now we are also getting confirmation that the pressure high, but we're now taken to the medical centre. Of course, best wishes for him. But of course, Alberto Garcia, solid ride for himself. Who's very brave as well. He's final couple laps of racing for the red flag. You know, over at turns 1, turns 2, wasn't afraid to get his elbows out. David Jimenez also finishing on podium, still giving the MTR team something to celebrate at the end of the day. Obviously, they're soon will turn 2 Bernal already, but also for David, a pretty special moment. Jack there waiting down in Park Fermi, almost ready to speak to our winner with that one. So, Jacobo Hinojosa, there's plenty to celebrate, there's plenty to speak to as well, hence the delay. And it took him about 5-10 minutes to even be able to get his helmet off and how it's celebrated needed to be done. Still though, a few more conversations being done within his team-based racing. Having such a good ride with Felipe for the 8 as well, but obviously a crash in the final couple of laps put him out of contention over on the entry to turn 3. That handshake, a well done between Garcia and the good thing is, despite the red flag, certainly for the race one, Jacobo Hinojosa, not too much really to question there, because he was straight away at the head of the race. Did all the running by himself, stretch a margin to over 1 second, and now the number 34 does stand on the top step of the podium. And luckily, he's down in Park Fermi and speaking to Jack.
Jacobo Hinojosa, a complicated race out there, fair to say, very hot, 2 red flags. Just talk us through it from your point of view.
Yeah, the race was very difficult because the condition was super hot. 2 red flags, very crazy race, but we can do the victory. Thank you for my team, my family all together. This is incredible. I don't have words to explain this situation.
And just in Spanish for your fans, friends, family, sponsors watching on TV.
Nada, que ha sido una carrera súper dura. Hacía mucho calor y las 2 banderas rojas me han descuadrado un poco porque la primera me encontraba muy fuerte, pero bueno, hemos podido conseguir la victoria. Esto quiero dar las gracias a todo mi equipo porque solo nosotros sabemos el trabajo que hemos hecho para llegar aquí. A mi entrenador Pacote, a Junior, a mi preparador físico Mario, a mi nutricionista Manu, bueno, a todos los que han puesto su granito de arena y un saludo a los que me estáis viendo en casa. Gracias.
Thank you, congratulations.
A dramatic race in the Stock European Championship, and straight away there was drama for the number 3. Down the side of the circus. Matsuyuki, Jose and Bernal crashed out, bringing out the red flag. As well, the officials had some work to do after clean-up of the track. We were able to get restarted, but straight away Hinojosa entered P1. Bernal remains in P3, battling away with Jimenez's teammate as all the way further down the order. Starts for P25 was Geray Rui. Straight away Rui was inside the top 16 positions, then inside the top 15 before making his way towards the top 10 and further and further towards the podium. Lozada had a few issues himself, retiring with mechanical issues, as quickly working his way through the order and pressing all the way throughout was Rui. As this battle continued, Alberto Garcia got involved in the fight for the Aspar team. Filippo Fellini crashed out himself at turn 3, bewildered by the situation. Bernal also crashed out, bringing the red flag out and allowing Jacobo Hinojosa to take the race win. That was all ropes from the Stock European Championship from their sole race, and now we can finally enjoy the podium celebrations. Plenty to enjoy in this one, an all Spanish podium as well here at Jerez, so a pretty special occasion in the stock class. First up though, team representative for Face Racing, Alberto Garcia now up onto the podium as things stand. P3 for him. David René now onto the podium too, so P2 for himself. A massive smile, massive grin on his face. His dreams slowly becoming a reality as Jacobo Hinojosa does take P1. Talk about dreams becoming a reality. I mean, lost for words down in the Mark Fermi was the number 34. Now, of course, the trophy will be handed out. I'm sure this one will be going right on the top of the mantelpiece after this weekend. It's going to make the drive home, the fly home, however they decide to get back, worth it indeed. Of course, as for Hinojosa, it's as much for him as it does the team. Seriously impressive ride from him. Now going the way, nearly going the way of David Jimenez, but the trophy does belong to Alberto Garcia, so a little mix up there. Nonetheless, I'm sure David would much prefer a second place trophy over third, which he should be able to get just a few minutes of time. So the correct podium, correct podium trophy this time around. Rises it up into the air, plenty to celebrate after today. Of course, the golden trophy, the P1 trophy, goes the way of Hinojosa here in Jerez. Joy, elation, celebrations, however you want to describe it. It's been a real special day, it's a special race, it's a chaotic race for him as well. And now the special anthem will ring out here. Well, a real special moment for Hinojosa. Now, yeah, probably the spray will now come out. Obviously, Prosecco for second and third, and for Hinojosa, just some sparkling water for him. So, too young to have the Prosecco, so you have to celebrate a couple of ways. A little bit of help from Alberto Garcia. David Jimenez. I think David enjoying that one. I don't know how much he enjoyed the Prosecco itself. Certainly looks to cool them down, nearly 14 degrees air temperature all the way throughout the afternoon. Now they stand on top of the podium for the final time today. Just take him. But of course you want to see at the end of the day, of course, all over the place. Celebrating our winners, our podium finishers from the Stock European Championship. It's a busy old weekend for the moment end up with one race. 6 laps of racing for them, 5 in the end. Even this 25 points is worth it for Jacobo Hinojosa. He does take victory over David Jimenez with Alberto Garcia rounding out our podium. Siap does take P4 with Ruiz, the P5 Chaban, and P6 Malone, Mose, and Christian Lawley round at the top 9. As Kesques takes the final spot inside the top 10. Most importantly, 6 points go the way of his name. Borgelt, Rostangi, Orlandi, Mollett, and Rivera rounding out the top 15. And our point scorers, it's good to see as well, the likes of obviously Posey further up the order, Pasaluka as well, getting back out on the circuit, a few DNFs as well, not to forget the likes of Miguel Bernal, Sada, and Blind Trias. Trias didn't even take the start to the restart, let's keep in mind, showed that he didn't stop out on the circuit during the first red flag. Hopefully he's back in action next round. Riders standings now as well is on a 10-point advantage for Ruiz. Hinojosa slotted into second. Flies up the championship order into 3 places gained for him. Blind Trias now down to third, 15 points adrift from his key rival. Alberto Garcia P4 in the championship for him. Kesques as well, a few positions against Chaban, all the way up the order into P13. So 10 spots gained, same with Mose there, 9 spots gained in the championship order. So points making prizes here at Jerez. Might have been a reduced race distance, but still full points awarded and full implications for the championship run-in. Of course, going all the way down to 23 on the list. But, well, with that wraps up all we have time for here. It's just past 5 p.m. in the evening at Jerez. It's been a scorching day of race. It's been a scorching weekend, both on track and off it. And well, what a way to round it off. Jacobo Hinojosa is your race winner. We finally get to take a breather, cool down a little bit, have a little ice bath before we reconvene at Magny Corn in a few weeks' time. Until then, it is goodbye.